Good evening once again. Today is Thursday, July 18th, 2024. Welcome to the regular meeting of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. We will now have our invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation will be led by School Board member Nathan Russ, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Cadet First Lieutenant Sabria Price of the Scotlandville Magnet High School, accompanied by Army Instructor Sergeant First Class, retired, Mr. Ronald Kennedy. Let us stand.
Please pray with me. Father in heaven, we thank you for this day. We thank you for your salvation, and we thank you for a future for our community. I pray that you will soften our hard hearts, that you will open our ears, open our eyes, that you will break down the divides between us and help us find your will, Lord, for our community. In your name we pray. Amen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sergeant First Class Kennedy from Scotlandville Magnet High School. It's my pleasure to introduce Cadet Price. She's a senior, going to her senior year at Scotlandville Magnet High School. She just turned 17 yesterday, so you were on a little birthday. Let's clap. Her future goals is to be a pediatric dentist when she graduates Scotlandville High School and go to college. Further be happy, Cadet Price.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On behalf of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, and then also as an alum of these, look, that's all right, make a full circle, girl. And as an alum of Scotlandville High, class of 1997, of course, being a legacy, my parents and my grandmother also attended Scotlandville, and your high school classmate is Mr. D.P. Darrell Powell Jr., which is my son. Congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for being you.
Thank you.
Our meeting is now called to order. We will have a roll call at this time.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Soule. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we proceed with item B1, there are a couple of things. First, I don't know if this would be a point of personal privilege, but I will say this. I do apologize, you guys. I didn't have my little script last week, and I don't have it today as well, but you all know that there is a particular decorum that should take place in our meetings. And so you want to make sure that you go and, if you need to, take a look at the desk in the front lobby to remind yourselves of what that decorum is. Also, I would just like to say, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to do the same, we've had situations in the past where there have been questions about who is texting who. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lead by example, and I'm turning off my phone. And I ask that my colleagues will consider the same, that we not entertain any emails, that we give our undivided attention to our audience as well. When the public comes to the mic, I ask that if we have any emails going, if we have any text message threads going, please, if you can and if you will, let's be courteous and let's go ahead and turn off our devices and give our full attention to our meeting. Also, I believe that and thank you guys so much. I believe that Ms. Sule, who was not able to be with us today, has sent a message as well. So, Mr. Vice President.
Yes, ma'am. Emily Sule asked me to relay the following message. I am disappointed that I cannot attend tonight's board meeting. Before I was elected to the school board, I committed to speaking at a conference in Florida to a group of over 300 young people. The process to choose our next superintendent was set to culminate a week ago, and I cannot cancel my prior commitment. I will continue to communicate and engage in the process to the best of my ability until I return.
Thank you. Okay, we will now proceed to the meeting minutes, item B1. And let's see. Okay, yes. So I will ask this. There is a question that has been asked about whether or not we should take our agenda in a different order. Mr. Shamlin, should that take place after we have gone through the information-only items?
Yes, ma'am, I would suggest that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so item B1, meeting minutes. Approval of the school board minutes of the June 20th, 2024 regular board meeting, the June 18th, 2024, June 28th, 2024, and July 11th, 2024 special board meetings, and the July 11th, 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting as published in the official journal. Is there a motion?
Move.
It has been moved by Mr. Landis. It has been seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board at this time? Okay. Seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public. Seeing none, we return to comments from the board. We will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Do you want me to do a roll call? The motion carries.
Thank you. We're now to item C, or alphabet C, information only, monthly financial report. Ms. Lopez. Okay, all right. So this item is received for information only and can be found, am I correct, Madam Secretary, on board docs? Okay. The same with item C2, personnel changes, can be found on board docs as well. Okay, moving to alphabet D, reports from board appointees to committees and agencies. Are there any reports from any of our community agencies or committees at this time? Okay. All right. Seeing none, we will, yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to let everyone know that Junior Achievement has been able to complete the purchase of a mobile financial lab, which will be being used across the district and surrounding parishes to provide financial education for our children, and will also be part of the financial literacy courses that we will be required to teach. I had pictures and things of them, but I'm not going to waste everyone's time on that, but I just wanted to let everyone know that. And I believe their first setup, I think they was set up for 7 weeks at the Jewel Newman Community Center, and they will be rotating various schools and classes through that center. So this is a big addition for Junior Achievement and a great partner for us, and a lot of good things will come to this district because of that. So I want to give them a shout out and thank them for their hard work.
Thank you. And if we could give them a hand, please. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I'm super excited about that, especially when you said that they're starting at Jewel J. Newman. So that's my back door. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, we will now move to unfinished business, and before we move here, if there is no objection from the board, some of our community, our public has asked if we will take our items in a different order tonight. We know that we had our committee of the whole scheduled for last Thursday. We did not technically get to any of the items in the committee of the whole, and so I would like to ask if we could take item 1 near the end of the agenda, which would take place after item 12. Mr. Shamlin, please share your thoughts as well.
As long as there's no objection from board members, and just to note, there are 3 student expulsions on the agenda for the night.
Okay. All right, so then, of course, if that is the case, then could we take item E1 after that new business, or are we allowed to do that?
You're allowed to do it as long as there's no objection from any other board member.
Okay, so is there any objection at this time of us taking item E1 after item F3? Okay. All right, seeing no objection, I'm assuming Miss Arman or Mr. Shamlin, do we need to get Mr. Smith in for the rest of the agenda? Okay, so thank you so much, you all. So we will take item E1 after item F3. Yeah, after F3. Okay. All right, thank you. And we will give Interim Superintendent, Mr. Adam Smith, the opportunity to join us, and then we will continue with the agenda. Thank you. Okay, we are now to item E, or alphabet E, unfinished business. Item E2, amended job descriptions. Consideration of a request to amend teachers' job descriptions to add the duties as specified in the attached memo. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Lewis. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none. Comments from the public? Okay, Ms.
Powell-Lewis.
Matthews.
Ms. Powell-Lewis,
Yes.
who made the motion?
Mr. Lewis, and seconded by Ms. Stewart.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
LAE fought hard for a couple of years to get this law passed, to fight for teachers who had administrators that were not respecting the law of the uninterrupted planning period and were taking that away. And I'm not talking about being a team player during COVID. It's not what we're talking about. So finally, we get a law that's going to pay us for the additional things outside of, we're not talking about grading, we're not talking about planning, because we need to remember teachers are only paid for the amount of time that we are in front of children. That's the only time. Every other Friday, they take that paycheck and they put it in a little account so that we get a paycheck over Christmas break and Thanksgiving break and Easter break, because please make sure everybody understands we do not get paid for holidays. We don't get paid for summer. That's just the way it is. We accept that when we sign on. But people think that we get these things and we don't. Okay, so this change, when we're finally got a law passed that says they're going to pay us for these outside duties, all of this stuff that teachers have been given for free for years, all of our own money that we've been pouring into these babies for years, and we are finally going to get compensation. And what do districts do? Districts say, no, you're not, because we're going to put it in your job description. But guess what? Having an open house, which I 100% tell teachers, please do everything you can to be at, because that's important for the kids, it's important for the parents, it's important for your accountability, where you can say, ma'am, I went over this at open house. Why weren't you there? Okay? So, I mean, I'm a proponent of do everything you can to be there, but if you have classes at night, if you have a second job at night, if you don't have childcare, if it is in our job description and you have a principal like we have at a couple of schools that don't give any wayward at all, then that means these teachers can be written up for not going. And don't act like we don't have some principals that would do that. It can't be in the job description. We are only paid for the minutes that children are in front of us. I'm not asking for us to be paid for the grading, for the planning, for the preparing that comes with being a teacher. We sign on for that. But open house, staying after school, PDs, you want us to do them? That's what the state law says. How about you cut half these contracts that are on here? That's where you make the money up for.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comments at this time, we'll now return to comments from the board. And I have entered into the queue. Thank you so much, Ms. Matthews, for your passion behind educators and teachers as well. Of course, I don't have to beat the drum and remind you guys what my career choice is. I am super excited about the opportunity that there is legislation that shows that teachers can be compensated for the additional duties that they have. My question, though, was, Mr. Smith, if you could speak briefly to the idea of open house being included in the job description, what may have possibly been the rationale. Also, another question for me, and I'm gonna just ask them all at the same time. The other one is, how does this affect teachers having to cover classes?
Thank you, President Powell-Lewis. Before this item was brought to the board for consideration, staff and I, along with General Counsel, we met with the representations of the teacher unions, the teacher leaders unions, and it was decided amongst the unions that, that we will allow open house to be a part of the job descriptions. It was something that they unanimously agreed upon before we brought this item to the board because, of course, this act required school districts across the state to do something as it relates to compensating teachers for things that are outside of the job description. And so when we met, it's been almost 2 or 3 weeks ago, we sat around the round table and we came up with what are those extra duties that we would consider as being a part of the teacher job description. As it relates to class coverage, what has been decided, of course, as it states specifically in that particular statute or act, that we're required to pay teachers at least a minimum of $30 an hour if they cover classes to where they miss their planning period. And so we are prepared to do that. The budget is structured to where we can compensate our staff and teachers, and so that's currently where we are.
Okay, thank you. My question as well in regards to that is there a plan in place for how that will be documented to make sure that the administrators are keeping the documentation of who's having to cover classes?
Yes, ma'am. Generally, it will be covered through a part-time personnel rocket. HR has met with principals last week during the boot camp to explain this particular law that's existing. And there's another meeting next week, but essentially it would have to be documented at the school, and the executive secretary would have to submit payroll for those teachers who cover classes.
Thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Madam President. I think a lot of the questions that you asked were some of the same or similar questions that I had. The question that I would ask now, based off the comment that was made around open house, as it currently stands, are teachers paid for open house, even though it's being added to their job description?
Throughout the conversation, we found that some schools were actually compensating teachers to come to open house. I think collectively, we thought as a group, and I'm mentioning the teacher unions, we felt like open house, they felt like teachers needed to be there because that's generally the first time that parents have an opportunity to meet their child's teachers. And so the unions felt strongly that that would be one thing that would be taken into consideration to add to the job description.
Okay, so I guess my next question would be, do we have room to add some level of compensation for giving extended hours after you're no longer being paid? Even though because the thing that I do understand is it is a daunting thought to think that you have to give more time, even though, right now we're talking about open house, but it could be anything throughout the given workday or outside the workday that extra expectations are being placed on teachers. Do we have any room to add compensation for those types of things?
I guess we would have to be more specific. I know that some schools do like science nights, STEM nights, and things of that nature. And what we're currently developing, those things will be volunteered that's outside of this particular item request that we'll document if teachers choose to volunteer. But as I said previously, some schools were, compensating teachers if they agreed to stay after hours. And so that'll be something, Mr. Lance, we'll have to look at. But in this particular item that we're recommending, as I mentioned, it was kind of unanimous amongst the unions. These are the things that we felt like we can incorporate within the in this particular document, and so this is kind of where we are.
Is this an immediate item that has to be approved before school starts?
It should be approved before school starts. We can always come back and visit it because school starts for teachers, August? No, and the teachers come back on August 3rd, and so. What is it? August 5th. I apologize. August 5th. I'm bringing you back 2 days early. But August 5th, and students return, I think, on the 8th, I think.
Okay. So I'm not going to beat this item down. I think you all did your due diligence talking to the teacher unions. What I would ask, though, is if we could dialogue about this more and discuss this at our next board meeting, because I think this is very important for those who obviously find, I won't say issue, but there's just so many questions about compensation for work that's not being compensated. And I have a particular interest in that. So I would love for us to continue this dialogue and see what we can come back with in terms of fixing that problem.
We would definitely come back and revisit it, but we just need to have something in place for when teachers come back and students come back, because as it relates to class coverage and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Smith, have we ever paid teachers in the past for PD?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I remember back in the old days, PDs were held after school.
PD were held after schools. Generally what you have, I think there's something in policy where teachers have to stay at least 1 day a month for after school PD. It's in policy. Teachers have to be notified well advanced early about the PD. But typically after hours, and with the budget salary schedule is, I think it's $35 an hour part-time pay for teachers for professional development, if I'm not mistaken.
And I know sometimes school leaders will schedule PDs on in-service days.
In-service days, well, typically on your early dismissal days, you can't double dip because technically they're there for a specific 8 hours, and so it's a part of their workday.
So they're paid then. Now, I can't recall the specific contract that we were discussing up here last year, but I do recall there was a $474,000 piece of that contract that was set up for PDs.
Yes, I remember what you're referring. I think those dollars were coming out of ESSA dollars, where they were paying additional stipend for PDs. I think I remember that.
But this money, if I recall, this money was going to the vendor. That was what the vendor was charging us to conduct PD. But if it was ESSA dollars, then it's a moot point.
Yes, if it was a contract for a particular vendor, it might have been funded through ESSER dollars. I'm not 100% certain. I'll have to find the vendor and go back and research.
Yeah, because on this particular day, there had been some confusion about whether it was going to be a half day or a whole day. The students were in class. It ended up being a whole day. However, the PD had been scheduled, and teachers were scrambling, trying to do PD, trying to manage their classes. So if we're not paying them for PD across the board, I think we should.
Yeah.
But I also think there needs to be some type of uniform way that PDs are conducted. They're either conducted during early dismissal days or they're conducted after school, but across the board, everybody should be conducting their PDs in the same manner, same time. So if there's going to be pay attached to that, that will be easier in my book to document who should receive the additional pay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, I've had some conversation with teachers and principals this summer about struggle with scheduling open house because of the new law. Am I right in that this job description update would resolve that issue for the start of school?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just making sure I understand it right. Were meetings held with teachers and staff outside of union representation, like our teacher advisory panel or anybody else?
No, sir. I don't know the original date when the law was enacted. I think we were kind of behind the 8 ball because this item was supposed to come, if you remind me, Mr. Shambler.
Pre-July 1. And
Yeah.
we received the notice, I think, a week prior to that, and some recommendations from council. So we immediately set meetings with with teacher groups to kind of have that discussion, and the unions were the most obvious to start with.
Okay. Thank you. I agree. I don't want to hold this item up because we've got to get to the business of teaching our kids. But looking at a lot of these responsibilities that are now built into this, it could seem pretty heavy. What we're asking teachers to do outside of classroom hours. So I think it would be wise to put this in front of our teacher advisory panel if that still meets. But maybe we can come back when school starts and look at this. Thanks.
Yeah, I think the immediate urgency is to make sure that we have something in place in case we have to take away teacher planning period, that we can compensate teachers.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comment from the board at this time, we will now entertain a vote. And this is on item E2, amended job descriptions.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 3, healthcare and ancillary benefits plans. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following. A, proposed contract renewal with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana for administrative services of the health plan for 2025 through 2027. B, proposed 2025 healthcare rates for active employees, non-Medicare and Medicare eligible retirees participating in the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana administered medical plans for core, buy-up, and community blue. C, proposed contract renewal with Express Scripts for pharmacy benefit management services for 2025 through 2027. D, proposed contract renewal with MetLife for dental insurance for 2025. E, authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the 2025 contract for Medicare Advantage with United Healthcare. And F, authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the 2025 contract for stop-loss insurance coverage, strategic alignment, operational excellence, and employee development. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Baloo. It has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board at this time? Okay. All right. Looks like you have someone here to make a presentation.
If the board would prefer a presentation, we can. I know that there was some conversation about the primary care from last year, if employees would have to pay primary care, but if you wish in a presentation, we can provide a presentation.
We have our Gallagher team here tonight to do a brief presentation of our healthcare and ancillary benefits. And I would like to say that this is the 4th consecutive year that the administration will be recommending no health insurance increase for our employees and our retirees.
Thank you, James. Good evening. My name is Haley Trahan. I am a consultant with Gallagher who handles all your employee benefits. So I work with Mr. Crochet, Ms. Lopez, Ms. Bradley, and the famous Miss Anita, who is retiring at the end of the month. So kudos to her. She always is a great partner, and we're happy to have her for as long as we've had. So I will go through the presentation. What we're going to talk about today is our 2025 employee benefits renewal. First, we'll start with just a brief introduction of our Gallagher team. We'll talk about a recap of the changes that we did in 2024, and then what we are proposing for 2025. So this is just a quick snip of everyone who supports you as board members, the administration. We support your employees and all of your retirees. With me today, I have Mr. Pearson, who is the lead consultant. Others that work with us are Ms. Briard, Ms. Monroe, Ms. Lane, and Ms. Pierre. So let's talk about just briefly a recap of the 2024 changes that we approved this time last year. You mentioned earlier that we did implement a $0 copay for our primary care visits. Those were implemented in November of 2023, actually. So this is, 6 months into that process right now. And so anytime that one of your employees under the Blue Cross plan or a retiree under a Blue Cross plan, if they go see an internal medicine doctor, if it's a pediatrician, an OBGYN, those are defined as preventive and just primary care offices visits, those should be at no member cost share. So that was one initiative that Dr. Narcisse had implemented back in November of 2023. So we also continued with Express Scripts, who is our pharmacy benefit manager. At that time, we had renegotiated a contract that resulted in $4.5 million in savings over 3 years. The impact to those members for those changes were nothing. Of course, it was an enhancement for the $0 copay for any sick visits. And then, of course, the enhanced pharmacy contract had no impact to members, only savings to the school district. We also made a switch to our Medicare Advantage for our retirees. I believe it was in 2023 when we moved from Humana to United Healthcare. We were able to get significant savings for the school district by getting lower premiums. And not only that, which was a $5.5 million in annual savings over a 3-year period, we also were able to offer a Medicare Advantage plan to our retirees at $0. Voluntary lines of coverage, we continued with MetLife in 2024 and also with AFLAC for our life, disability, critical illness, hospital, and accident. So Mr. Pearson's going to go through the proposed changes for 2025.
Thank you, Haley. Again, my name is Eric Pearson. I'm a consultant with Gallagher here in Baton Rouge. Thank you for having us here tonight. I'm going to talk about some of the proposed changes for next year. Number one, the proposed change and recommendation is to remain with Blue Cross Blue Shield on our admin agreement. The administrative service agreement is what we pay Blue Cross to administer our claims, customer service, lease their network, ID cards, customer service, things along those lines. We did receive a renewal from $34.75 to $37.75. Which is an increase to the cost of $180,000 a year. However, that increase does come with a $25,000 wellness budget as well as a communication budget with the renewal. Impact to the members, none. In addition, we recommend that we remain with Blue Cross Blue Shield. The overall plan cost increase would be a 1.6% increase to the budget. However, we're able to offset that with additional pharmacy savings with this year's renegotiation of the Express Scripts contract. Again, impact to the members, none. We recommend that we remain with Express Scripts. We did go through a PBM renegotiation, which this year drove an additional $4.1 million in savings over 1 year and $16.6 million in savings over a 3-year period with no impact to the members. We recommend continue with MetLife for voluntary products to employees. We did have an increase on the dental. There are 2 dental plans that are offered. One, the silver plan had no increase and no change in benefits, but the gold plan did have an 18% increase in the renewal. It's guaranteed for 1 year, and the following year we have a 5% rate cap for year 2. The dental plan has not had an increase in over 3 years, and just with the cost of care, this was the renewal. We marketed to many carriers, and MetLife remained to be the most competitive. On the Medicare Advantage piece, Haley mentioned the savings by moving to United Healthcare versus Humana. In the Inflation Reduction Act, there is a statute regarding the max out-of-pocket that they wish that for 2025, the max out-of-pocket be reduced to $2,000 from $4,700. Therefore, we ask that the superintendent be allowed to negotiate that contract when we receive it. That renewal won't come in until August, given the fact that CMS doesn't provide their funding and whether they're going to implement this change or not until August. And vision, life insurance, disability, critical illness, and hospital, these are voluntary products, no change here, no impact to the members. Okay, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. If there are any comments from the board, Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. Just a very quick question. I had some people reaching out a while back, a couple of months ago, about United Healthcare and the Neuromedical Center and the dispute they were having. Has that been settled, or what's the status of that?
Yes, sir. So the Neuromedical Center has elected on the Medicare Advantage, the retirement program, not to accept the United Healthcare's coverage. Therefore, we have worked with United. They've reached out to Neuromedical in an effort to enter into a new contract. And so those conversations are being taken care of right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Yes, sir. Question on the renewal coming up with United Healthcare. Since that doesn't renew till August and we don't know the impact that could have on our premiums, right? And so we have to wait until we get that renewal through you guys. You'll provide it to the superintendent. They'll make a recommendation. Do we have any idea, Mr. Smith, like what the impact that could be on our budget? How big of a part of our benefits is this particular part of our benefits? And I'm just trying to get a general idea of what we're talking about.
Sure.
$100,000, $1 million.
It's $3 million out of a total health spend of about $80 million altogether.
Okay, so it's less than 10% of what we're spending. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Merrick, is that for this item? Okay, Ms. Merrick.
I mentioned this when this was done for the first time because we had trouble with the retirees section when you all presented this with Dr. Narcisse. There was a big problem for the retirees from being switched with Humana to United Healthcare because Humana was not contacted that we went with United Healthcare. So when we went to the doctor or anything, Humana was still charging us. There was no information given to Humana that we had United Healthcare. Not only that, we were not allowed to get AFLAC because Warren Drake did not open AFLAC to retirees, nor did he allow us to get into AFLAC. If you were not already in AFLAC before he became superintendent, AFLAC was not open. And that's what we were discussing. In fact, I went on the hallway with you all when we talked about that. He did not open it up to the schools because he said, give him a chance by being superintendent, and he would let us know when he would open up AFLAC for us. Now, as far as the policies and so forth, they were charging us under Humana. Even with our medication, it was a big problem, and we had to take in the card after we finally got our United Healthcare card. We had to go into the hospital, in our doctors and so forth. Our prescriptions, Humana said they were never contacted that it was United Healthcare. And I understand everybody did not want to lose that contract, you know. I understand that. But it was very hard for the retirees to be able to say, we had 2 healthcare cards. We were telling them that. So Humana was calling all of us, asking, how did we get a United Healthcare card? That wasn't our place to explain that. It should have been done with EBR to let everyone know that we no longer were under Humana. That was a breakdown in the system, that it was not carried on in this office for the retirees. That was very wrong. If we did not have dental and so forth, it was not carried over. The retirees were constantly calling in. I got a lot of calls, and I told you all when I talked to you before, I am a broker, so I do know insurance, and it's not my place, if I was not hired through EBR to discuss insurance, to try to explain the benefits to someone and tell them also what they have. So I would appreciate if the contracts are being renewed.
Ms. Merrick, bring your comments to a close.
Okay, it can come to a close, but this is not done right for the retirees, and we have a serious problem going on with the retirees.
Thank you, Ms. Merrick. Okay, seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. I have entered into the queue, and I just wanted to ask Mr. Smith, with the comments that have been given by Ms. Merrick, is that something that that our financial department would handle, or should her comments be directed towards HR or payroll and benefits?
Well, actually, I'm not as familiar with what Mrs. Merrick just mentioned, but actually it should be directed towards the superintendent, and I can address our concerns with staff.
Thank you so much. That was it for me. All right, seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 4, grants, early childhood. Consideration of a request for the acceptance of the following Louisiana Department of Education grants. A, 2024 through 2025 Early Childhood Guides and At-Home Learning Initiative Grant in the amount of $52,000 to ensure early childhood guide assistance is available for families and related matters. B, CCAP B3 grant in the amount of $1,517,613 to provide access to early care and education seats for at-risk infants, toddlers, and 3-year-olds and related matters. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Ballou. Comments from the board at this time? Seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Okay, seeing no comments from the public at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. Okay, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 5, Memorandums of Understanding, MOU, Dual Enrollment. Consideration of a request for the approval of Memorandums of Understanding, MOU, between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following. A, Baton Rouge Community College, BRCC, to provide dual enrollment courses and technical coursework as a renewal of the existing Early College Academy agreement for the 2024-2025 school year. B, Louisiana State University, LSU, to provide dual enrollment courses for the 2024-2025 school year. C, Louisiana State University at Alexandria, LSUA, to provide dual enrollment courses for the 2024-2025 school year. D, Southern University, to provide dual enrollment courses for the 2024-2025 school year. E, Southeastern University, SELU, to provide dual enrollment courses for the 2024-2025 school year. F, Franciscan Missionaries of Our Lady University, to provide dual enrollment courses for the 2024-2025 school year. Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Funding Source, SCA. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Mr. Gode. Comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Yes, ma'am. Out of an abundance of caution, because this involves LSU, I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Seeing no further comments from the board, Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. This is one of the programs that I strongly support. I think this program got off to a rocky start because a lot of parents and others misunderstood it. But I think, and I was at one school right before school ended, and there were like 125 kids that are going to be juniors next year that are well on their way at that one school to get an associate's degree, which means that they can get their 2 years of TOPS and then get a master's for 2 years and never pay a dime of tuition. The other interesting thing that I got out of that was that I heard many times from parents who didn't have kids in the program but were against the program, saying, how in the heck could a kid who can't pass the LEAP test or do well on the LEAP test take a dual enrollment class? And the thing that the principals, this is multiple principals, told me was that the purpose or the concept of the dual enrollment is really not it wasn't the academic issues that gave kids issues. It was the issues around how to do self-study, how to pace themselves, how to do the reading and do the self-teaching and all of those things. And that's what the kids really need. The academics weren't the issue, and it isn't the issue with what they're doing with the LEAPs. They can handle it if they just buckle themselves down and learn it. But the key thing they told me is the things that they learn in these dual enrollment courses carry over to all of their other courses, which they learn better and do all those things. So I think it's been a very big success, and I hope that we continue it. My concern, though, is, as I've seen us do many times since I've been in this seat, is that we start off with a good program and then we slowly squeeze the resources from it. Speaking with one principal, Mr. Smith, you know exactly where I'm talking about. The teacher, or not the teachers who, I don't remember the name, the designation they have.
Coordinators, academic.
Academic coordinators. I think we're at one time a 12-month employee, and the thing was they would cut them back to 9 months. And that seemed very problematic because now we're gonna have freshmen, sophomores, and juniors in the program. They got more programs, and the coordination with the schools, the dual enrollment providers, are getting more and more complex because it's more and more classes that are being done, and it's more and more departments at all of those schools. You just don't call up BRCC and you get one person to handle it. You got to work with every department that handle those things. And so I think we finally squeezed out, okay, they get 10 months, and then the principal kicked in some other money and got 11 months. That is ridiculous that we're having to do that. All of the people doing this should be at least 11-month employees, because that's when they have to do the work to do this. And we have a great program, but we got to support the kids in it to do it. And it just seems like every time we have a good program, the first thing we want to do is try to nickel and dime and save some money and pull some resources from it. This thing is working. Why are we messing with it? So I'm absolutely going to vote for this, but I am entirely disappointed that in our budget process that we reduced hours to these people doing the coordinations, because we should be doing the opposite. We should be giving these kids more support and more coordination going into this. So I'm very disappointed in that. I'm going to vote for these things, but I hope in next year's budget we're not going to do this. And I know, there may be, I don't understand why the issue is of having 11-month employees to do this sort of thing, but it's what our kids need. If we can provide, the kids who aren't economically disadvantaged, who aren't struggling, they don't need this. It's the kids who need this the most that we're taking it away from. And we're taking it away from them because we don't want to pay someone an extra month. And that is not the right thing to be doing for the kids that need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. I've entered into the queue as well. I kind of wanted to follow up on Mr. Gaudet's statements, and Mr. Smith, maybe if you can speak to that as well. Like right now, what does that, and just a reminder for us, what does this process look like as far as our budget is concerned? And then also, I know that we kind of bounced around the idea of graduation coaches that assist with these types of dual enrollment, all of the things that prepare students for college and career readiness. And do we offer that at our schools? Is that something that we can work towards? Just curious about all the things in regards to that.
I'll start with the last questions. Most definitely, we no longer have the graduation coaches at our school, but that's something that we can work towards. But to address Mr. Gaudet's concern, I understand his passion. With meeting with staff who were working with this particular program, when I asked for the data, what I found that there were several schools who were didn't have any kids in the dual enrollment courses, and I think I might have mentioned that to you. And through my conversation with staff, with principals, I had the Division of School Leadership interim chief speak with many of the principals, and what I found out is that they were using those positions in many different other capacities. And so what we decided to do is to centralize that position. So we do have the academic coordinators, but they're working from a central office standpoint, and so that we can have a little bit more control of what those individuals are doing.
May I respond very quickly with your pleasure? That's an answer. I don't consider that an adequate answer, because why do you have principals who aren't working with the programs that they have to help the kids that they need? If you have principals that aren't helping dual enrollment, that aren't pushing dual enrollment, that aren't using the people the way they're supposed to be used, then we need to be getting on the principals as to why they're not.
I agree 100%, and when I was able to get a hold of this information, I was brought on in January, and when I asked for the data, essentially the year had, and kids were in courses, but however, moving forward, that's one of the reasons why we restructured it to allow those coordinators to work from a central location, from central office.
So instead of making the principals do their job, you brought it into the central office. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
I appreciate that.
Okay, Mr. Lewis waives. Mr. Lannis. Okay, thank you. Okay. No further comments from the board. We will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Nyman.
Good evening, Tanya Nyman, District 7. I am not unequivocally opposed to dual enrollment, and I just really want to provide sort of some background information in terms of the funding source. So, just a reminder to everybody, when I started college, and tuition was $796 a semester. And some of us who are old enough to remember that, when public universities and public colleges were actually affordable to the people in the community, for all who admitted. And that's one of my tenets, right? Public colleges, public universities should be free to all who are qualified to enroll. And that is one of those ideals I will cling to. And so in that notion for dual enrollment to be offered in public high schools, it was offered when I was in high school. People had to pay out of pocket, and I could see how that would be a barrier for those from low-income families. And so how lovely if we could offer it through a public school system. But it is not a good idea, ideally, for our public school system to be paying those tuition bills. Because as we all know, our public colleges and universities have been gutted. I mean, their funding sources have been really undermined over the past decade and a half or so. And so this unfortunately becomes what appears to be a way to sort of rob Peter to pay Paul. And I think that's really unfortunate. So if in moving forward, I hope our elected officials, if they truly value this opportunity for folks, that they would find a funding source separate from our public school systems who are also being gutted, and so that we can genuinely provide education opportunities for all the children in an equitable manner in this state. And I still am not for mandatory dual enrollment, but elective enrollment in the program. But otherwise, thank you very much. Look, 1 minute and 14 seconds left.
Thank you. Thank you. Comments? Okay, we do have additional public comments. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Matthews and then Dr. Finney.
I wasn't going to say anything on dual enrollment because the way it's being run now, since parents are being given a choice, that's great. It's wonderful. It's copacetic. But I just wanted to remind the board that a certain board member, when it first began, said, let's have the coaches for this year while we have the ESSA money, because it was a big deal saying we're not going to have this money for the longevity. It's not going to be there. We're not able to keep it going. Let's do it just this year. When the money runs out, we'll stop it. Why stop for the great, for the perfect, when we can do the good? So to give that speech today and then take that cut at my superintendent today, that was childish, bro.
Dr. Finney.
Thank you. I think these agreements are necessary and far from sufficient. I would hope that the administration would come back with an information-only report at the August Committee of the Whole describing who participated in what classes at what school in the academic year just completed. And then at least by September, give a report of what courses are being offered to how many students at which school. To Mr. Goday's point, I think it's important that dual enrollment be supported to those students that are ready to do it and interested to do it. And, what Ms. Matthews said, don't make it mandatory and don't give students a horrible college record when they're 12 years old or whatever. So I would hope that in September you'd have a nice solid report of all the interesting offerings that are being offered through dual enrollment and a little more clarity on how the funding works and if it's all fully reimbursed by by Bessie in some way. But I know you need to get on, so I will shut up. Thank you.
Nice blazer and tie.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you. Good Good evening to everyone. Related to not only this issue, but the financial deficits to all of the other issues that you have been discussing this evening at this meeting, let me gently and humbly remind all of you that we are continuing to waste $35 million busing children across town when they're passing up, 10 different school buildings that they could be attending, and they could be going to school in their neighborhood. Why aren't all of you board members being extraordinarily zealous related to ceasing this waste of money on busing? That would certainly free up a lot of money to address many of the other concerns.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, of course, the item that we're on is in regards to dual enrollment.
But ma'am, we're talking about financing dual enrollment, and not only just dual enrollment, but I'm talking about, as I've sat here and listened quite intently,
so let's get to dual enrollment.
Dual enrollment,
Thank you.
financial issues with dual enrollment. If you would stop wasting $35 million, abusing children to have to wait in the dark to ride a bus unnecessarily across town. If you're talking about wanting to be financially astute, intelligent with our money, you would immediately cease abusing our students and our citizens, our young citizens, our scholars and residents, and stop busing them and stop wasting our money in this vein and reallocate it to much more important things. Thank you. I've got a minute and 25 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. All right, seeing no further comments from the public at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I guess I won't go as far as Board Member Gode, but I do have a lot of the same sentiments. When we started our strategic plan about 2.5 years ago, much of it was designed around workforce development, and a lot of that was also tied to dual enrollment. I think part of the issue, and just let me say this, I don't fault this or drop this at your feet, Superintendent Smith. You are only reacting to the information that you received, and it's unfair to put it all at your feet. But what I will also say is, to those schools who don't have students that are filling all of those blocks, I don't think that we dwindle it and take it away. I think what you do is you go harder at trying to get kids enrolled inside of those programs. What we know is our students need more rigor. Anybody that speaks against that, I have a firm disbelief towards not giving them more rigor, especially when you look at the statistics of what we're dealing with, the amount of students who are not graduating from school, the amount of students who are behind on grade level. I think that this just gives them more attainment to try to be more successful while they're inside of school, but I think that we have to do a better job. If you ask the average parent what is dual enrollment, they couldn't tell you what it is. Mm-hmm. But we're pushing kids to go into dual enrollment, and then when it's not successful, that's when we get to these kind of conversations. So what I would ask from the district is, let's dialogue better, have workshops around how this benefits kids, because it does. And I know a lot of people have comments around mandatory versus not mandatory. What I would simply ask you is to go into those neighborhoods where those kids don't have those types of opportunities. We talk about this all the time, and you base it on who falls below the poverty line, and I can guarantee you there's more kids that fall under the poverty line inside of this district that are above the poverty line. And I'm not trying to create division for those students who do live above the poverty line or their families, because we are a community of different circumstances. But what I will also say is this is an opportunity for us to make something big happen, connecting the dots and connectivity between universities who are inside of our city, who historically we have never had this type of relationship with. And what we do is we create a new pipeline and opportunity for students who have historically never had that level of opportunity. What we didn't hear tonight is how many kids in the last 2 years have graduated with a diploma and an associate's degree. Because if you come to a school in my district, Glen Oaks High School, just last year, if I'm not mistaken, it was reported 24 kids. And to me, that is success at a school that historically has been low on the bottom of the totem pole. This is the same school that many people said those kids are not going to graduate, they don't want to do it. And then we sat in here last year and we heard of a kid who already had over a 3.0 and over 12 hours of college credit, meaning before she graduates, she's now a junior, she's cut her debt, and I look at those type of opportunities for students all across our district. We have to do a better job of pushing the information out and letting parents know the benefit and opportunities of what this can do. Thank you.
Thank you. I have entered into the queue as well. I really, really appreciate all the conversation that we've had in regards to this today. I wanted to apologize to my colleagues. I know, Mr. Gaudet, I yielded my time to you, and I know we always say we don't yield each other's time, so I wanted to bring that up. But at the same time, there are many different things that came to my mind in regards to this. I was blessed to have a son who was actually in middle school and was taking high school credit classes. At the same time, with that, I often had to remind him that the classes that he was taking for high school credit would be on his permanent transcript as a high school student. And the fact that he needed to make sure that he made the best grade that he could, so that way it would not negatively impact his GPA on his permanent high school transcript. I feel like we need to do better at that. With educating our students and educating the parents as well on why it is important that our kids understand the long-term effect of taking a high school credit class on a middle school level and a college credit class on a high school level. With that in mind, I have also gotten a chance to pay attention to some of my students who have graduated from high school and transferred to a college, four-year university, and had a very interesting, eye-opening experience of feeling like they were not fully prepared for college. And so we need to be more strategic and intentional with how we prepare our kids. Then also what I thought about was the fact that we talked about academic coordinators today, we talked about graduation coaches today, and then what we've also talked about is the evaluation process or the assessment process for holding school leaders, school site leaders accountable for the programs that are within their schools. I know that I asked this question quite a bit last year, and I'm still asking it today to our district administration, that we document compliance, that we make sure that principals are holding their staff accountable. And then that we are holding, that our district leadership is holding the principals accountable for making sure that there is a process in place and a documentation process in place to say that we have utilized all of the necessary arenas to be able to meet the needs of our students, and that we can say that, yes, this child sat through dual enrollment, yes, this, whatever the metrics are, that we have those things done, that we don't come to this meeting today and say we need to hold the principals accountable, that should be an ongoing process. And so I want us to keep that in mind. I also want to say thank you to including my alma mater in this process. I know that for a while we had dual enrollment and Southern University was not at the table. I am thankful that we are including our HBCUs in this process. Also, what I wanted to mention in regards to this is just that I do agree with my colleagues in the fact that we need to be offering these opportunities to kids. My question, though, is are we utilizing this as far as having college professors providing instruction? Is that the majority, that they're providing instruction through a virtual platform? Or are we empowering our teachers on our campuses to be able to get the dual enrollment certification so that way they can make additional funds and also be able to provide a comfortable environment for our students to be able to grow in the area of dual enrollment? Because that speaks volumes as well. Like, are our kids comfortable in the classes? And if they are not passing the LEAP, that is saying something very clear, that if you're passing a dual enrollment class and you can't read, how you passing the class? So I just, I want to make sure that we are understanding this fully.
Before Ms. O'Consey comes up, I want to just make it clear that we have not taken away access to any dual enrollment for any students in the parish. That access is there. My conversation with our board member Gaudet is that because this is such a sense of urgency, and I do believe in having provided access to those students who can take those dual enrollment courses, we felt strongly, because of the numbers that we saw, we need to monitor how those individual academic coordinators were spending their time because they directly report to principals. But this is a district initiative. And so that's why we restructured. Those individuals are still in the field. They still will be providing support to the schools, but we felt not to continue around the same path, but to restructure it to where we had more control over how those individuals were spending their time supporting kids. And just to address the concern around students taking dual enrollment courses and not passing the LEAP or not struggling with the LEAP, it's all academics. And at the end of the day, I have to give credit to where there were support structures in place at the school level to ensure that those kids were successful with the dual enrollment courses. So I just want to negate that to say that, you know, if the kid didn't pass the LEAP test, that the district didn't provide any support. Those support structures were in place to ensure that those kids who were successful in those courses. But to answer your question, we have Ms. Consley around how we're providing this service, whether it's in person, virtually. She can speak to that.
Good evening. I'm pinch hitting for Ms. Levatino, who could not be here tonight. But in a previous organizational chart, I managed the SCA funds and the dual enrollment MOUs. What you'll notice is that each of them is different because it depends on the parent university. Let's take LSU, for instance. You'll see it by school because what LSU does is the teacher becomes the student. The teacher goes to a course over the summer at LSU and becomes certified to teach the course. And there is, like for LSU, for Southeastern is another one. Southeastern provides a stipend to the teacher. So it is, as to Ms. Paolos's point, it's an opportunity for our teachers to get job-embedded professional development, to get some summer coursework under their belt, and to continue their growth plan. The Board of Regents does have a dual enrollment policy that you'll see referenced in our pupil progression. That's what we follow. It, to Ms. Paolos's point, gives the requirements of the teacher for certain courses. So where the university allows it and where we can do that, our first choice is to use our teacher. Now, certain courses, certain universities, Fran U with some of the medical courses and things of that nature, you have to rely on their expertise. But you'll see, that's why you'll see at LSU it's dependent on the school, because you'll see in those back pages it'll name the teachers who have been trained to do that. And the same thing with Southeastern. There's a stipend that they get each semester.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
You know, it kind of sounds like, throughout this whole conversation, it kind of sounds like we're building an airplane in mid-flight. And I've been on record saying this, and I'll go on record saying it again. What we need in EBR, from the day one that a kid enters school, there needs to be a blueprint of what we want that kid to look like 12 years later. We need to design, you can call it a student blueprint, a graduation blueprint, whatever you want to call it. But as a governing body, as a school board, we need to say this is what an EBR graduate will look like. From elementary, matriculates to middle, to high, and by the time they get to the point where they're ready for dual enrollment courses, Ms. Powell's son may be a middle school, somebody else's child may be a ninth grader. But they are on a track, they've been on a track their entire school time, their entire time in school, to become what we want them to become, what we all aspire for them to become. Some of these kids will be college graduates, some of them will not, but they will still reflect the values of this district that we're putting forth. Then we started from ground zero. And when that plane takes flight, it's a beautiful sight. We won't be arguing about, we won't be discussing how the kid, how they got there, how they didn't get there. So again, I agree with everything my colleagues have said up here. But let's start at ground zero and develop our young people, grade by grade, school by school. then we can sit here and be proud of the work that we are doing and the work that we've done with these young people, whether they're above the poverty line, below the poverty line, or sitting somewhere in between. Because and I agree with you, Darius, it is about education. In the United States of America, it has always been about education. So let's make sure that the young people that we're responsible for receive an equitable, fair, quality education. Thank you.
More than 2 minutes left, Coach.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Goddard.
Thank you. I agree with just about everything that's been said. I think you see that's why we've been pushing early childhood education and doing all those things. But I know we might be building an airplane, while it's flying, but that's the nature of the beast on some of this sometimes, because we can't stop the world for 2 years and design all this, because these kids are growing and they're doing their thing. So I understand the desire, but we don't live in utopia, and we got to do the best we can and drive as hard as we can. But I want to go back to something else, because I think this is one of the fundamental issues that I have through all of this. This is the kind of program that is successful. It is doing some of the good things, but it hasn't been fully embraced by our district. We got some principals out there that are not doing it and things like that. I fundamentally believe that if this is going to be part of our DNA, it's got to be fully part of our DNA, and that is not bringing it into the central office. It is keeping it out at the schools, where the schools have to run it, the schools have to own it, and the schools have to do all of the work. Because bringing it into the central office in 3 years from now, it will be gone. That's the way we've done everything here. We started a beautiful program that had a dual language enrollment, where it was Spanish and English, where they started off in a couple of pilot programs. I don't even think that program is still running now. It may be, I don't know, but it hasn't been spread anywhere because it wasn't embraced. We have so many programs that go out there, and I've always said it takes 3 to 5 years to get a program off the ground, because the first year you can have a third of the people embrace it and try to push it. The second year, you may have 2/3 of the people that are going to try to push it. By the third year, that last third, maybe you'll say, well, hell, it's not going away. I'm going to try to do it. And we just don't get there. And that's what's so frustrating. We have so many good things, and bringing it into, I know people sitting out in the office right now, I can point to them that say, we ought to get rid of the central office altogether. I don't agree with that. I think that's foolish. But bringing it into the central office is not an answer. And had I been aware of this, I'd have really spoken up much more forcefully in the budget process. But that is the kind of thinking that we can't have. We have to get this down to the school levels, where the schools are bought into it, the teachers are bought into it, and they recognize that this is what we're going to do. And this is the way we're going to do it, because it's good for the kids. And so I'm happy to vote for all this. And next year's budget, I'm going to really push to change all of that and get it back down to the school level, because this needs to be just as important as football, as basketball, as anything else. This needs to be run at the school level. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Lannis, okay? All right. Yes. Mm-hmm. Ms. Stewart.
Thank you. I don't want to repeat anything that my colleagues shared, but I do agree. But I just do want to ask that if we could formulate some type of uniformity with the district across with these programs as far as the marketing of it, I think that would promote it a little better, and the engagement piece would be more effective.
I agree, and that's one of the reasons why we put some parameters, guardrails on it, because even with the analogy with the football, the sports, you still have some oversight at the school level to ensure that it's trickling down at the school level. And so that's one of the reasons why we brought it in, because everybody was kind of doing their own thing.
Mike, I'm glad you said that about football and not me this time.
Also, I'll just share too, Coach was really describing there is a program out there that is called Profile of a Graduate. So that way, in the case that anyone wanted to do their own research, you could. There is a model out there that's called Profile of a Graduate. Thank you. All right. Considering that there are no additional board comments, we will now entertain a vote, and this is on the MOUs for dual enrollment.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 6, professional services contract, AVID Center. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and AVID Center in the amount of $77,233 to provide individual graduation planning support and professional learning opportunities, strategic alignment, student achievement, and employee development, funding source redesign. Is there a motion? All right, it has been moved by Mr. Lewis and seconded by Mr. Lannis. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney. Dr. Finney, once again? Okay.
Sorry, there's an audio delay down the hall. I didn't walk fast enough. My concern with this and the next item is that the backup is not very clear on where in the special fund book you would find the redesigned budget that this pertains to and how else that money is being spent. That lack of clarity on the budget is a long-standing issue that I would hope would get addressed soon. Other than that, I don't have any particular comments on this contract. Just that transparency is essential, and your job as a board is to ensure that the administration understands that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public at this time, I entered into the queue, but just so that we could make sure that we share with Dr. Finney that we will definitely work to make sure that the backup is updated accordingly. Mr. Lewis.
Who will provide these services? Will they be provided by someone face-to-face or software? Hey, Dr. Bethany. How you doing?
Okay, so the services will be both face-to-face and virtual.
Does virtual really, I mean, it is what it is, but what if a child doesn't have access, just hypothetically, I've got a child who really needs this, but I don't have access to internet in my home.
Okay.
Will it be provided at school?
So let me be just a little clear on it. This is professional services for the teachers.
For the teachers?
For the teachers, yes.
Okay, so I guess they would have access to it.
Yes. And so it is both virtual and in person.
I understood it as being services provided to the students. My bad.
It's for the teachers.
Thank you.
And Dr. Bethany, while you're here, can you just give a brief explanation what is redesign? Is the competitive side of
Okay, so redesign is a part of the Super App. It's a competitive grant that we had to apply for in January. And redesign is basically for our comprehensive and our urgent intervention schools. So the funding is in the backup documentation, but it's under the special revenue under Super App, where you find Title I. you'll see the redesigned budget is in that document.
Thank you, Dr. Beth.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board at this time, we will now entertain a vote on item 6, professional services contract, AVID Center.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 7, professional services contract, National Institute for Excellence in Teaching, NIET. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the National Institute for Excellence in Teaching, NIET, in the amount of $419,250 for support and professional development on school improvement best practices, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, redesign. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Ballou and seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board at this time. I'm entering into the queue. I just have a question. My question, Mr. Smith, are we required by the state to utilize NIET in our programming? And then also, is this the same program where I know that certain districts are using with providing master and mentor teachers within their schools?
Both answers is yes. NIT is required for those schools that are comprehensive need assessment and UR, and there are 2 vendors, as I can appreciate, that's on the state list, and the district, we have elected to use this particular vendor. Again, the funding can only be used for those 2 vendors that are on the state's vendors list.
Okay, my next question was going to be in regards to whether or not we had kind of provided this or brought this towards our teacher panels, but what you're stating is that this is for our most low-performing schools, so then that would not go before the teacher advisory panel, correct?
Yes, because there's a mandate from the state, and it's only natural that we use this particular vendor because this particular vendor also, as we move into our evaluation rubric, is the same vendor for our teacher and administrator evaluation rubric that the state is moving to.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further comments from the board. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, Superintendent Smith, this is a question I have. Do we have a professional development team within central office, correct?
We do.
I'm curious, how is this aligned with our current professional development team if we are outsourcing or we're going somewhere else and asking them to come in and do the work also? Just curious.
It's not necessarily that we're outsourcing. What the state has decided for those schools who are low performing, what do you call it, CIR, UR, that districts must use one of 2 vendors that are on their list.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's a requirement from the state.
Thank you. And that's information for me because I didn't know. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further board comment, we will now turn to comments from the public. Okay. Seeing none at this time, we will return to comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 8, RFP selection, OLOL Healthcare Centers in Schools Incorporated. Consideration of a request to accept the recommendation of the RFP committee and to authorize the superintendent and staff to execute the contract with OLOL Healthcare Centers in Schools Incorporated to supply a qualified physician to provide medical oversight for the school nursing program. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Ms. Stewart and seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board at this time? Okay. Seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Cherie Smith. All right, once again, calling for Ms. Sharice Smith. All right, not seeing Ms. Cherie Smith. Mr. Stewart, and you're speaking to this item, correct? Okay. Y'all, his card is blank. He didn't write anything but his name. Don't forget, Mr. Stewart.
Madam President and the remainder of the board, good evening again. Related to introducing these topics and any topic that the board is discussing, we would appreciate if you would share with us what your acronyms mean. I will begin with myself and probably just about everyone else in the audience and the listening audience in its entirety. We have absolute no clue what RFP is. Thank you.
Mr. Shamlin, before we move forward, will you please tell us what RFP stands for and OLOL?
It's okay, and not everybody understands, so we use a lot of acronyms. It's a request for proposals, and I believe this is a recommendation for the board to accept the recommendation of the committee who reviewed those requests, and they're making a recommendation for your approval.
Point of information, can you also explain what an RFQ is also?
It's a request for quotes and qualifications.
Thank you.
That's a request for quotes and qualifications.
So RFP, request for proposals. RFQ, request for quotes and qualifications. Okay. And OLOL, Our Lady of the Lake Regional Medical Center. Oh, and PD is professional development. Okay.
And I mentioned use some acronyms as well.
Okay. So, Mr. Smith, would you like to?
And I apologize, on the last item, I used some acronyms as well. CIR, which is Comprehensive Intervention Required, and UIR, which is Urgent Intervention Required. So.
One more, EBR, East Baton Rouge. Want to let them know?
Okay, Mr. Landis, you're going to have to talk to Mr. Stewart when you leave here today. Okay, so, Ms. Smith, Ms. Cherie Smith, once again. Okay. All right. The next would be Ms. Trinetta Williams. Okay, all right. Okay, seeing no further comments from the public at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Smith, I see that you've entered into the queue. All right, so he waives. Any other board members with any comments at this time? Seeing none, we will entertain a vote, and this is on request for proposal selection of OLOL Healthcare Centers and Schools Incorporated.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 9, contract renewal, Baton Rouge Speech and Hearing Foundation, doing business as the Emerge Center Incorporated. Consideration of a request for the approval to renew a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Baton Rouge Speech and Hearing Foundation, DBA, doing business as the Emerge Center Incorporated, in an amount not to exceed $250,000 to provide speech, language, and occupational therapy. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Russ. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Gode. Comments from the board at this time. Ms. Stewart.
Thank you. I just wanted to inquiry, because I recall the last time we had a discussion about the Emerge School, it was brought to my attention when they initially came about that the funding source was supposed to eventually be shifted back to the school. And at that time, I requested some information on a plan of how that was supposed to take place. In agreement of us continuing the funding, how is the funding plan going to be transferred so that we can be released from this obligation? Because I was told this wasn't the original plan to continue year after year.
Okay, okay, thank you. We see that the team is here from the Emerge Center. If you guys will come forward.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Stewart. I'm Deanna Whittle. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Emerge Center. First of all, a plan as far as shifting that cost back to the school, I'm not aware of a plan, okay? We provide a service from the Emerge Center to the Emerge School, just like any other third-party vendor. So therefore, you would have to pay a company to come in and provide OT services, speech services for the children. So we provide that from a building that's right next door to the school.
Yes, I'm understanding of that, and I'm aware, but can you speak to the fact that the initial cost that I'm referencing, the up to $250,000, that initially that cost was supposed to be something that, we assisted in and not,
Well, when you assist if you are providing to the other EBR schools, you have to provide, a third-party vendor comes in and provides physical therapy, they provide OT services and speech therapists, and you have to pay them at a rate comparable to what you pay Emerge.
No, I understand that, but we were talking about the number of students, and all of that discussion came about as far as, because I think it's up into third grade, and it's under 50 students, I know.
Yeah, we have 48 children.
Exactly,
and
yeah.
these children that we have are in a very structured environment, and they have extreme needs. Most of our children have one-on-one therapy with them. Our classroom sizes are small. There's 8 children per class. Our children need a lot of structure, a lot of support, more so than your average child would need.
No, I agree that the work as being done is needed, and it's good work, but I do recall the request of asking about that funding, and so from what we're discussing now, nothing has been done on that.
Okay, so when we renegotiated our charter last year, we put into the charter that the services would be provided by the Emerge Center. So it was never a situation where we took dollars and said, we will take those dollars over from a professional services standpoint. We just worked into our charter an exclusive use with the Emerge Center to provide those services, mostly because the students, and I don't know if you know autistic students, but as students, part of the students with autism need the same structure. Change is really hard for them. So part of this situation is that the therapist would be the same therapist on a day in and day out basis. And we worked that into the charter when we renewed our charter. So we're not quite understanding your question, because I don't think the premise was ever that those dollars would not be a professional service contract.
And let me share one other thing. I just brought some statistics to you as far as we've never reached that ceiling of $250,000. In 2020, it was $200,000. 2023 to 24 school year was $224,000. One year it was $208,000. So it's not like we serve the child on what the child needs. So it's not like we are trying to get in there and get a whole
I understand that,
$250,000.
but if one of my previous board members can recollect, the past Mr. Gode or Mr. Lannis, I I can recall that there was some discussion about when this actually initiated about the $250,000 and the cost about it solely all coming from EBR, but that's not what the original plan. Do you recall any of that, Mr. Shamlin?
So that was pre my time on the board.
Okay. And that's why I asked the other gentleman.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I think the premise is that the EBR school system wouldn't be paying for these services otherwise. If the Emerge Center wasn't providing the services under the IEP would still be required to be provided. Therefore, EBR would still be paying for them. They're just designating the Emerge Center as the structure within which to provide those services to the Emerge school. It's not a difference in dollars. The EBR school system would be responsible for paying those services, regardless if it's to Emerge or to some other third-party vendor. We're just a third-party vendor.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
And it was just some questions around that because I remember the whole conversation being connected with South Downs and some of the other resources as it relates to the service that you're providing. But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Russ, if you don't mind, if Mr. Golday can skip you in the lineup just to kind of provide an additional context to what Ms. Stewart is mentioning, if that's okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Russ. I think some of the confusion comes around when Emerge first started. They were different than all of the other schools. At all of the other charter schools and at all of our schools, we have physical therapists and occupational therapists that are provided by a third party, and our speech therapists are internal employees. But those are provided to the schools, okay? Now, if we weren't doing this arrangement, we would still have to provide those services using that third-party physical therapist and occupational therapist and our own internal speech therapist to the school. So this is, and that was a different setup than we had ever had before, because before that, we insisted that we would provide all of the services. So this was a break in that situation where we didn't provide all the services. And then there was a little bit of discussion, and I don't know where it stands now at all, about the difference in their rate versus the difference in our rate. But since that time, we went to a third-party provider, and I don't think there's much difference in the rates. So this is $250,000 as a cap, but we would still be spending that money. Either we pay it to the Emerge Center for providing the services, or we pay it to our other third-party person to provide the services. So the image that this is an extra $250,000 is the wrong image.
The image wasn't extra. It was just to get a basic understanding from the previous discussion.
And so the whole thing is they provide the services themselves because they have a unique program, and they couldn't have other people coming in and be able to maintain their program. And the key with their program that everyone needs to recognize is their goal is to mainstream students and to bring them back to EBR, so that after that third grade, they come back to our schools. It's not that they're trying to get there and they're going to keep these kids forever or anything else. Their whole goal is to allow them to re-enter into the normal school system. So, I don't know how some of this gets balled up, but I think some of it got balled up because, we worked a lot with Des Moines Rutledge when this thing first got started, and there was a lot of confusion, and we had never let a school do their own thing. And so that's where all of this started, and that kind of ghost keeps coming up every now and then that we have that. But I don't view this as anything but instead of using our other third party, and I can't remember their name, it's Miss Green that runs it, but our other third party occupational and physical therapists, they're using a different third party themselves. And so that's all this really is. Any monetary differences are minimal. Does that explain it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Russ.
And it's in my district, and I'm proud of them.
Thank you. I would like to chime in with some further context for what this conversation is stemming from. To be clear, the Emerge School specifically caters to children with autism diagnoses and does it better than anybody can in a special education setting, does a much better job than we can in some of our environments. And you also work to help reintegrate those students back into our school system. As part of that, they have a lot of other needs that you have to bring in and support for, right? OT, physical therapy, speech therapy, all those different things. All of these burdens would be the burden of the school system if the Emerge Center didn't take these 48 students that you currently have, right? So let's go back a year and a half when the previous administration recommended closing this school. Tried to play gotcha and say, we didn't need the Emerge Center. And in fact, I sat in a meeting where they said, we don't need this school, we can do great at South Downs, and they just need to get shut down. And there was an idea, a PRESAP put forth that this $250,000, after we didn't close that school, because your board didn't allow that this $250,000 was some kind of gimme that was put forth by extra administrations because you had a fundraising shortage, which is not the actual situation, and confuse your entire board. To this day, we're still asking, why are we still paying this $250,000? Because an administration misled their board and the public about what this was. So I want to be clear about that's what we're talking about, and that's how South Downs plays into this, and that's how all that misconception plays in when you're providing services to students that EBR would be providing if you were not through another vendor. That's what this is.
And also, I do need to say that South Downs does not provide kindergarten through third grade. They are
Right,
preschool
and
facility.
we're not here to beat up South Downs.
No, we
I don't
work
think
with
you
South
are.
Downs.
Yeah.
No,
Right.
we respect South Downs. We work with them closely because the children leave that preschool setting and several of them come to us. So, you know, we take those children, we work with that team. So they're a great team. So we're different than South Downs is.
I appreciate that, and I just wanted to put that forth as facts in this conversation about things that were said and why we are where we are, and still a year and a half later confused about what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. I have entered into the queue as well. Thank you to the Emerge Center for coming out. Also, I just want to say what I've been saying for quite some time: school visits, school visits, school visits, school visits. And then also conversation. There's power in conversation as well. I do remember, Ms. Stewart, what you're referring to when we did ask them to come up with a plan for how to maintain or how to eventually reduce the funding that is sent or that is provided for them. I also want to say too, though, that it is very possible that Ms. Deanna, I want to call you by your last name, Ms. Whittle, that I got a chance to meet Ms. Whittle. I actually went out to their school and saw the center and saw the work that they provide. And I questioned if Ms. Whittle knew that we had asked for a plan. And so that's the other part. I do agree with Mr. Russ in the fact that we were told that we offer the same services, and I mentioned this to you, Ms. Whittle, that we offer the same services at South Downs as what is offered at the Emerge Center. I did also talk to Ms. Scott, who's at the South Downs Center, who confirmed that they do not fully offer the same services that the Emerge Centers offer. As I got a chance to participate or to attend or visit with the Emerge Center, I got a chance to see the therapeutic services that are offered. It was confirmed that they work to transition, just as my other colleagues have mentioned, to transition students and families from just needing hands-on services continually. One of the reminders that I have is they mentioned that when their students come to them, they don't know how to get on a bus, and how they have to be intentional with teaching students how to get on a bus. That's a part of those therapeutic services as well. And so with all of that in mind, I just wanted us to process all of this, that there were misconceptions, and I hope that we are able to address those misconceptions tonight with the level of conversation that we've had. So thank you. Mr. Lanas.
Thank you, Madam President. First, let me say I thoroughly appreciate the work that happens at the Emerge Center. I think our entire community, as well as our board, does also. I just wanted to add another layer of context to the conversation as to how we got to this space. When the original contract with the Emerge Center and the board was created, it was understood under that agreement that at some point the Emerge Center was going to raise a significant amount of money so that those services are covered under them. However, it did come up short, and East Baton Rouge Parish School System agreed to foot the bill. Last year, what we heard was, well, when is that ever going to happen where you all are raising the money? And if it is a reduction in costs, that at some point you have to put some skin in the game, basically, or the money that you are raising, let us know that you are putting up a concerted effort to do so. Because under this particular contract, we don't do that with any other school that we contract with. And it gave an unfair approach that if you do it for this school, why you're doing it for other schools that you're contracting with. That was the situation what happened. It was not a gotcha moment or anything like that. It stated back to the original contract. And that has been something, as we talked about before, Mr. Gaudet, we never truly look at the performance of contracts that come through our system. And because of that, you enter into more contracts for duplicated services or things that we don't know what's actually going on. You have services that are not actually being rendered, not saying that that's the Emerge Center. It just so happened that when you have these types of conversations and you start talking about contracts and agreements, the Emerge Center got caught up in it.
Yeah. And I do want to share, though, our school, because of the structure and what the children need, we do fundraise to meet our budget to a tune of over $300,000. We have some very generous donors who support the school. So the MFP that is provided through EBR does not satisfy the cost of taking care of the children. And our mission is to keep this school open. So we'll continue to fundraise that extra $300,000 to keep the school open.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's not something we'll ever come back here and ask the board for.
And we can appreciate that,
Yeah.
right? And that's what I mean by, that's what a conversation or the crux of the conversation
But
started
I
was
think it's important that you guys understand that is something on top of this professional service agreement is one thing, but we go and we fundraise $350,000 a year just so we can provide for these little ones.
Right. And let's be very clear. We don't do everything right inside of our system. So some work we have to outsource. Some things we have to pay and make sure that our kids are covered. As you said before, at South Downs, we don't offer those types of services, so we would have to do it anyway. And I would prefer that we move it through Emerge. And I think at that time you heard some noise that was coming out too. So it also put a bender in a lot of our board members' ears. But I say all this to say that you are supported. And I just want to give context to as we got to that conversation from last year. Nobody wants to see the Emerge Center close. I certainly don't. And we appreciate everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So Ms. Stewart.
I just wanted to follow up because that was what I was referring to get an understanding to. And so when it's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you, Mr. Landis. Thank you. I mean, that's what I just wanted to get an understanding
I
from.
know exactly where those comments came from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we now move to our comments from the public at this time. Ms. Trinetta Williams. I like that jacket, Ms. Williams.
I do too. That's what I wore today. Good afternoon or good evening. My name's Trinetta Williams. My son, I live in District 1, but my son attends La Belle Aire in Ms. Stewart's district, and he has autism, cerebral palsy, and speech language delay. We were diagnosed later. He didn't get early diagnosis where we were able to attend the Emerge Center. He did attend South Downs, and he gets speech therapy and occupational therapy there, and we do outpatient. After South Downs, we went to a traditional school. We get third-party providers at La Belle Aire, but in the memo and the new contract agreement, it states that it's asking for higher rates, but eliminating special education. So I'm wondering why, when they're servicing less children than our third party that provide services for more children in our district, and most of the time they're servicing more than one school, so they have a multitude of children. And I want to make sure that the therapists that are working with students like my son are getting comparable pay. And that's all.
Thank you. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. Many of my concerns were addressed by Ms. Stewart's question that her colleagues helped answer. My issue is that she shouldn't have had to ask for clarity. For at least 3 years, this board has tolerated inadequate documentation from the administration on essentially every single agenda item, and you need to put an end to that. There could have been a demand that this be very clearly explained in the backup material, and then you would only need to ask a few clarifying questions. I also remember the premise when the charter was first approved that there's plenty of philanthropic support, and so they could do an expensive model for just the MFP. Clearly that has turned out to be false. Whether the school is justified anyway is a matter that people could have different opinions on. Many of you support it fully, I understand that. If I were to support a charter school, that would be among the few that I would consider worth support. Furthermore, in the backup, it addresses that this money is coming from the general fund. It doesn't say whether there's an expectation of any sort of federal or state reimbursement, or if this is strictly from local funds. I could guess. My point is, we shouldn't have to guess. 2 more points with respect to the charter school that is the beneficiary of this contract. It should not have been allowed to operate for a year under the charter renewal without having signed a contract, and I'm not sure that contract satisfies the restrictions that the board attempted to put on the renewal, because part of the issue with the renewal is if they don't have kids in tested grades, you don't have a way of evaluating whether they're doing a better job than we could do at a democratically controlled as opposed to privately operated school. Perhaps they are doing a better job, perhaps not, and I sure hope when it's time to renew, that has been established and there's enough data to make a clear decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Mr. Bilbrew. After Mr. Bilbrew, we will hear from Ms. Smith, and then we will hear from Ms. Matthews. Okay, all right, so Ms. Smith.
Thank you for hearing my comments. I too have a child in special education. I think that the Emerge Center is doing great work, but there are children all across this district who are not able to attend the Emerge Center that need $250,000. I know me myself when I sit in IEP meetings and ask for simple things like, can I get some, my daughter needs support with phonemic awareness. Oh, we only have one person in the school that can help with this. So I echo the sentiments of Ms. Williams when she says she wants to make sure that her child is getting, we talk about equity and we talk about making sure that there's fairness spread across the district. However, with this charter, it is not. And when Mr. Russ said the burden would be on the district, you know, a lot of people see these children's exceptionalities as a burden. They are not a burden. They are an opportunity for us to give these children the same opportunity and equitable, the money, the time, and the resources, equal time, money, and resources. And it's clear that that's not happening, especially with this Emerge Center. Additionally, I heard them say that those children are transitioned back into the district. Where are the numbers on that? You guys talk a lot about what happens, but there's not a lot of data that supports that. We come up here and say a lot of things subjectively, but there is nothing that definitively that gives us data and numbers where these kids transitioning back to, because we said we don't have the resources to support them in the beginning, but then we're going to send them back into the district. That's very contradictory. So I'm not saying that these people shouldn't get this money, but what I am saying is those students shouldn't get this money. But what I am saying is you need to have that same spread that equity across the board for all of the kids in East Baton Rouge Parish. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews.
I was asked to ask, what is Emerge doing with the money that they receive from private insurance or Medicaid for the services they are providing for these children?
Good question. Good question.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Bilbrew has decided not to comment, is this correct? Okay, okay. Thank you. Let me make sure I take that out. So, okay. Okay. All right. So I have entered into the queue. Thank you to everyone who has shared their public comment. My question is, and I have a series of questions. The first one is, Mr. Smith, do we know how much of a salary we provide for our therapeutic providers? And then I want to ask the same question to the Emerge Center of what is the average salary of their therapists as well? So that's my first question.
That's something I don't have off the top of my head, but definitely we can get that information to you. And as first choice therapy services with Ms. Green is what we're using.
Okay.
We have an agreement with First Choice, and it's so much per hour.
Yeah.
Okay, very similar to like our other contracts or what have you. Okay.
They can hear you, Mike.
I said the First Choice occupational and physical therapist, the only reason I know because I helped negotiate the contract back when, they are paid so much an hour. What they pay their therapist and what their benefits are and things like that, that's solely their responsibility. The speech therapists are our employees that we use in the district, and they're on the salary schedule. You can look up the salary schedule.
Okay. Thank
See
you.
what that is.
So I think that might be something moving forward, just as Ms. Williams mentioned, is our team or those that service our district schools, are they paid on a comparable salary schedule as well? So that may be something that we can work towards, Mr. Smith, of being able to look at what those different salary schedules are like, to make sure that even with First Choice, is that what we said? That First Choice is receiving a similar amount of money to be able to support their employees as well. The other is, I wanted to ask Emerge, because I don't think that I've asked this question before. Is transportation provided to the Emerge Center for students?
We don't provide busing. We don't have busing, but there are some children, because of a special need that they may have with transportation, we have provided vans, the special needs in the past.
Okay,
this
and so
school year,
this-
we have not had any children or parents that have requested that.
Okay.
So we work with each family. If that is a burden and they need that, we have provided that in the past.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And at the same time, Mr. Smith, is bus transportation provided to South Downs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I wanted to make sure I asked that. And then the other is, this is not a question, but still just kind of thinking about some of the other agenda items that we've addressed tonight. It's clear that we have not done our best as a district with compliance and documentation. When we think of people in other arenas, there are certain boxes that have to be checked on a routine basis. There are also not only certain boxes that are checked, but then there are certain supervisors who show up on random occasions as well to make sure that there are compliance measures put in place. And so just with what we've just kind of talked about here, even when Ms. Smith spoke, Ms. Williams spoke as well, making sure that we are providing the most high quality service to our schools, as well as making sure that we are providing high quality service, or that we are expecting high quality service from the charters that are our approved charters as well. And so we have to become more intentional with that. And I'm saying it on the mic for a reason, so that way we can go back to these conversations and it not be like Ms. Stewart said a year ago, and we come and we're having a conversation now, but that we allow that to be a part of our task that we work towards, so that way next year when we come back here, we're all on the same page, we've all had the right communication, and we have done something about the questions that we have. So thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, President Powell-Lewis. On your last point, I agree, and I think that in this, as in a number of areas, I've seen that we've had a challenge with follow-up when the board raises an issue, and I would hope that we can spend some time over the next month or two working with our staff to figure out how we can have more consistent kind of documentation of the follow-up, so we're not relying on just the memories of whoever happened to be here at the time. So I think that's very important for us, not just on this particular issue, but on a whole lot of issues that we deal with. Many times we've all had conversations, well, what did they promise Capitol High? What did they promise whoever, right? And we don't have that documented very well without actually going back and watching the confusing, at times confusing tape. So I agree with you, President Powell-Lewis. I think regarding the Merge Center, my colleague, Mr. Gode, makes the point, these are services that the district has an obligation to provide to these kids. And which is certainly true. I think the question that Ms. Smith raises is, are we providing better services to the kids at this school than we're providing to the kids at South Downs or what have you, right? And it's you know, we all work very hard to measure the absolute quality of these services. But as a proxy for that, I think we can ask some questions that President Powell-Lewis was getting at with the questions about the salary, about the level of funding that we're providing. So my question would be slightly different than the salaries is, on a per student served basis, how much are we spending in the Emerge contract, right? What's that come out to per student served? Or how, whatever the right measurement is, student hours of service provided or whatever it is, versus for kids at South Downs or any of our other schools who need similar services and we're paying, Mr. Gode said, first choice occupational and physical therapist, how much are we spending in that same unit of measurement per student, per hour of student service, or what if it is. And so I'd like to ask the staff to come back, if possible, next month and give us a report, a written report on that, so that we could see that comparison and we could really explore firsthand Ms. question about equity in this funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yes, and thank you for all the comments, and I think Mr. Martin's idea is a good idea. I would say, though, as that report is compared, make sure it's compared in coordination with the Emerge Center, because that's where a lot of the disconnect happens, where their definition of something and our definition of something can be different, and you get a lot of things going. But I think an important question was asked, and I think I know the answer, but I want to give you a chance to answer that. On the Medicare and Medicaid, I guess it's mainly important, on the children who are eligible for that, how is the reimbursement from the government handled?
You guys are billing Medicaid.
Okay.
So you bill, what happens is we submit each month how many hours, and I think the other vendor does too. And you take that and it goes to Kelly Lopez's office, and from there, the team here bills Medicaid.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to hear you say it to make sure it was right. So
We're not billing for that.
I think that about, if my memory serves me correct, Mr. Shamlin, I think about 70% of the money that is paid off for these services ends up, even though it's a year later, but ends up getting reimbursed by Medicare or Medicaid.
I believe that's Ms. Lopez's quote, and it is about an annual. We lag back a year.
Right, but it's about 70%. So we're talking about $250,000. 70% of that comes back from the federal government. So it's a much less. And you know, when you're dealing with these kids, you can't really look at it per kid, because each IEP is different, and the requirements for each kid is different. So you really have to look at the number of hours served. And I don't know what your hourly rate for your employees are. It depends on experience and all that sort of stuff.
But I think the bigger question is what the third-party vendors being reimbursed. And from what I understand, our rate is supposed to be the same as whatever vendor that you're paying.
I think that's in.
And I don't know
That's in.
what that
I think
rate
it's like
is.
$85 an hour. something like that?
Ours is not $85 an hour. We want to talk about that one? Ours is not 85.
No, I believe the contract that we have with the occupational therapists and physical therapists is something like $80 to $85 an hour. $85 an hour is what we pay the third-party services.
Ours is 70.
Theirs is 70, so, you know, take that for what it is.
I'll pull the contract numbers for you.
But I'm pretty sure it's 85. It's either 80 or 85.
Please, Mr. Chairman,
I know they
please
started
pull the
off.
numbers.
I know they started off on 120, and then we got to 80 or 85.
One of the things I do want to say, if I have a minute, is that we do care about the children in our community. And whether we see these children or someone else does, I agree with the moms that are here. These children need the best. Yeah. And it's up to us to make sure as a community it's provided. It's provided in every school. And this is something I feel very strongly about. Granted, I wish our school was 10 times the size that it is. And it's not going to be. We hope to, at one point, double it. But as I spoke with the previous superintendent, it was like, what can we do as a school system to help these children, the children that are in all of our schools? It doesn't matter that I work in a charter school. It's all the children within EBR. You know, help these parents, help these children be successful and not get labeled. And because there are things that they can do. They can do a lot. They can be successful. And yes, I'm a cheerleader for all of them, whether they're in our school or in another school. But just as a community, if we can do our best to help these children be successful and help these families, that's our goal.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Excuse me. Some years ago, I was handed a book by one of my principals, and the title of that book was Data-Driven Education. Everything we do in education is driven by data. So what I'm going to ask you to do, you mentioned children transitioning back into EBR. I'm not going to wait on you to send that data to someone else and then they send it to me, because like Ms. Stewart, I may never get it. So I'm going to ask you to capture that data of how many children have transitioned into EBR and how many of those kids, for whatever reason, may have transitioned back to you if they don't do that. Okay, fine, good.
But we do have numbers that
Okay.
show
Okay.
I can say, just to make a point, in the previous administration, we as an Emerge Center attempted to set up a program to integrate the kids into school. We were going to bring our kids and our therapists to the public schools to help integrate them into whatever school the parent was choosing to put them into. And we offered to facilitate that process so that you would have this data. But what happened is the administration shut us down from that standpoint and said, we don't want you coming in our schools, because we went in and we said, wait, this is what you're doing with these kids. And we were, our principal and our teachers were upset with it, and so it got shut down.
Okay.
So we're going to give you the data, and we'd love to do that.
Okay. You can find my email address. Send it to clewis5. I want to put my eyes on it. I don't want someone else to get it and then send it to me. I want it for myself. Just whatever, it's board members, me, I just want the data, okay? The young lady who came up and talked about equity, Ms. Smith talked about equity. I spoke about equity just not so long ago. All these children that we're discussing, whether they're autistic or not, are all of God's gifts to us. They're just as important as the kid that can run a 10 flat 100. So we're going to take care of them. We're going to educate them. We're going to treat them. I mean, we had to pass American Disability Act in this country just so young people like this would have a fair chance. So we're going to take care of these kids. We're going to take care of their parents. if it's the last thing I have to do while I sit up here, however long that may be, I want to know that these children and their families are taken care of. Send it to C. Lewis 5. And if you have any EBR principals out there, you can send it to C. Lewis 5 too, if you have data concerning how your kids with autism are treated and what transition, what kind of tracks they're on. Thank you.
Okay, so Coach Lewis says send it to C. Lewis 5. I think there are going to be a bunch of us who want the information, so it's more like board members at ebrschools.org. Thank you.
They know what to say.
They may not be able to access that group.
Okay.
Internal group.
So look, you can send it to C. Lewis 5.
We'll send it all up.
Thank you once again. Okay, so Mr. Lannis.
Thank you. Sound like a boy band group. C. Lewis 5. No, but seriously. The question, not even a question, I think this leads to a bigger conversation, a larger conversation. And what I would ask for in hearing everything we heard tonight, especially about equity, so thank you for that comment. What are we not doing inside of our schools that the Emerge Center is currently offering to families? Because the Emerge Center exists because we don't offer something, which has caused too many inequities across our community. And if you know anything about students with exceptionalities, disabilities, they need more than what we offer, what current school districts offer. So what I would ask for is, can we survey schools that are serving kids with disabilities across our district? And can we also survey the parents so that we get a first-hand account of what's happening, what are the needs, and what are the concerns? What I don't want it to happen, though, is that we get caught up in money. That's always a situation that comes up is money, money, money. We have over $100 million in our reserves, and that's what that money's for. It's to better serve the people and students and employees that work inside of our system. So that is something that I will place at your feet, Superintendent Smith, is if you could, let's formulate a survey, an anonymous survey, by the way, because I don't want anybody to feel like they are going to be threatened by answering honestly about the concerns and needs of students that have disabilities across our system. But let's get a first-hand account, and then let's circulate it amongst our board so that the next conversation can be, how do we fix that inside of our system, and how do we work better with schools like the Emerge Center?
Well, I will say thank you, and I appreciate that, Mr. Lannis. We currently service maybe about 400 students with the exceptionality of autism across the district. And it's really contingent upon what's in that child's IEP. I was one of the original staff members in the district I think the superintendent was Mr. Drake at the time, who sat on the committee and who brought forth a recommendation to the superintendent to present to the board to allow the merge contract to come forward. It was about offering parents a choice. And so merge is here, and I've worked with Ms. Whittle over a few years, and I think we've had a great working relationship. It was staff who brought this particular contract forth, and you and I, we talked, and we said, well, we want to bring it forth in June, and then it got pushed back. And so I just want the public to know that the staff, we fully support the merge concept and what they're doing for students with disabilities, especially around autism. And so, but we can look at bringing that information. But I want the district to know that we do service around 400 kids across the district with autism from pre-K to 12.
All at the president.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Shamlin.
Just a correction earlier, Mr. Gode, is $75 per hour. Yes, sir. Yeah, I was able to put the contract. Yes, sir.
You all.
Okay, so for those who could not hear, Mr. Shamlin confirmed, if you will just state once again.
Yes, the contractual rate with First Choice Therapy is $75 per hour.
So that's for the therapists that are operating in our district schools. And then, Ms. Whittle, you mentioned that your therapist average.
Our OTs are at 70 and our speech therapists are at 72.
Okay, so Ms. Whittle, please tell us what OT is.
I'm sorry, occupational therapy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments at this time, we will now entertain a vote, and this is on This is on contract renewal, Baton Rouge Speech and Hearing Foundation doing business as the Emerge Center Incorporated.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 10, 2024-2025 Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook and Discipline Policy. Consideration of a request for approval of the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook and Discipline Policy for the 2024-2025 school year for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System with noted changes. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board at this time. Mr. Russ.
I'm going to try to pull it up real quick, but I had a question for council in regards to I know that we've made some adjustments this year in regards to cell phone policies, and that's a major change. As I was reading through that, I guess there is a specific section where it talks about a student is not permitted to have a cell phone, but if they do, it has to be off. And then it relates more, and then it continues talking about usage. The same thing applies on a bus. So one, I'm confused about how we're going to disallow something, but then also allow it with some kind of condition. Two, I'm concerned that setting a precedent that we have to enforce a policy on a bus for students to have a cell phone off and stowed away when a bus driver's job. You know, two things: they have to get the bus, pick up the students, run the route, and also maintain the safe environment in their bus. And now they're also supposed to make sure that they're following a cell phone policy. So I think we need to have a conversation around that, but I think, Mr. Shamlin, if you can at least explain the legal aspect of this.
And actually, counsel is here tonight, if you can grab them, because they actually pulled this from the new act. It's actually statutory based. Coming in now? Actually, that's the other counsel.
Counsel, come on down.
Not that counsel, the other counsel. But I will say this, Mr. Russ, while we're waiting on them. Much of what was enacted in the law, the district has always enforced as its own internal policy. So the fact that students could possess cell phones but not utilize them, that to be stored, if they took them out and they activated them, then there could be some disciplinary action. That's always been the policy of the district, or at least the implementation policy of the district is now enacted in law and in the handbook. So I want to say that, but I'm going to let Dr. Penn speak, and if counsel's here to kind of back her up, they can talk about the act, the law that it arises from.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Penn. I helped work with this, and he's right, it's Act 313. So the language that you see is basically we lifted it straight from the law. So in that, yes, students can have the device, but it does need to be stowed away because the law states it can't be on that person, but it can be in their bag and it needs to be turned off. So what we have been doing is sending out information to parents so that parents know that students will need to have those devices turned off on the bus as well as when they go into the schools.
So I guess my question around this, first off, in the state law, does it also require the phone to be turned off or not in use on a school bus?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then I guess this is a conversation for our legislators, but I'm struggling to see the reasoning behind why we would be requiring that of our students. It's impossible to enforce, puts a burden on our bus drivers. Furthermore, I've heard so many stories last year, the first 2 weeks of school, where if students didn't have their cell phone and it wasn't on, then Lord knows where they would have ended up. And so I think we got a problem here with that, but it's something that we do have to follow state law. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move forward, you all, and I'm going to use a phrase that I used to hear in high school in regards to undercurrent. Okay, so I know that, yes, I know that we have a tendency to chat about the items, but we must keep our voices down. That's part of the reason why some of us cannot hear what is going on. So if you will, please refrain from talking and especially at your normal voice. Let's use our inside voices. Thank you, Coach. All right, Mr. Lannis.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. While we're on the topic of Rules and Responsibilities Handbook, in essence to the conversation that's had right now around the cell phone policy, I have a fear in that is that we could have an abundance of students being put out of school for simply possessing a cell phone. And I'm talking about expulsion, suspension. To me, that's a problem because the reason why you suspend or expel a child is because they have created some level of threat or some level of disconnect with the school environment that is just so disruptive that they have to be removed from the environment. And if you're telling me a cell phone is enough to do that, that's going to be an issue or a problem. And what I would also ask is that while we are looking at the handbook, I would also like to know the ramifications of what happens if a child does this. Because we have seen expulsions come before us for 2 years for something that is not even egregious enough, in my viewpoint, to put a kid out of school for 2 years. And we imagine how this hurts our data, how it hurts our stats, and also how it affects the child who's no longer learning inside of a conducive place of learning. Let me just say that. So I know I'm placing a lot at your heel tonight, Superintendent Smith, but these are a lot of important conversations that we've seen happen over years, but the conversation just has never taken place. So tonight, I just want to use this as a way to uplift that conversation and saying, I definitely want to see the way that we are, at least look at the process in which we are expelling and suspending and expelling kids, and how do we remedy that to ensure that they're getting a proper education. Because them sitting at home for something like a cell phone, it's just, to me, it's not conducive. I get we have to make something and do something around it because it has become an issue, but we have to ask ourselves, is that something that we expel a kid for? So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly with my colleague, Mr. Lannis. I think throughout our existing student handbook, this is not about the changes we're enacting tonight, but I think there are too many offenses where the mandatory penalty is expulsion. Some of those are required by state law. We'll have to take that up with our legislators. But I think it's particularly risky with the cell phones because it is something that has many innocent uses. Certainly, it can be used inappropriately by students to cheat, to disrupt, to make threats on social media. We've all, Mr. Lannis, I believe last year you had offered a policy on cell phone usage, and I thought we need a little bit more study at the time, but agree with the sentiment that we've got to come to grips with it. It is not that the use of cell phones in schools is not problematic. It is. Especially now we got smartwatches. Kids could have their cell phone tucked away and still be getting messages or the answers to the test on their smartwatch. But so I think that I would hope that we can continue to think through this while unfortunately we have to comply with the state law right now. But I agree with Mr. Lannis. This can also be used to punish kids who, for whatever reason, somebody's out to got an agenda against that kid. Some teachers taking a dislike to them, some principals taking a dislike to them, some other student takes a dislike to them and rats them out, or somebody suddenly suspended from school, removed from that because they forgot to turn the phone off and it was in their backpack and it vibrated and now suddenly they got to be suspended. That's not necessarily always the right thing. Switching gears, Mr. Samlin or whomever, I think as I read this, looking at page 9 of the PDF that you gave us, there's a change in language where it used to say that talk about possession or use of an object as a weapon, such as a taser, or use of mace or pepper spray. Am I reading that correctly? And this is a change in policy, and now mere possession of pepper spray will not be a disciplinary offense. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that arose from one of our appeals discussions that we then brought to the committee as we discussed, and the Discipline Review Committee approved that change, so that would be in effect for the next school year.
I'm very excited to hear that, and I appreciate the disciplinary committee hearing that and considering that for many of our students, pepper spray is not an offensive weapon, but a defensive item that many may feel much more comfortable walking to and from the bus stop or school with. So I appreciate that. That's all I have. Thank you.
While I have the floor, I do want to jump in before we move on. The electronics possession infraction is a Tier 2 infraction, so that's not expulsion. That gives the principal the option to intervene at a number of levels, including in-school activities, et cetera. So it's not an expulsion level response for possession of electronics like a cell phone.
Point of information.
Yes.
What happens if that child has, let's say, excessive number of infractions? Is it then a suspendable item?
Suspendable, but it can't be used for expulsion. So if they've had numerous infractions, maybe where for the same reason, the principal may have that option to then suspend if there's been no adequate response from the student.
Okay.
But it is Tier 2. I just want to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. Okay, I have entered into the queue as well. A couple of questions. The first one is still, this is not a question, but reminding, and I know just as Mr. Lannis mentioned, Mr. Smith, we're placing a lot at your feet tonight. But one of the questions or one of the statements I had was, how do we hold teachers and administrators accountable as well for documenting these offenses that are mentioned in the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook? Just kind of going back through, and I know Mr. Gode would say that I'm being anecdotal, but I have to process this. My first school that I worked at, Central Middle, it was a part of East Baton Rouge at the time, and I remember our assistant principal literally used the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook as his Bible for making sure that all students were in compliance with what the school rules were. And then I've worked at several schools throughout my tenure, and each principal handles the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook differently. Sometimes they make up their rules, and sometimes they look at certain rules and then be lenient on other things. And so that's one of the questions that I have, like, at what point do we have a uniform compliance measure for making sure that, even as we talk about cell phones, is every teacher going to collect or confiscate that cell phone? Are they going to stop that child from texting on their phone? That's something that we need to process. What would be the compliance measure for when a sub is in the classroom? Do they know what their rights and responsibilities are in regards to collecting cell phones? What's the compliance measure that would be put in place for those principals within those particular schools? And what is the documentation measure? And if we don't have one, what do we need to do to get that process in place? So I think that those are majority of my thoughts in regards to the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, as well as talking about how we hold people accountable for making sure that we follow these rules.
Well, I would just like to say that this policy change is something that I think most districts, all districts across the state would have to look at very closely, because you have to think about most of these kids have had cell phones in their hands for the majority of their life. And it's going to be a challenge to say, okay, we enacted a law and that we expect teenagers, kids not to have cell phones. So I think at the district level, what we have to do is really monitor the data and see what kids are being suspended or disciplined for, and we can pull that data out of our SIT system. Because often what ends up happening, especially with suspensions and expulsions, it starts off as a minor offense. Please give me the cell phone. Child says no. Then it turns into willful disobedience, and then disrespect for authority. Then it morphs into something else. And so we really have to work with our principals. Sometimes, we set policies and mandates on ourselves that sends us down a rabbit hole, because I can remember when I was a principal in the school that I was at, they had a policy around T-shirts. Students had to wear a certain color T-shirt, or every student had to have a white T-shirt. And I remember saying to myself, I'm not finna monitor every kid that comes through the door to looking at their T-shirt. And so we have to be proactive, and I think how we get some quality control over this is that we have to look at the data. We have to make sure that our executive directors are monitoring the suspensions, and especially, with the expulsions. And as Gwen said, it's a tier 2 infraction. We'll be working with our hearing officer to make certain that if any of those offenses come forward solely for a cell phone, that the hearing officers, those who hold those hearings, to know that this is something that shouldn't be expellable.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Some of the things that I wanted to say actually were pretty much said, and Mr. Shamlin actually said it, because I actually pulled up the statute online, because it does indicate in 17239B about the violation, since they said that we were going by the actual code, and the code does say that the violation may be grounds for disciplinary action by the school system, including but not limited to suspension from school, meaning that they don't necessarily have to be suspended. So that was correct. And so what I wanted to ask in regards to that is that, like President Powell said, on some type of uniformity across the board, and there is none that exists now. And so I would ask that if something is implemented as far as violation protocol, that it can be implemented and that all schools and principals do follow that, because then that would seem more fairly, and then it won't put board members in a position with reviewing expulsions.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
I believe this law may be going after other things that are connected to cell phones in school. Video and different, fights, whatever, because something happens and 5 minutes later, it's all over the city. Okay, so maybe this law is really going after something else. But, pardon me? But from a very personal standpoint, let me tell you something. You're going to tell that parent that it's in the student's rights and responsibilities. What that parent is going to tell you, that their right as a parent trumps student and rights responsibilities. I bought that phone for my child. I paid the bill for that bill for my child. You're not going to take the phone. I'm talking about personal incidents where I've had children refuse to give up the cell phone, and the parent comes to school and you're looking for an ally, and they're telling you, you're not taking my child's cell phone. Cell phones have become a de facto babysitter. You can see kids can't even walk yet, but their attention is fixed on the cell phone. They know how to slide it, they know how to download it, they know how to do everything, and they can't even read and write yet. So it's not a rabbit hole, Mr. Smith. It is a crater. We're going down in a crater with this cell phone. And if we've got principals, Mr. Martin, if we got principals and teachers that are holding something against a kid and they're going to take it out on that kid, then that principal and that teacher needs to find a different line of work. Do not bring your biases to work with you. If you don't like kids, then find something else to do with your life. We're climbing down a crater, it's like Alice in Wonderland hole when you're talking about these cell phones. So, Mr. Smith, you're right, and I know we're putting a lot at your feet, but you can handle it, bro. I know you can handle it. You can handle it. We're talking about rights and responsibilities. Parents feel like their rights with their children trumps anything you can put in a law, especially governing what they do with a cell phone that they bought and paid for. I don't know if that's anecdotal or not, Mr. Godet, but I lived it every day for 15 years. I remember the advent of cell phones when they used to be flip phones. A flip phone, I know. I wish I had one because it's a lot cheaper than iPhone 16. But seriously, just a little humor there. But still, we have got to tread very lightly with this cell phone policy and how we enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shamlin. Okay, thank you. We will now go to comments from the public. I'll just say one of the things I was thinking about as my colleagues were talking was after-school detention, and I know there's a school or two that charges the kids $5 to be able to get their phone back. The parents have to come get it, and they have after-school detention. Go figure. All right, public comment. Ms. Matthews.
I am on the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook Committee, and there's a couple of things that I would like you all to look at. But before I say that, on the cell phone thing, thank you, Mr. Shamlin, for bringing up that it is a level 2. And one of those things that a principal can do with the level 2, yes, suspension's one, but they can also just conference with the child. That's something that can happen with the level 2 also. Many schools, most schools have a procedure if you get caught with a phone that administration just takes the phone till the end of the day and a kid signs for it at the end of the day, till the end, and the kid signs for it to receive it back, or possibly the parent has to sign for it if it's been multiple times. Board Member Lewis, to your point, 100%, that is why we were adamant that the language of it being a state law was in the handbook. So this is not on the administrators, it's not on the teachers. Principal can say, sir, ma'am, state law. This isn't us, please contact your legislatures. Okay, now for the part that I would like to bring to you all in hopes that you guys can help the teachers out with this. We talk about safety. Board Member Lannis, you have brought up a lot of things with safety. President Lewis, you brought up some things with safety, with some things we've had in some of our other schools. Level 3, which is heightened administrative intervention. These things are up to a principal. You can give detention, ISS, suspension, or recommend for expulsion. Now, of course, recommending for expulsion does not mean that the child is expelled. Arson, battery, assault, and burglary. Okay? Those are all obviously very illegal things, right? Like catching a classroom on fire, fun stuff, right? Okay, those are level 3, not level 4. Those are level 3 things. Those are not good things, right? Those are things that make teachers feel very unsafe in the schools. Meanwhile, sex, consensual sex, while we do not want our students to do this, it's not illegal. Not illegal. It's a level 4. It is an automatic up for expulsion. Now, I've joked around and said that my son's one-on-one para, due to his autism, his one job, do not let that boy do that on campus, ever. You got one job. Make sure it don't happen, okay? It's a level 4. It's not illegal. So it's okay in the board's mind. Arson, illegal. That's a 3. That's not as bad as 2 18-year-olds being consensual, sneaking off into the bathroom. Let's think about that. We need to think about the safety of our students. Let's set some drapes in a classroom on fire. That's arson. But that's a level 3. We're just gonna suspend them.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Mr. Bilbrough.
Before Mr. Bilbrough, I just want to make one correction. Minors cannot consent to sex. So So even if it's consensual, it's against the law. So it is. They cannot consent. Minors cannot consent to sex.
She said 18-year-olds.
Minors is
Okay,
18.
well, good
Thank
evening,
you, Mr.
everybody.
Bilbrough.
You're welcome. Good evening. I just want to speak on the two about the cell phone thing. Basically, what you're saying is that you're powerless. If the law say that the children can't have cell phones and they have a cell phone, regardless of what their parents say, you tell them what the rules are. If the sign on the door says no shoes, no shirt, no service, I don't go in a restaurant with just my pants on and expect to get served. You know, and of course they come, well, I paid for it and I did this. Guess what I tell them? You know what? You were right. You did pay for that cell phone and this is your child. And at this time, I would like for you to get that cell phone that you paid and that child that you made and you can exit the campus. Homeschooling is an option if you cannot abide by the rules that are set by society so that we can educate the children of those parents who care about the success of their children. But that is not what I came here to talk about. I came here to talk about what Ms. Storm was talking about, which is the safety. Now, I just want to remind y'all, last week when the overflow room got a little bit out of hand and everybody was screaming for Mr. Adam Smith and everything, no violence was threatened at all. But you all were protected by a wall of police officers. Before we come in here, we get pat down, we get searched. My keys, everything, shoes taken off, all of that just to get into this school board meeting. But when it comes time to come to school, any and everybody can walk in and out of the campus. And then if you will look at it, that if it says if you commit battery or an assault on a teacher, then you get 3 days suspension. 3 days suspension. Now, I'm not talking about those cases where the teachers cross the line and they should be removed from the classroom or, you know, where the child was provoked. Not saying that violence is ever the answer, but I'm not just saying this one. But my thing is I should feel just as safe in my classroom doing my job, following all the guidelines set by the Board of Education as you feel safe sitting in that seat right now. But if you vote yes, or if you move forward on this handbook, the way it is as of right now, you're saying that your life is more valuable than my life. You're saying that when I turn my back to the class to write information on the board to educate those children, that I'm putting my life in danger and you don't care. That's what a vote for yes is saying. Now, I'm not saying throw the whole book away. I'm just saying revisit it. And I'll say it like I said, and I said it every time I come up here. I don't know who y'all put together to make these types of policies and books, but I'm sure they are too far removed from the ones that are on the front line who have to suffer the consequences for the lack of good decision making for whoever wrote this. Everybody's like, when I was in the 5th grade, I took a DARE class and the police officer asked us, how much is a life worth? And we all came up with numbers. And then she said, there's not enough room to put zeros on this board to buy another person's life because once it's gone, it's gone. Not just the life, but just the satisfaction of knowing that I'm in a safe situation.
Thank you, Mr. Bilbrough. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. One quick remark about cell phones, and then most of my comments are on behalf of a fellow community member. When my 30-year-old chemical engineer was a high school senior and didn't have a teacher in his AP class and often didn't have a substitute, his assignment from his dad was, when you get to class, send me one text, tell me if you have a teacher today. And so when I discussed with the AP when they were going to get that position filled, she was more interested in the fact that my kid had a cell phone on campus. That was a very short conversation. On behalf of a community member that doesn't feel safe in this building anymore, one quick item with respect to the last item. She wants that survey so she can comment on how her special need child's needs are being addressed or not. With respect to this item, her question is, did they ensure the Rights and Responsibilities Handbook addresses all of the new laws, including the creation of plans to prevent children documented with mental behavioral health diagnosis, truancy, mandated reporting, Parents' Bill of Rights, Children's Code, etc., because her perception is that it is not fully covered. Also, she inquires if they address the new legislation regarding the prevention of suspension and expulsion as prescribed per law that addressed in the handbook. And finally, because not all of your students or parents are fluent in English, she hopes that the handbook, once it's approved, will be available in multiple languages, including Braille. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
Good evening, Board. I would like to know, would the parents be given the handbooks this year? Because in the following years, the handbook is never fully ready. They tell you that you have to look it up online, but yet you send it home for us to sign a document saying we have received the handbook. They do not give the handbook out. I remember in my son's younger years, you would get the handbook when you sign it, and it comes home with you and you send it back. The last 3 years, you don't get no handbook. Only reason I got a handbook, received a handbook, because I went up to the school and said, I need a handbook, and they gave it to me. Now, what are we gonna do, like Mr. Bilbro say, about the safety of our schools? Because with the new legislation of our governor, we have people carrying concealed weapons who are not trained to carry concealed weapons. And I've been stating at our school that that is a clear and present danger that a gun has been in Woodlawn and a lot of other schools. So what are we gonna do when we have metal detectors, but they are not used? So that goes to my board member, you, Mr. Smith, because if something happens to anybody's child up here, we all are gonna feel it because we are a community. So Woodlawn has metal detectors. I would like to see them used just like a bunch of other parents and including the teachers. It's not just, it's for everybody to be safe because these new laws that are being passed in legislation are a little radical because you're giving 18-year-olds the right to conceal a weapon, and you have 18-year-olds in school, and they don't know, everybody don't know that you can't take a gun on school property unless you're, an officer. So we need to make sure that this handbook is written clearly, correctly, and that we protect our students and our teachers. And I'm tired of telling y'all, if we have metal detectors, put them to use. It makes no sense to have them, they just sitting there. That's a few $1,000s wasted. So can you please make sure that my principal have his metal detectors, and I'll talk to him coming up this week at Woodlawn and all these other schools, because certain schools have them and certain schools doesn't. So if you can do it for the bad kids that go to these schools that get put out, why not do it for everybody? Because everybody's in danger. We do live in East Baton Rouge Parish.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you. Good evening again. I will begin with, this is one of the reasons why I'm so adamant about anybody sitting on this board having a frontline experience prior to being able to sit on a body of this magnitude. I will share with you again that you are listening to, or perhaps not listening to, an extraordinarily seasoned frontline practitioner. I can walk in just about anybody's classroom and take command of it probably within 30 seconds. Can you? Irrespective of the clientele. I spent about 90% of my time in at-risk, alternative, overaged settings with Valley Park when it was the alternative school here, where when the students got expelled, they dumped all of the expellees in that at that site and what have you. In other words, I spent my time educating and nurturing the students that nobody else really wanted to be bothered with. Okay, the castaways, the throwaways. Related to the cell phone issue, there should not be. Students have no need to be able to use a cell phone in school, particularly with the advent of the level of violence and pornography and degradation that they have in the palm of their hands now. And we've got far too many parents who were not mature enough to become parents when they became parents, and they come and defend their students' austere and ridiculous behavior. when you go to court, when you go to certain medical facilities and other establishments within our society, and these people tell you, Your Honor, try to go to Your Honor's courtroom talking about bringing your cell phone in there and get caught with it, and see how these people going to deal with you. Okay, so what do we respect in this society? In other societies like China, Japan and stuff like that, they don't have these ridiculous issues to deal with in their schools. We are disrespecting the hell out of teachers, and we expect these people, oh, we want somebody that's going to raise points 10 to 20% and stuff. To the 4 people who wrote that letter, I want you to go in the classroom and then come back and talk about raising points 10 to 20% when you're dealing with a mentality of people who are not validated, who are not motivated by this beautiful gift that us taxpayers pay for them, okay? It's easy to talk that noise when you have not been on the front line and dealing with the reality of the day-to-day, minute by minute, hour by hour expressions that exist within this arena. These children don't need a cell phone. Pick them up at the office and pick them up at the end of the day. Drop them off at the office, pick them up at the end of the day. It is an extreme distraction having that instrument in your hand. Please do not have teachers having to contend with this lunacy and all of the other foolishness that they must contend with.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Get rid of the cell phone foolishness.
Thank you. Ms. McMillan.
Tanya McMillan, parent of a child in East Baton Rouge Parish School Systems.
Bring your mic up just a little bit higher.
Thank you. Okay, I'm Tanya McMillan, parent of a child in East Baton Rouge Parish School Systems. And during this superintendent search, I did some research on another district that one of the candidates was from, and they already had their cell phone policy, like written and put out to the people, you know, because I think it's actually left up to the district to put together what the discipline is going to be. The rule is no cell phones. The discipline part is left up to the district. And they had it out 3 weeks ago. But I do think that we don't need them in schools. We didn't have them in schools. You just went to the office and asked to call home, and everything was fine. If you want to know where your kids are at, you can put a little air tag on them, or in the book bag or something. Because the reality of it is that cell phones in schools are distractions. They really are. And a lot of mess goes on them. A lot of rumors get spread. A lot of gossip goes on cell phones. My 9-year-old was exposed to pornography on a cell phone for the first time at school, and that I cried because I was like, his innocence is gone. Because he was looking at somebody's cell phone and something like that popped up. And do you know what his discipline was? He got in trouble. He was in trouble because he was looking at the phone and pornography popped up. And they tried to put in his record that he was looking at inappropriate materials without telling the whole story. And I told the assistant principal, I said, looking at this thing, you would think my child was a pervert. But you didn't tell the whole story. So when we talk about discipline too, I think things need to be spelled out, and our people who are empowered with handing down discipline need to really be trained on what they need to be disciplining for and how to code things and all of that, because they could ruin a child's record just not knowing, being ignorant, or being malicious. So as a parent, that's important to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Merrick.
Thank you. I got some issue with the cell phone. I know it depends on the age and so, because she's tall, let me see, can I reach it? Thank you. The cell phone is really an issue. It's a lot said about the kids and Student Rights Handbook. What about the teachers? The teachers use cell phones in the classrooms, just to be honest. They sit there, they have their cell phones out, they're using them and so forth, and the kids see them using them. I have a problem with taking a cell phone from a student. You lose that cell phone, who's going to pay for it? You know, because we've had issues, and especially with high school, that's the reason they don't want to dress out for PE, right, Coach? Because they put those expensive tennis shoes that they are in their locker and so forth, and the kids come back and those tennis shoes are gone. And the first thing they tell the parents that they cannot replace those tennis shoes. Now, that's EBR law. They're going to tell them they're not going to replace them. Okay, and they cannot protect them. So high schoolers don't dress out. They fail PE and take it in the summer where they play checkers and so forth like that. That's documented. But what we're talking about as far as these cell phones, we know we go back to Columbine and so forth like that, and those cell phones protected and saved some lives. So, you know, it's a half dozen in one hand and six in the other, but the law is the law, and I understand that, but we waited almost too late to make the rules and regulations for everybody to be able to know what's going to happen if they have the cell phones. And I understand if you say, what's this going to be? But every child and every parent should know about the cell phone usage if it's going to be done. Clear book sacks or whatever, or if it's going to be turned off. What about their football games? They're not supposed to have the cell phones on the campus at all. I mean, it's a lot needs to be discussed, and every parent need to be known. It is no way they're going to ride a bus and that cell phone going to be turned off. I mean, we don't have enough people to be able to monitor a bus. We don't have enough people to be able to monitor everyone in that classroom. We're going to have to make some strange and hard rules for everyone to be able to know and follow that. And you know they're going to be calling their friends. You know they're going to order lunch. You know that's going to be used. So grade level is going to play a part when they have to go to the restroom. And every teacher is not going to give their kid a pass to go to the office to call if they get sick and so forth. And there's a lot of things go on with males and females that they're going to need an excuse to go to that office, and they're not going to be allowed to go.
Thank you, Ms. Merrick. Ms. Harmon.
Good evening, everyone. Again, I'm Maria Harmon, a resident in District 6. And I'm actually going to read a comment on behalf of a parent who lives in District 6. Her name is Crystal Ellis Luter. As a parent who firmly believes in obedience, I just want to go on record and say that if my child violates policy, confiscate my child's phone, and I will support your decision. I will also ensure once I'm permitted to retrieve the phone, it will not return to campus, period. And just speaking on myself, I hope that the board considers a plan to work with school leaders to actually bridge that gap between teachers and parents to have an effective partnership where we're able to actually set expectations, set standards, where everybody is on the same page, because at the end of the day, we're supposed to be educating kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment at this time, Mr. Martin, are there any public comments? No. Okay. Mr. Robinson.
I'm sorry, members. I was trying to fill out a card. I was not intending to speak on anything tonight other than the item number 1, but I have 3 school teachers that have reached out to me about this item, and I was explaining to them that it's really not too much the board can do about legislation that was passed at the legislature regarding the cell phone. However, their concern is a lot of their planning that they have gone around for media classes requires cell phones. So at schools like Woodlawn, Glen Oaks, McKinley, who has digital arts and digital media, we need to make sure that we are putting resources in place for these students to still be academically successful. So that means buying more cameras, buying more tablets, or whatever they need to do so that they can just alter their plans and not alter their goals, objectives, and curriculum. So that's just something that you need to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment at this time, I have entered into the queue. that we've had a lot of robust conversation about cell phones. I will say, as we talked, I thought about last school year, or possibly that may have been 2 school years ago, Mr. Lannis, when we had the situation at Scotlandville High, and then we turned around and had the situation at the alternative school as well, where the students were involved in an altercation and they either went live on social media on their cell phones, or they just outright contacted their parents, and the parents showed up at the schools prepared to assist them with the issues that they were having without following proper protocol. And so that's just something that we need to process in regards to this. I also thought about Mr. Bilbrew in this. Mr. Bilbrew mentioned some interesting standpoints or some interesting statements in regards to metal detectors, as well as Mr. Dorsey as well. I've been saying for years, long before I even thought about serving in this role on the school board, but you go through the airport, you go to a state or federal facility, and you have to pretty much strip to go in that building and put your clothes back on, to make sure that you do not have certain weapons and things on you. But yet our children, our most prized possessions, who are defenseless, we can just walk in a campus or walk on a campus and no one knows what we have on us. I was thankful last year when we put forth the effort to have metal detectors at our schools. However, Mr. Armin is setting a timer on me. Let me put the timer on anyway. And so I was thankful. I was thankful that we had those metal detectors, but I did quickly learn that they are not utilized as though they should be. So we want to make sure that as we prepare for this upcoming school year, that we are intentional. Once again, the word intentional keeps coming up, with making sure that we're utilizing our metal detectors and possibly even purchasing more. We know that certain schools have 2 metal detectors instead of 1. They, in some cases, chose to purchase a second one on their own. And so with that in mind, we need to be making sure that those things are used. Today, as many on many other occasions, when our law enforcement officers, and thank you so much for your service, when you are at the front door, they will often give me the opportunity, as well as I'm sure some of my other colleagues as well, where we can go around the side of the metal detector. I say, no, the rules are that you walk through the metal detector. And so we never know what anybody could be carrying on them. And for me, I say, check my bag, because that's what your job is, and then also allow me to go through the metal detector and make sure that I am following proper protocol. And I hope that we will gain that as a practice in our buildings for the safety of others. I just wanted to speak a little bit more about the cell phone situation. A lot of times in our schools, when we process the fact that we're living in 2024, the principals expect the teachers to have their cell phone on them because they text them during the day. So, we need to become, knowledgeable of or come up with practices that will help us to not allow, even the adults that are on their cell phones. Let's limit that. Let's find a different process for being able to communicate with each other. Also, going back to what Ms. Matthews mentioned in regards to the levels of the infractions or the levels of the misconducts. Sex should not be allowed. Burning down a building should not be allowed. Guns should not be allowed. Battery should not be allowed. Before you leave, Judge Guidry, we do want to honor you, so you all please acknowledge. I know he's been with us a few times. Thank you so much. I didn't want you to ease out a lot of times. Yes, sir. I understand. So with all those different things, though, we need to make sure that we are actually applying the right level of a consequence. And that's what Ms. Matthews was attempting to explain to us, that should a sexual activity on a campus have a higher level of a consequence than a person who might be trying to burn down the building. And so those are the things that we need to process. And do we need to either up the consequence for arson and things of that nature? Do we need to reduce the consequence for sexual activity? Or do we need to make both of those different misbehaviors, misconducts on the same level as far as ramifications are concerned? And then lastly, my question to Mr. Shamlin is this: are we on a time restraint for accepting the student handbook? Because I know that was a question that was, okay. Speak.
Look, I'm speaking for Attorney Shamlin. I was going to say, I asked him that same question. That's actually why I went in the queue. That's going to be the first thing that I say. The question was, if we don't approve this tonight, will it put a barrier on the production of the handbook? And he said yes, because it takes 30 days to produce the handbook. Now, he said that in the interim, that if we approve tonight, we can make an immediate amendment at next month's board meeting, and it will go up digitally until that next round of handbooks goes out, correct?
Yeah, but to provide a little additional clarification, the law does require, I believe, the Discipline Review Committee to review recommendations as well. So if this board, I would recommend that if you have additional changes you'd like to see in the handbook, you get that to Dr. Penn, let her review it with some of those groups before we bring it to the board for approval, because that group touches a lot of different groups, other groups, teachers, parents, etc. Just a suggestion.
So I'll just say, I'm sorry, because I know I'm not taking your time, so I just use it to point of
Look, I've been giving away a lot of time tonight. That's fine.
What I will say is that whenever we had this discussion, I would ask that whenever the group meets, could it be in a setting where you have a lot of people who can attend and be a part of the conversation? Because a lot of what we heard tonight, you said it is? Okay. Well, let's make sure communication pushes it out in every single avenue via email to parents, to students, and also to school administrators, so that we get the most input back. Because a lot of what we're hearing tonight is really good information. I'm going to stop there because it's your time.
Okay, no problem. Like I said, I know I've been giving away time tonight. The last is, who determines who the committee members are for the student handbook? I know that one of our public commenters mentioned that. So who determines who serves on the committee?
In the past, it was the chief, Deputy Chief of Policy, Dr. Vicky Salas. It would be Dr. Penn, along with input from board members, staff, etc. Would you like to speak to that, Dr. Penn?
Yes. If you look at one of your backups, it's also a revised statute that states who has to be a part of this committee. So if you can see, we had beyond the amount of people that were to serve, but there are certain positions in the school system that must be a part of the committee.
Okay, thank you. So that can be found on board docs then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Lannis, did you have additional comments? Okay. Okay, Mr. Lannis.
Thank you. We had a lot of, like I said before, a lot of great commentary and comments, and so much that I'm started writing stuff down. But I think a lot of what we heard tonight is also some perceived things that we have to also get in front of. One of which you talked about school safety, right? And we did a lot of dialogue last year about fences. I'm not knocking the idea of fences, but fences don't stop the perceived threat that happens inside of a school. And that's a lot of the conversation that we need to begin to have more when we talk about metal detectors. There's too many blind spots that are not being monitored. I'll give you an example. If a student, or when a student comes on campus, the way the normal procedure is, they do it in the morning time. After that, the metal detectors are moved and they're unplugged. What happens when a student goes to their car? Because you have a lot of seniors or students that drive cars and a weapon is kept there. There's been situations where that has happened in the past. So I'm not saying that the metal detectors are not good. I would say that the process about the way that we go about using them have to increase and have to improve, because it doesn't cover blind spots around schools. Let's say a kid, because a lot of our campuses are open. Let's say, not even a kid, but let's say that someone is utilizing the track and they have access to the entire campus and they go and hide their weapon come to school the next day, walk through the metal detector, is not detected, but then they go and find a gun that was hid the day before. These are blind spot monitoring techniques and processes that are not currently happening. And it leaves and opens us up for more perceived threats. And that's what I mean by the fences are good, but there's better technology that we can use in order to alleviate those types of things. When you talk about the fights and things like that, I want to remind us, again, we put more on teachers to say they have to break up a fight. If a teacher currently gets injured in breaking up a fight in EBR, they're liable for the injuries that they incur, not the district, and that's not right. Because what are they supposed to do? Just allow the students to pound on each other? That's not a good policy. And that's something that we have to do or improve and make better of. I just remind us that between 2022 and 2023, we had 6,500 fights. 6,500. And this is the type of data that we have to use in real time to come up with real actions that are going to improve not just our district, not just our decision making, but also making sure that they are safe. When we get this information and we sit on it, that doesn't increase or improve their safety or even the safety of our students. What I would also say is it's going to help us to cut down on truancy when we do that also. I just remember, a few months ago, someone came in and we received something for truancy. And one of the things I asked was the back end monitoring of data. Because the way that it was currently occurring was they're waiting for school to start monitoring kids. Well, that's backwards, because we already know what students were truant last year. How are we tracking them before we start the new school year? A lot of these things have to be answered, but again, it's all about processes, and I just want to see that the processes are changing so that we get better results moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. First, I want to take exception to something one of the commenters said, Mr. Stewart. Every kid that comes into our schools is entitled to and capable of achieving a high-quality education, whether they have two parents, one parent, no parents, good parents, bad parents, indifferent parents, overburdened, overworked parents. They're entitled to a great education, and they are capable of doing great work to the high rigorous standards that my colleague, Mr. Lannis, mentioned. And I take offense at anybody suggesting that our schools are not capable of educating those kids. Regarding the handbook, I heard tonight things that concern me. I think to Ms. Matthews' point that potentially assault and committing crimes is considered in our handbook less severe of an offense than two students having intercourse on campus is concerning to me. But we obviously don't have time to rewrite or examine every provision of this handbook tonight. I think Mr. Milbrew makes some excellent points in a similar vein. We have, mandatory expulsion if you have, half a joint in your backpack required by state law, but not necessarily mandatory expulsion for committing other kind of crimes that directly threaten our teachers and employees. So that concerns me. So I would like to ask that the disciplinary committee and the administration provide a report maybe in 2 months to us that describes, that addresses the issues raised by a number of the commenters tonight, and if change is appropriate, recommends those changes, In terms of tonight, our job as board members is to enact policy. We're responsible for the policy that we enact, but we're not the ones that write the words. We're not the ones that do most of the work to determine what's necessary. We depend on our superintendent and the superintendent's staff and the processes established by law to do that. So in my vote tonight, I'm guided heavily and feel inherently that I need to defer to the recommendations of our superintendent. So I do want to just ask for the record, Superintendent Smith, this policy, it is being recommended to us for adoption by the disciplinary committee, by Dr. Penn and you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Then I will vote for the policy tonight.
And when I say, I think you might have covered what Lannis, I think we need to have a policy in place for day one of school to cover us, because these policies that we have to do every year, and then we can always come back and make recommendation and amend. Unfortunately, I don't know if these conversations tonight came up in the meeting, and I'm sure if they did, we would have addressed them then. And so if we're allowed to adopt this policy and we move forward with making other recommendations coming forward. I mean.
These conversations did come up in the discipline committee meeting, and unfortunately, just like you guys vote, they voted to leave them at a level 3.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Penn, you just hit one of the issues that I wanted to make sure everyone understands, because I think there's a misconception about level 3 infractions. Level 4 is automatic. Level 3, I'm going to read you what's in the handbook around level 3. In general, disciplinary options and responses for misconduct, this is for level 3, should be imposed in a progression, beginning with the least severe appropriate response. However, stricter discipline may be initially imposed if it is an appropriate disciplinary response to an infraction. So I don't want any, and those responses include assignment to alternative placement or recommended expulsion. So option tier 3 only gives a list of possible things, and it's recommended you go in order, but if someone threatens, and it says down at the bottom, all recommendations for expulsion shall be reserved for infractions that either threaten the health and security of students and staff, or infractions that involve weapons and/or drugs. Okay? So I don't want to get us to the point where we're being so prescriptive in here that we're not, we talk about burglary, or we talk about, someone mentioned a fire, okay? There's a difference. I know it sounds crazy, but there's a difference between maybe setting a trash can on fire in a gym. I realize it's not a good idea. I'm not trying to say that. Versus lighting a curtain with a room full of kids where they can't get out, okay? But the policy we have allows for that judgment call and allows for those things in there. So I don't think it's nearly as black and white as some people try to portray. The difference between a level 3 and a level 4 is automatic. Level 3 allows the district to apply judgment, but it can go all the way and immediately to expulsion if that's required. So I think a distinction's been drawn that's wasn't clearly drawn. Let me just put it that way, because I like our policy the way it is, because I don't want something so strict that we make something a level 4 and it's a relatively minor thing, but then they got to be expelled. We want to keep kids in school, and we want to allow the judgment of administration to be able to work on that. So, just go read it and recognize that there's a lot of flexibility in a level 3 for what you can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate that I think we had a lot of great conversations, some important public comment that raised some issues that require examination. One, we didn't get the opportunity to review this in the committee of the whole, and so we're working on our back foot today, right? But I think further, as I think about the position we're in, and this is different context, but so many times as a board, we hear really valid concerns about actions we're being asked to take about adopting a policy, adopting a budget, making any kind of decision. And by the time it makes it to your board, we are at the finish line. We often have no choice but to act. And so my thought around this is that we need to be thinking of, as a board, around our policies that are not just prescribed to just only following the law, but what is the best way to do this work, right? State law requires that we have certain people on these committees, about that we have to adopt this every year and such and so forth. And so we're working under a mandate of compliance in how we are doing this work. Well, compliance does not get everybody at the table talking about the hard things. It does the bare minimum. And so as a board, we need to be thinking about what are our policies around Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. Maybe we need to expand this committee. Maybe we need to require as a board that we see this earlier in the year. So it's not down to, well, if we don't pass it tonight, we can't print it and we've violated state law. So we have to put this, along with everything else on our list, and be thinking about how we are doing this work so that we are not in a position where there are people that feel very strongly about what we're about to agree to do, but we have no choice but to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment from the board, we will now entertain a vote. And this is on item 10, 2024-2025 Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook and Discipline Policy.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Before we go any further, Mr. Shamlin, I just want to ask, with the number of items that we still have, do we have to technically wait until the 8:45, 8:50 time to determine whether or not we're going to extend our meeting?
Per policy, it says 8:50.
Okay.
So I would just recommend complying with policy.
Okay.
Can I ask a point of order about that?
Sure.
If I think by the time it got to be 8:45, because I don't think these next two items will take very long, we might be in the middle of executive session considering appeals. So considering that, would it be appropriate to make a motion to extend our time till 9:30? I'd like to make that motion.
Could we just suspend the rules? Because I think that's a policy, so you probably suspend the rules.
So I think what Ms. Lance is suggesting is because of the length of the meeting tonight and what may be required, rather than extending the meeting to 9:30, you can suspend the rules completely so that the meeting can go past 9:30.
I don't know that I want to go past 9:30.
It's after 9:30 now.
No, I just, okay, all right, okay.
I ain't trying to be a tough 9:30.
Okay, I move to suspend the rules to allow us to take a vote now and to extend the meeting until 9:30 by suspension of rules.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Lannis that we suspend the rules and extend our meeting until 9:30 p.m. Okay, comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing that, okay, Ms. Stewart.
So suspending the rules until 9:30 mandates that regardless of where we are, at 9:30 we'll be complete.
Unless there was another motion to suspend the rules again.
No, I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding, because I remember when he said suspending the rules, meaning Darius made the comment about staying, like, for whenever.
We could suspend the rules to go until
No.
indefinite, but that's not what the motion is.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, just wanted to get clarity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further board comment, Dr. Fanning, public comment.
You probably know what I'm going to say. Suspending the rules only until 9:30 is an asinine idea. Suspend the rules. That policy is ridiculous. Stay here, do your job, finish the agenda. If it takes till midnight, that's tough. You have the responsibility to hire a superintendent because the interim superintendent's contract expires on either Monday night or Tuesday night. There have been people waiting for 4 hours for you to do your one job. Do not blow it.
Bowtie Feeney.
Thank you, Dr. Fanning. Okay, seeing no further public comment at this time, Mr. Stewart? Oh. Okay. All right, seeing no further public comment in regards to extending our time until 9:30 p.m. Comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, we will now entertain a vote, and this is to extend our meeting until 9:30 p.m.
Please vote.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 11, hourly rate university students. Discussion or consideration of a request to approve a maximum hourly rate of $20 for university students seeking professional credentials in areas of employment, working extended day, school-based programs. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? There's a seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board at this time? Ms. Stewart.
Yes, the only comment that I have, request rather, that it indicates for the extended day pay for clerks, secretaries, and paraprofessionals to be paid $9.70 an hour, and the university students $12 an hour. I have a problem with giving our clerks, secretaries, and paraprofessionals less than the students coming in. I don't think that's fair to ask our secretaries, paraprofessionals, and clerks that are working inside of our district to be given a less pay than those coming in. That's not acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
You should defer this for a couple reasons. Ms. Stewart's concerns, the absence of the sponsor, and the fact that it opens a huge can of inequity worms. There is absolutely no way that you should allow, as a board, one school to pay a more attractive pay rate to the same class of employees than another school. It's unconscionable that you would consider that. So either vote it down or defer it and get to the business at hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Russ.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I know that when this idea was presented, there was some discussion about how these rates are set. Could you, I guess, give me some explanation on how the rates for extended day pay are determined?
The original rates are set by the board, which is in our current general fund budget. However, when you're dealing with non-exempt employees, your paraprofessionals, your clerks, anytime that they work 40 hours or more, they get time and a half. And in this communication, that was explained to Ms. Soule. And so I'm not familiar with the actual reason why she wanted to bring this forward. I didn't have an opportunity to have a conversation with her. I don't know if Mr. Shamley, you talked with her specifically about why this particular agenda item.
Yeah, I think Ms. Soule received a request from one of her constituent schools who wanted to consider a pay increase for student workers, university student workers, to give them the ability to increase it up to a certain level, but also maintain the minimum level so that schools wouldn't be locked into the maximum. Over some time, we talked about it, and we determined, as Mr. Smith said, that non-exempt employees actually, by policy, receive time and a half. And so when you look at the calculation for them on average, they already receive that amount if they work over the standard work week, the 40-hour work week. Students don't. So we discussed that with Ms. Soule and with her constituent, and they were satisfied with the motion, with the item that we created, because it seems to meet the need and the request of what she was trying to accomplish. But essentially, we took out the non-exempt employees because they already received that through policy. They get time and a half via policy. The students don't.
So, to make sure I understand this right, because you're focusing on the time and a half aspect of this, when non-exempt employees are working extended day, are they essentially always being paid overtime?
They should be. They should be.
Okay.
And there have been some, in all transparency, there have been some instances where maybe schools didn't handle that correctly. So we talked with the superintendent about trying to correct that, but they should be paid, as you indicated, per policy, that
So
additional pay.
Their base rate is $9.70 an hour, but then time and a half would apply.
At their hourly rate.
At their
That's
hourly
correct.
rate.
That's correct.
And then university students, during extended day work, they're getting paid $12 an hour because they're not making time and a half, right?
Correct.
So in actuality, our clerks, secretaries, paraprofessionals are making more at their base, more when they are working, because they are working time and a half, than when our student workers are coming in at a base rate of $12 an hour.
Yes.
Mathematically,
That's what I want to, because I would have a problem with that too. I know a lot of secretaries, clerks, and everything who, we all know they probably don't get paid near as what they're worth. And they're very qualified. And I would hate seeing some fresh-faced 18-year-old coming in making more money than me at an extended day program. So I want to make sure that's clear. That being said, Ms. Sule is not here. It's her item. I don't know if there's an appetite for this, but I would suggest to move that we move this to August if we feel that this needs more work, because I want her here to defend it if she wants it to pass.
So you're providing a substitute motion?
Yeah.
Thank you, and I'll second.
Okay. So there's a substitute motion to defer this item until,
I'd say to the August CAL.
okay, until to the August Committee of the Whole meeting, and it has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board in regards to the substitute motion. Mr. Lannis.
I'm in full agreement. I actually entered into the queue to do the same thing. I just think it's too much information that we don't have. And as Dr. Feeney said so eloquently, I guess it's the blazer and the tie. Ms. Sule isn't here, and that's the person who made the motion. So there's some questions I would like to ask to her also as to how exactly did this come about? Why did this policy, like what's the interest behind the policy? But I totally agree with the substitute.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yeah, very quickly, I just wanted to point out, I agree with the substitute motion, but these are not just college students. These are college students pursuing certification. And so some of this is a recruitment tool and these sorts of things where we know the shortage of teachers we have and things like that. So I just wanted to make sure that that flavor got thrown into this, that it's not just any college kid coming off the street. It's kids coming in wanting to work and are pursuing certification. So just wanted to make sure that was in the discussion. Thank you.
Ms. Stewart? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board at this time, we will now return to comments from the public, and this is on the substitute motion. Okay, seeing none, we will return to comments from the board, and this is on the substitute motion to defer this item until the August Committee of the Whole meeting. Okay, seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Coach. Oh. Motion carries.
Thank you. Now to item 12, litigation, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, for the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board in the matter of Vivian Fields versus Berkeley Insurance Company, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, and Sharon D. Roberts in suit number 723046, Section 23, 19th Judicial District Court, Parish of East Baton Rouge, State of Louisiana, and to provide for related matters. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the recommendation.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Lannis. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Okay, and returning to comments from the board. We will now entertain a vote on item 12.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We're now to alphabet F, new business. F1, appeal hearing, student expulsion, appeal hearing for a student expulsion. And I believe, Mr. Shamlin, is this the point where we decide whether or not we're going into executive session?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I move we go into executive session to consider this appeal.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Martin. F1. Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Lannis that we go into executive session in regards to item F1. Comments from the board at this time? Okay. Seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public. Okay, and back to comments from the board. And Mr. Shamlin, since if we are going to go into executive session, which room will we be in? Okay, so the conference room immediately behind us. Okay, so we will now cast a vote.
Please vote.
Okay, Dr. Finney.
Opportunity for public comment. Look at your clocks. You have one important job tonight. Make sure you don't leave before you get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now entertain a vote.
6.
Please vote.
6. Make sure it's 6.
The motion carries.
Thank you. We will now report to the conference room immediately behind us. Thank you.
Charles. It's Charles.
She knows, but she doesn't know who the phone is.
Here for an expulsion to the back hallway, and then we will notify you what order.
Okay, good evening once again, everyone. It is 9:00 p.m. And so, Mr. Shamlin, we need to take a motion for.
I'd like to move that we affirm the expulsion recommendation.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Mr. Lannis that we will affirm the recommendation, the expulsion recommendation. Comments from the board at this time? Seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Okay, seeing none, we will return back to comments from the board. Okay, we will entertain a vote, and this is on the first appeal hearing, student expulsion hearing.
Please vote. Mr. Lanham. The motion carries.
Thank you. Now on to item 2, appeal hearing, student expulsion. Recommended action, appeal hearing for a student expulsion. Colleagues?
I move we go into executive session to consider this appeal.
It has been moved by Mr. Martin that we go into executive session. Is there a second? Second. Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Lannis. Comments from the board? Mr. Russ?
Yeah, I just want to point out that we are talking about students, and we need to be respectful of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Lannis?
Yes, seconding what Board Member Russ said. Also, there's some new evidence that was presented, so I think that we have to hear this for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gode.
I just want to assure the audience that we're not doing this for our health, that we have to follow this to follow the law. So we're just going exactly what the law requires us to do. Sorry about it, but it's not what we'd like to do necessarily.
Thank you. Comments from the public at this time? Okay, returning to comments from the board. Okay, we will entertain a vote, and this is to go into executive session on the second appeal hearing.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Returning to the conference room immediately behind us.
Ms. Nettles, please report to the conference room.
Yes.
Let the other one go while we work that out.
Okay. Good evening. Once again, it's 9:15 p.m. Is there a motion on the floor in regards to the second appeal hearing?
Madam President, I move to affirm the recommendation for expulsion.
It has been moved by Mr. Russ. Is there a second?
Second, with the caveat that we provide the family with any programs that they can enroll the child in to help cut time down.
Okay, so moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Mr. Lannis that the expulsion be affirmed with a caveat of making sure that the family knows about all the different programs that are available. Okay, comments from the board at this time? Seeing none, comments from the public at this time? Okay, back to comments from the board. We will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Considering that it is 9:17, I just want to ask my colleagues once again, do we feel as though we desire to extend the time?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Lannis, are you making a motion?
Yes. Before I make the motion, I'm always doing this because what is fair and practical. Unfortunately, we had to go through these hearings because we have to put our students first. However, we cannot ignore the community's comment. So we have to go longer tonight. I think that's a sacrifice that we have to make, and I'm willing to make that sacrifice myself. I wasn't looking forward to it, but I will make the sacrifice to ensure that our community can be heard and that we can also move forward on this item so we're not continuously pushing it to the next meeting.
Thank you. So it has been moved by Mr. Lannis that we extend our meeting until we have completed the business. Is that okay?
I would ask Mr. Lannis, would he consider 10 o'clock?
I consider 10:30.
10:30. Let's put a time limit on it.
Okay. So I move that we extend our meeting to 10:30, not to extend past 10:30.
Okay, so Mr.
I'll second.
Lannis. Okay, and thank you, Mr. Gode. Mr. Lannis made the motion and seconded by Mr. Gode that we extend our meeting until 10:30 p.m. Comments from the board at this time?
Yes, ma'am. Just a point of order question.
Mr. Martin.
Is the motion to suspend the rules?
I'm sorry. Motion to suspend the current rules and extend the meeting to last no longer than 10:30.
Okay, the motion is to extend the rules and to extend the meeting until no longer than 10:30. Okay?
And this requires a vote of 6, it's suspension of the rules.
Okay, so this requires a vote of 6. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
You've had 6 months, whether it's past your bedtime or not, get this done tonight. Do not put an artificial limit on the public's opportunity to comment on the item that they've all been waiting for. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, public comment, Mr. Robinson. You all make sure y'all put in a card before you leave.
Yes, ma'am. We understand that expulsions are what you're doing now is putting students first. We have 41,000 students that need a superintendent on the first day of school. This is also very important. Mr. Gode said earlier, we're simply following the law by going into executive session and doing these things that we are doing, you guys are doing. The law also says that you guys have to place a superintendent. It's 9:20. There's no way possible we can all have an opportunity to speak on this matter and then give you guys the opportunity to deliberate and then have Ms. Christelle come up and answer all of your questions by 10:30. I would simply ask that you reconsider the time restraint that you're putting on this because it doesn't need to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Matthews.
I just thank the Lord we don't have those 2 a.m. meetings anymore that so many of us have had so many times. But this one, we need to take for the team and get it done. We need to hear, hopefully it won't be 2 a.m. because I'm tired. But we need to get done what needs to be got done to be heard and get it done. Just get it done. Whatever it takes, get it done. And I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board.
Let me say this, sorry.
Okay, Mr. Landis.
Because the motion is already on the floor, I would be willing to entertain, and I hope that the second on the motion will be willing to entertain any extension at this time on the time that we end the meeting. I'm the maker of the motion, so I can't change it. So somebody would have to offer up a friendly amendment, and I'm open to accepting that, understanding what the comments were. Okay, so let's say 11.
I am the seconder, and I will not accept that. And the reason why, we can always come back and add some more time if we want to. This is not the end of it. But I also hope by having a time limit that we will get concise comments as we go through this, and it won't drag on forever and ever. So I'm going to ask that we hold to the 10:30. If we're still doing productive work by that time, we can put another motion to extend. So
Okay.
this doesn't cut it off. I mean, we always have the motion, we always have the option to add, but we also need to be expedient and efficient as we go through this. So I will not accept.
No, that's okay, and I completely understand. Again, I just wanted to offer that understanding the comments.
Yeah, I understand.
The way my thought process was around it is each person's going to get about 3 minutes to speak. And if that renders itself, let's say 30 people want to speak, well, that's 90 minutes. It's an hour and 90 minutes already knocked off, and that's not including board comment. That's not including Miss Christelle giving any updates or anything like that. So that's the only reason why I said that. But I understand if we have the room to do so, and if we can, that's fine.
And we also could go to 2 minutes instead of 3, if we'd like to, at the of the president.
Also, just want to add as well that we do have one presentation that needs to be made, which is on behalf of the Baton Rouge Area Youth Network, and they are here to present. So we want to keep that in mind as well. So, Coach, is there a substitute motion on the floor? Okay. Okay. All right. So, all right, so we have had our public comment, we've now had board comment, and we are at the place of suspending the rules and extending our meeting until 10:30 p.m. We will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. We are now to agenda item 3, appeal hearing, student expulsion, appeal hearing for a student expulsion. Is there a motion?
I move we enter into executive session to consider this appeal.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Gode that we go into executive session to discuss this appeal. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, comments from the public at this time? Okay, comments from the board? Okay, we will now entertain a vote to go into executive session. Do we need to do a roll call?
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. We will now return to the conference room immediately behind us. Good evening, everyone. Once again, it is 9:42 p.m. And is there a motion on the floor? Yes, yes, ma'am, Ms. Stewart.
I would like to make the motion to change the decision to a long-term suspension and give credit for the time that she's been out of the facility and return to school on the first day of school.
Okay.
I don't know if that's supposed to say all of it.
Okay, so Mr. Shamlin? Okay. All right, so it has been moved by Ms. Stewart, seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board? Seeing none, comments from the public? Seeing none, we return to comments from the board. We will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so we now move to item E1. So I will just say this to Ms. Jasmine and Ms. Jan. Of course, you know, item E1 is the hottest item of the evening. If we happen to not get to your presentation, we will make sure that we get a chance to hear from you at an upcoming meeting. But I wanted to say that because we know that the hottest item tonight is E1. Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Smith. All right, alphabet E, unfinished business. Item 1, selection of the superintendent. Recommended action, discussion, consideration of the appointment of the superintendent of schools and related matters. Mr. Shamlin, would you like to give us some guidance and direction considering all the moving parts of this item?
Yes, so when this item was originally set, we had candidates, finalists to consider. As of tonight, there are no finalists to consider, and so the original plan was to take a vote on this item, a poll vote to determine if we could elect the superintendent. Because of that, that plan has to go away, and as the chair, you can entertain motions or comments on the item. But traditionally, we'll take a motion first and then a comment.
Thank you. Okay, so any motions and or comments from my colleagues at this time?
I'd like to make
Mr. Martin.
This is obviously a very important item. As we all know, one board member, because of a longstanding pre-existing engagement, is not able to be here. Additionally, we received just this morning guidance from our council regarding relevant laws applicable to this, which I haven't had time to fully digest. And consider the ramifications of. Additionally, since we received that, we had the news about Ms. Zayas dropping out. So I think that we're not in a position to take any action tonight. We do have the deadline coming up. I do think it's important for all the board members to be present, to have this discussion, and for us to have had the benefit of a few days more to contemplate the legal advice that we've been given. So I would like to make a motion to reset this. What I'd like to do is to call for a special meeting, make a motion to have a special meeting to consider this item next Tuesday, July 23rd. And my intention in that is to be a date that we can all be there. I've heard various things of when travel plans are planning and whatnot, so I'm flexible as to the date, but I would like to make a motion to have a date as soon as possible next week when the entire board can come.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Martin that we move this item to a date next week that allows for all board members to be in attendance. Am I correct in saying that? Okay, is there a second for that motion?
Can I do a friendly? I mean, I just
Yeah,
wanna-
well, please, what is it? Yes, ma'am.
Basically, you said Tuesday, and I don't think all of us are going to be here Tuesday. So I was just going to ask that we change, even though I know the 23rd is the date, change it to either the Wednesday or Thursday.
If we can all make it on Wednesday, I'm perfectly happy
Okay,
to
well, that's
say,
what Okay.
to make the motion for Wednesday. Is
Okay.
everybody, can all of us make Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then Wednesday, the July 24th.
Okay.
So it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Russ that this particular item be brought in a special board meeting on Wednesday, July 24th.
Point
Okay?
of order, if I
Yes.
may. As I seconded and there was a friendly, before I agree with the friendly, I have a question for council.
Yes.
We all know there's a big ticking clock right of July 23rd. What I want to make sure is, as a board, we can't stand in violation of state law to not have a superintendent with a contract.
Well, so I'll give you a little bit of the information from the research we culled. You currently have an interim superintendent who's been appointed. He has a contract. His contract basically mirrors what state law says. And essentially, it says that he will remain the interim until this board elects a permanent superintendent. Now, the law prescribes that the board cannot employ an interim for longer than a 6-month period. He was appointed on the 23rd of January, which would mean the 23rd of this month would be the 6-month limit. And so beyond that point, per his contract, he would remain the interim superintendent, but the board would be in violation of law. And so this is the area that we discussed in terms of kind of unknowns, right? You would have a superintendent in place, which you're required to do, but you would be technically in violation of the law because that surpasses that 6-month limit.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Mr. Russ? Okay, so are you remaining the second on this item? Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Martin, seconded by Mr. Russ, with a friendly amendment that this item be brought back to us in a special board meeting on Wednesday, July 24th. Comments from the board. I've entered into the queue, but I believe my questions have been answered. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Personally, I'm going to be honest, I have some serious concerns with the current motion because it puts us outside the scope of state law, which makes our board look like we are not organized in a way that makes sense. To me, if we're going to do anything, let's give interim superintendent Adam Smith a 30-day contract, so at least we are in compliance with law, and then we can discuss this next week so we can bring compliance.
Excuse me, we will not holler from the audience.
That's okay, that's all right.
Please do not.
So for point of information, for the person who made the comment from the floor, Attorney Shamlin, can we do a 30-day contract with the current person that we have? And as soon as we select the next person, that contract can end.
Per state law, the board can prescribe any term for the permanent appointment of a superintendent not to exceed 4 years. So that could be 1 day, 3 days, a week. It depends on the board and its desire, if you chose to do that. So there's no minimum term, only a maximum term.
Gotcha. So I'm saying 30 days in case we come here next week and we go in the same place again. But we have to make a decision. We have a duty, a sworn duty, when we chose to run for these seats. And tonight we need to make that happen if we're going to walk away doing anything. The next thing I'll say is, and I'm not trying to throw salt or put fire on the fuel, but there was a comment that was made, and I would be remiss if I did not speak on that comment and it was in terms of why he was not selected or why the choice was selected by board members, and I can't tell them how to feel. But what I can say is that I felt as though the assessment was flawed because we gave him an interim position. We didn't put any performance expectations out there at all, and we expected him to somehow fix a leak inside of a boat. Now, the two things that we did specifically outline that were coming up and that had absolute importance was the transportation and the budget. Now, when we had the transportation meeting inside of this room, I heard everybody say, thank you, we are in a much better place. We understand what our fleet are like now. We understand that we don't have to purchase buses, we can now lease them. We understand that now we have AC on buses, and we also understand that Lean Frog is helping us to work the situation out. Those things were discussed, they were fixed. When we went through the budget, every single thing that board members said to come back and change, he was open to it, and we did it. I'm simply asking tonight that we make a decision so that we are in compliance with state law. Now, you can choose to do what you want to do tonight. I want to put up a substitute motion that we select interim Superintendent Smith, put him on a 30-day contract with the caveat that whenever we select the next superintendent, it will end that contract so that we are in compliance with state law. That's a simple ask that requires a simple answer, and I'll stop there.
Okay.
Motion, Mr.
That's his, okay. We have a motion on the floor that we appoint Mr. Smith on a 30-day contract, and he will serve until another superintendent.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Shamlin.
Those two terms don't.
That was going to be my question, but go ahead.
Either it's a 30-day term or until a permanent, but the problem here is only an interim can serve until a permanent is placed. What you're doing is you're actually creating a permanent appointment. And so that needs to have a definite term. Okay? And so what you're doing is you're actually taking your interim, converting him to a permanent appointment. And so you got to give it a term.
So that's why I said. I'm sorry. So that's why I said 30 days. Because if I say 2 weeks and we come back in here next week and we don't have somebody selected, well, then we're going to be right back outside of compliance again. So I'm trying to give us enough wiggle room to make the selection that we need while also staying in compliance with state law.
I also need to caution the board about public evaluation of the superintendent. And Mr. Lannis, I appreciate the words you were trying to say, but we need to be careful about this board in its official capacity issuing any professional opinions about his competence or any candidate's competence, character, et cetera, without going into executive session and first notifying that person as is appropriate under the law. So merely a caution to everyone as we have this discussion to be careful about that conversation.
Can I do a point of privilege? And I know I'm next in the queue anyway. And based off of what Mr. Lannis just described, and he said the 30 days, but based if we don't have any viable candidates or anybody to put into the position, we have to open it back up for possible persons to apply or be open just in case we don't get those votes. And we have to do that for 30 days. So my friendly change would be at least 60 days. Because we would, and I'm saying that to say because we have to have at least 30 days if we were to open, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Shamlin, and I'm just trying to give us enough time just in case that option has to be utilized if nobody is chosen. So kind of, you know what I'm talking about, so kind of.
Mr. Shamlin, before we go into that clarification, do we need to address the substitute motion and second that's on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, so
she was offering the friendly.
I was trying to change the friendly to increase the time based off of the time that we would have to utilize with the 30 days. And so
Okay.
If we did 30 days, we would still be in the same predicament because we would have to, within the 30 days, we still have to.
No.
I'm sorry. And we would still, if we only did the 30, it would put us back in the same situation if we weren't to identify a superintendent because we would have to open the pool back up if we don't get 5 votes for anybody. That's what I'm referencing.
Yeah, so here's the concern, and I need to give you guys information, but you're making motion, so I don't want to get in the way of your discussion. But when you appoint a permanent superintendent, okay, there's some notice requirements that kick in for that superintendent. If you want to end his contract, generally it's a 90-day notice to end the contract. And so all this has to be taken into account when you're considering his term or the term of that contract. And I say that to say you have to think about that as you set this term. 30 days probably wouldn't be enough time because you've got to give a 90-day notice before you end the contract. Also, if you appoint a permanent superintendent at the end of that contract, we would need to reopen this entire process up again, conduct another search, advertise a position, solicit applications, et cetera, because you're ending that superintendent's tenure that you appointed.
Thank you, Mr. Shamlin. That's why I knew the 30 days wouldn't work.
So, Mr. Landis, are you accepting the friendly amendment?
Yes, I'll accept the friendly, understanding the facts of what was just said. So I guess let me come back to you, Attorney Shamlin. If we did this tonight, do we do 30? Does it make more sense to do 90 days instead of 60? In your honest opinion, I think you just turned your mic off.
It would make sense to do at least 90 or more. You have to give a 30-day notice. And keep in mind, we haven't talked about the requirements of advertisement. If your plan is to solicit to fill this position permanently beyond that contract, and this is where it gets a little complicated, you've got to run 3 ads and wait 30 days after the last ad before you can actually make a permanent appointment. So this can be a little bit more complicated than simply creating that term. We probably need to think out what you guys' plan would be with regard to your long range or your long-term plan in terms of how you want to move with a permanent appointment.
May I have a point of
Yes.
order for Mr. Shamlin?
Yes.
If we gave a 90-day contract, okay, because I recognize we got timing and stuff like that with intention of opening it. We gave a 90-day contract, and on the first day he signed it, we gave him notice. So he's got 90-day notice. Right. So that at the end of 90 days, we've gone through a process and stuff like that. We've done everything, and we can hire whoever we want at the end of 90 days.
That's correct.
In 90 days, we can give him notice the day he signs the contract.
That's correct.
Which starts that clock. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay. No, all right. So I need a friendly to
That's my
do 90 days.
That's the friendly with the 90.
Okay.
I just wasn't sure about the time. That's why I asked Gwen to explain it.
Okay.
I wasn't sure about the time, but I knew it was some time frames in there, and it had to be more than 30.
Okay. So, Madam President, the motion is to name interim superintendent Adam Smith as permanent superintendent for 90 days with the caveat that we put the notice out on the first day. Okay.
Can I ask for a friendly on that?
Yes, sir.
Because can we add to that as part of that, the board gives notice on the day he signs? Because I don't want to have to come back and do another vote on this.
No, so that's what I said. I said that's a caveat, with the caveat that we put the notice out the day that he signs.
The notice of cancellation, the day that he signs. Okay.
Yes.
But that's part of the motion. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is for a 90-day contract to name interim superintendent, permanent superintendent for 90 days with the caveat that the cancellation begin on the first day. Yes. Okay.
All right. So thank you, Mr. Landis. It has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board at this time. Ms. Stewart? Okay. Mr. Martin?
Thank you. I disagree with the motion for several reasons. One, it's being haphazardly concocted right here as we speak. There are significant legal ramifications. We caught one of them just now, but there are undoubtedly others. I don't know that I agree with the legal opinion, the suggestion from counsel that we would have to necessarily advertise this for the whole 30 days. I don't know that that is in fact what the law says, but I haven't had time to fully review because I only received your opinion or the opinion of our outside counsel this morning. And so I do not want us to be locked into a 90-day contract if, in fact, we may find on further examination with counsel, perhaps with the assistance of an opinion from the Attorney General or something like that, that we don't actually need to do that, and we have other options that might reveal to themselves to us next Wednesday at a special meeting. As Mr. Shamlin, I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you previously opined that there are no particular penalties or consequences provided for the 6-month superintendent position, correct? And so contractually.
Can I do a point of information? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Because this has never happened before. This would set precedents, and we don't know what's going to happen. We are hoping that nothing happens, but because this has never happened in our state's history,
That's
we'll be
a
the first to do
comment,
it.
not a point of order.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Well, let me get to the point of information. Attorney Shamlin, has this ever happened before, and would this set precedents if we do that? If we choose to do nothing and just go outside of state compliance?
I can't make a statement as to whether it's ever happened because I'm not aware of all the histories of every school board in the state. What I will say is that in my discussions with counsel, we are more comfortable with the idea of an interim serving beyond the 6-month limit in terms of being able to defend the board, as I think Mr. Martin suggested, if we have to go that route. There may be some legal consequences. There may be a writ of mandamus filed against the board ordering us to appoint someone. We don't believe that
Mr.
writ
Shamlin, please explain what that term means.
It's essentially
And talk in the mic for those who are
It's
listening.
essentially an order to do something specific, right? And so the board could receive an order to appoint a superintendent, which puts you right back where you are now, right? And the legal consequences potentially could be something like attorney's fees, court costs, et cetera, or contempt of court if you fail to meet the requirements of that order. But it is possible. And so we feel that if you were to use the interim beyond that 6 month, you might face that consequence, but that seems to be what counsel believes would be a potential outcome.
Thank you. Ms. Shamlin, so to continue, and I hope I won't have, that doesn't all go into my time, correct? Again, this is, the substitute motion makes a fairly long-term commitment in an environment that in a very short time period that we're still understanding what the ramifications are right now. I believe the better approach is to wait until next Wednesday when we've had more time to contemplate the.
Okay, please remain quiet, please. Thank you.
You said earlier that you could do it Wednesday when I was specifically asking.
And April came and let me know that my flight is back in town at night, so I won't be able to make it Thursday.
Then Thursday, that's fine by me. Next week, I think that's a much better approach. I won't belabor all the things that got us into the spot that none of us want to be in. Everybody's annoyed, aggravated, and disappointed in each other, and we're not going to get any benefit from rehashing all of that right now. But I do not think it is appropriate to commit us to 90 days of something when, in fact, we may, if we take a little more time to consider it, be able to find a better solution that will not involve us having to re-advertise and leave our students so uncertain when what the future is going to be when school starts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Shamlin, if I hope my comments are germane.
Audience, please remain quiet. Thank you.
I hope my comments are germane to the topic, Mr. Shamlin. But just a few minutes ago, you cautioned Mr. Lannis about making comments about the superintendent, by character. I can't recall exactly what you said, but excuse me. In January, to the best of my reckoning, we charged Mr. Smith with roughly 5 things that this board wanted to see. We wanted to see transportation addressed. Mr. Landis he talked about that, the buses, lean fault.
And Mr. Lewis, I'm gonna stop you, and the reason I'm stopping you is this: if you open the door to have a conversation about the positives regarding Mrs. Smith's performance, then it also invites potential comments about the negative. And as a board,
I'm done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I have entered into the queue as well. And what I will say is I want to apologize. I know Ms. Tressa Augustine told us to stop apologizing. But I want to apologize as well for sharing the information in regards to the positives of our interim, because in Mr. Shamlin's words, and I trust Mr. Shamlin as our general counsel, that if we are not allowed to say anything negative about a person's character unless we go into executive session, I do understand that we should limit our positives as well, in all fairness and protocol. I don't think we've had the conversation since we got on this board about pushing cans down the road. And right now, unfortunately, we have one member who is out. So that leaves 8. We need to make a decision tonight. A lot of times, when we think about this, we've had conversations since January that said that we were not moving fast enough. Every time, and I'm going to come to my vice president's defense as well, every time we got ready to proceed, there was always a rock thrown to put a stop in the door. So we got an interim in January. We said that in February that we would engage the community to find out what the vision of the community was. We brought the name of a consulting firm to assist with that. We got pushback to say we need to go through an RFQ process. An RFQ process took a month. That slowed down the process. Then, once we got involved in the application process and the hiring process, we said we needed to make sure we continued to engage the community. We need to get a consultant. We should not do this work on our own. All of those things took additional time. Now, mind you, the same folks that were telling us this were the same ones that were saying, we're running out of time, but you keep throwing rocks. So now here we are. Today is July 18th. We should have a superintendent chosen by July 23rd. We had a group of our board members who selected the 3 finalists, and every one of those finalists withdrew. I'm trying to understand what is really the argument here. What is really going on? And then what I'm hearing tonight is that my vice president is saying that he disagrees with our legal counsel. So I'm just trying to understand something here. So if we talk about the things that are taking place, I asked my colleagues to turn off your phone. Mine has been off. But there's some other text messages that's been going on because I've been seeing phones. And I asked politely, and I know that I don't run anything but the organization of a meeting. And then at the same time, I'm watching my colleague over here who watches everything that I do. He's texting somebody. So I'm trying to understand something here. Y'all tell me, Mr. Godet told me yesterday that I am the reason for this shit show. We need to handle business. It is time. If I'm the one that's responsible for the shit show, we will continue because we need to take care of business. and stop playing around. It's time for us to choose somebody, period. Now, who are we going to choose? And let's take care of the business, and let's move forward. And then we say it's 10:12, we're going to end at 10:30. I don't understand. So I hope that one of my colleagues will use sensible common sense and wisdom and say that tonight we're going to extend this time until we come up with a decision, that we're going to make a decision, and we're going to move on with our lives. All of us have other parts of our lives. School board business at $800 to $1,000 a month is not our fullness of our lives. We got people who have plans to go out of town. We have jobs. We are trying to get other jobs. We don't have time for all of this. We just meeting and meeting and meeting and meeting and meeting. We have exceeded the $60,000 that was given to us last year, i.e. Charles says the $130,000. That's over with. People get paid that for one time out of the year. We've already exceeded the pennies that we get to serve in our community, and we want to continue to serve, but we are wasting valuable time. We need to choose someone. We have already asked Mr. Shamlin during the week, who can we choose from? He says we should be able to choose from any of the applicants that we have. Okay, so let's choose an applicant and keep moving. Thank you, sir. I gave you a lot of my time earlier. So at this point, let's go ahead and take care of business. Please and thank you. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. I agree. I'm not willing to start a new process on the fly. We had 2 finalists, and neither one are available now. I think we need time to examine where we go from here. If we are going to choose from one of the applicants, we need to make sure that they're all still available. They haven't gone through the process that the other finalists did, so we don't even know if they're still interested in the job or not. I would point out there is, we're making a big deal about a rush for the 6-month deadline, but council did point out that the intent of that 6 month was so that boards wouldn't just keep hiring, extending an interim just to avoid appointing a superintendent. And that's clearly not what our intent was here, because we advertised for a superintendent. So I'm not going to vote for the substitute motion. I think it'd be more appropriate to look at our options and meet next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you, Mr. Shamlin. You look like you have something to say.
Yeah, I need to make a correction. I'm researching as I speak to you. So the minimum notice is 30 days. Our contracts are written with 90 days because it allows the board to transition into a new superintendent. I want to make sure that was clear. So state law says a 30-day notice, but when you read the contracts we give our superintendents, it's always 90 days, and that's due to advertisement requirements, which I know Mr. Martin has discussed, whether we actually need to do that or not. But that's the reason. You want to solicit applications, you want to review and interview, and then make a selection, and that gives you enough time to do so. So 90 days is an option, but 30 days is the requirement. I want to make sure that was on the record.
So let me, just so to be clear, we could do 30-day notice. We can put that out the first day that we do it.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Russ?
Yeah, please reset my time. Thanks.
There you go.
First of all, I will state clearly I'm not in support of extending, for all intents and purposes, the length of time that we have our current interim superintendent serving. What we're doing is bucking the system to, essentially force a workaround and force us further into a process that we have also already exhausted and frankly made a huge mess of as a board. That is something we are all responsible for. It's disappointing that we have lost 2 quality candidates because of the way that this community has, as a whole, as a board, as a community, has interacted with them. They have decided to drop out. That's very disappointing.
Remain quiet, everyone, even outside of the room, because we can hear you.
I also continue to be disappointed by the examples that our community see when we fail to uphold decorum in this room. And I think that goes all the way around. There's been times when I have not done that, and I've been swiftly called out and have always been accountable to that and improved my behaviors where I needed to. I think it is up to all of us to be leaders to not just the people in this room, but to our communities about how we talk about others, how we treat others in this room, but also in our community. And when we're not getting what we want, that's when it's the hardest. But we still have that responsibility to uphold decorum in this room. I'm not going to support that we move forward with this. Well, I don't know that there is a motion on the floor.
Yeah, 90 days.
Besides the 90-day option, I support my colleague Martin's assertion that we do need more time. I think, look, we failed to make a decision when we decided that we were going to make a decision. All right, that's on this board. We have this before us again. I don't think anybody in this room is interested in pretending like we're going to make a decision tonight on a candidate that 5 people have all rejected. That's just what it is. You're not going to browbeat it. You're not going to sit and have an hour and a half of public comment that's going to change people's minds about something that they have taken months to decide. So rather than waste the public's time and this board's time, I think we need to convene on or before the 23rd, frankly, and it's up to our board to show up and do their job and not be in violation of the law. I've been here for every meeting and made time and made sure that I didn't travel around the time that this process took place. And I think every board member has that responsibility. Now, I can't hold it against anybody for making plans after we were supposed to have made a decision, but that's not where we're at right now. I don't think that we need to make any decision that puts us in violation of the law, but I also don't think that we have information or a plan. I mean, frankly, it's laughable that we're sitting up here trying to concoct some pie-in-the-sky idea of how to, just throw the law out the window to make it fit in the box that we want. We don't have options because we ran them off. So great job to all of us for what we've accomplished here. We've accomplished absolutely nothing in about 6 months. I'm not proud of it. And I think that we need to come back to the table on Monday or Tuesday, and who shows up is who's going to make those decisions. That's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Mr. Russ, would you like to make a substitute motion?
This is a
You already have a substitute
All right.
motion on the floor. Yeah.
All right, then. Mr. Shamlin? Okay. Mr. Gode?
Thank you. Mr. Lannis, are you not going to be here Tuesday? I'm just asking.
No, so I will not be here Tuesday, but I will also say that when we were having community discussions, we moved the dates because some people said they were going to be out of town.
I understand.
No, I'm not saying this against you.
I'm not going to have a meeting without you.
I just want to say that for the record, though.
I'm not going to have a meeting
is
without
that now we're going to have, now we're talking about, and it's not towards you, Mike, but now tonight we're talking about having a meeting with people not going to be here. But when we did community discussions, we moved dates specifically because some board members said they could not make it.
So I understand. I was just asking to know because I won't vote for anything where you can't be here. Okay. I want to echo most of what, or just about all of what Mr. Russ just said. I'm not going to vote for the substitute motion I would much rather wait and go to Thursday where we can have some solid legal footing. If we are outside the law, at that point, we will have been outside the law for 2 days. It's not like, and people can see that we're actually trying to be compliant with the law, and I cannot see any kind of damages or something. If someone wants to file suit, they can, and they can file suit recognizing that the only thing they're accomplishing is spending the kids' money, because they'll do. So with that, I will oppose the motion. I also, one of the, as I sit back here and think, and many of the people in this room are teachers, some of the members on the board are teachers. How would the decorum and the actions look to your students if they had a video camera of you doing this, the way we've been acting? We as a whole board, all of us,
Quiet, everyone.
all of us, we are setting a horrible example as we go through this, okay? There's been a lot of things said about me that I think is factually wrong, but I'm not going to stop and go through them. But when we start calling out, from the audience calling us out by name and from the board calling each other out by name, and we're sitting here saying we need unity and we need to come together for the district to move the district forward, how hypocritical can we be? We need to stop. We need to look at each other in the eye and say, I may not agree with you, but we're going to figure out a way to do this together. And that's going to take some compromise. It's going to take some hard work. It's going to take some putting feelings aside. It's going to take putting emotions aside and things like that. Because at the end of the day, we're here to serve the kids, and we're not serving the kids right now. And that's on all of us. All of us here at this dais, all of you out there in the room who are sitting there campaigning for one person or another and doing all the things. And quite honestly, I'm gonna be really blunt. I'm a little bit concerned about the people that could possibly still be in this process and letting this go on. Because that is not tearing the city apart and tearing the community apart and tearing the school district apart is not a good thing either. So I think we all have to look in the mirror and take a step back and say, what the hell are we doing? We're better than this. We have to come together. We have to make some compromises. We have to figure out a way to make this thing work. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now turn to comment from the public. Again, if there are any of our board members who desire to extend the time, we're at 10:25. All right, so our public comment comes from Eureka Gaston. Thank you.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I would like to speak on the article that the board members Martin, Ballou, Rust, and Sule addressed concerning their decision not to include Adam Smith as a finalist for the superintendent position. In my opinion, the article was unprofessional, backstabbing, and revealed your true character. You chose to demean Mr. Smith's character and his ability to hold a position which he has held in the interim on 3 different occasions when the board's choice for a superintendent failed. This board agreed to appoint Mr. Smith when you were in dire straits to save your reputation, but still chose to demean his abilities. According to the last finalist that withdrew her application, her reason for withdrawing her application was because her goal was to provide equitable services to all the children in East Baton Rouge Parish. So how is it that the members of this board goal is not to provide equitable services for all the students in East Baton Rouge Parish? That begs the question, what are your goals? Now, I have been here since 4 o'clock today. You changed around the order of the agenda So you can wait till dark where everybody could have gone home if you all were gonna come back in here and say you don't have anybody to vote. Let's put it to next week. We could have did that early in the day. So while you all are sitting here, Mr. Martin, you said that you didn't want to extend this. Okay, well, will somebody up here make a motion for Mr. Adam Smith to be nominated for the permanent superintendent position, and then y'all vote more on that and get us to talk about it? Because you wasted all this time for nothing. You have spent money since this has been going on since January. You spent money after money after money and time for something that you all didn't intend to do anyway. Now, like you said, Ms. Lewis, you all need to do your job. And I don't understand if Mr. Smith know enough to be the interim superintendent, why he don't know enough to be the permanent superintendent? Why is that? Now, we are here today. You have no candidates. Somebody say you can go to the old application for whoever to apply. Did Mr. Smith apply? I think he did. So why are you all against allowing him to be nominated for this position permanently?
Thank you, Ms. Gaston. Considering it is 10:28, and I know that means that we have 2 minutes left, okay? Ms. Stewart.
Point of order, I would do a motion to suspend the rules to complete the process.
Okay. It has been moved by Ms. Stewart and seconded by Mr. Lannis that we would suspend the rules to fulfill the process of this particular item, which is item E1, selection of the superintendent. Mr. Shamlin, have we stated that accurately? Okay, seeing that it has been moved and seconded, comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing no comments from the board at this time, comments from the public? Okay, Mr. Dorsey. Okay, all right. Okay, so seeing no comments from the public, back to comments from the board, and this is on extending the time to fulfill item E1. Okay, seeing none, we will now cast a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Jared Luter.
Good evening, everyone. I had a prepared statement, but this is crazy. And I'm speaking to the board as well as more so to the public. This is what happens when elected officials don't support the community. You don't serve the community. This is inefficient, it's ineffective. It is indeed a shit show. It's embarrassing. I won't speak to support any particular candidate, but you have definitely played in every candidate's face. Someone had a problem with giving the community what they want. Is that not what representative government is? Is that not what you're here for? That's not what you're here for, Mr. Godet? You don't represent the community?
Okay, so we're not allowed to ask or answer questions.
Others
like
have spoken
that. Thank
about
you.
the examples we've set for students. When this process ends up like this is the way you have to respond. It's the only way. Listen to your community, you won't have any problems. Someone mentioned this matter is dividing this city. This city has been divided before any of us we even thought about. This matter is not the root of the situation we're in. The candidates you selected, they've all dropped out. So to me, as a member of this community, with 7 children who have gone at some point through this system, that tells me you all are ineffective and inefficient. Some of you need to be company men, as the letter stated, and do the right thing and sit this out. Take it home and stay home. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Herrick. Again, Mr. Carl Herrick, Mr. Griffin Rivers, and Ms. Freya Rivers, if I said that correctly. Ms. Rivers and Mr. Rivers, thank you.
Question. Do we each have 3 minutes?
Yes, yes, sir.
I will relinquish my time to my wife.
Okay, thank you.
A few weeks ago, I stood before this board representing 28 African American students who sacrificed their lives 60 years ago to improve the East Baton Rouge Parish school system. Now we find that the sacrifices we made were in vain because the system has not improved. It is still segregated with a black student population of 85+%. Yet, there are 5 whites on a 9-member board controlling this black population of students. Who do you represent? Not us. Who should you represent? The students, parents, and community of the students that attend schools in this district, and those are black students. Your white constituents in districts 1, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are in private and charter schools, not East Baton Rouge Parish. And St. George, you'll have the opportunity to pull out in a couple of years when you can finance your own district and maybe rule over white children. But you think that you can run our schools. Who knows our students better than us? We do not need an overseer, a master, or a paternalistic manager. We can make our own decisions. Why do we need you to tell us what and how to think and who to select to be over our children? If you were truly concerned about the students in East Baton Rouge Parish, then you would listen to your teachers, your parents, your community, and your students. They have voiced their opinion on who they want as superintendent, and you did not listen. You have spent months searching. You had a search committee to no avail because you want your choice. Even though Adam Smith may not be your choice, but your white students are not in this system. Our black students are. When there's a racial split like this, it is called racism. I realize that most of you will say that you are not racist, but when this type of split occurs, there's no other name for it. It's distortion, omission, stereotype, superiority, inferiority, and denial. And I'm just leaving out hatred as one of the definers, because I hope that that doesn't exist. That the reason you're acting the way you do is because it's a denial of the facts and cultural brainwashing. And anytime you need help with that, I'm a great resource on racism and defining it. To have a person nominated for a committee to interview the superintendent who's a member of Moms of Liberty, Mr. Russ, those views do not need to be expressed as an appointee on a committee. Moms for Liberty is a far-right organization that engages in anti-student inclusion activities. How can you be anti-student inclusion when your population is Black? Those far-right views that they have include acceptance and promotion of the Proud Boys, Hitler, Rush Limbaugh, Breitbart, evangelical brainwashing, book banning, hatred of LGBTQ students, American history and African American history, and it all includes an advance of anti-student inclusion agenda and curricula. It includes the destruction of the Department of Education. It is anti-government. The Southern Poverty Law Center branded Moms for Liberty as an extremist organization. It is anti-government. It is anti-public schools. It is anti-LGBTQ. It is anti-Blacks. It is anti-inclusion. It is anti-intelligence because they don't want woke people, and that means you're intelligent if you're woke. It is anti-medical information. It is anti-teacher unions. It is anti-Muslim. It is anti-anything that is not Christian. It is domestic terrorism.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers. Thank you, thank you.
I've done 6 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm asking you not to vote your conscience, but to vote for what's best for the students and East Baton Rouge parents. And let me again remind you, we are Black in East Baton Rouge Parish. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Parkerson.
Good evening. I'm Ursula Parkerson. I'm an EBR teacher and parent of an EBR student. I'd like to be a little less than germane for just a moment. I know y'all love that word. And briefly thank Ms. Powell-Lewis for being unafraid to voice openly what many of us already either assumed or knew was happening behind closed doors. And I don't know about you guys, but if I have to hear Mr. Martin tell us one more time that he's going to be doing what he wants to do and ignore what his constituents wants him to do, I might just vomit right here. The arrogance and audacity to say that to this community over and over should be enough to get anyone up off their seats to sign his recall petition. By now, we have all figured out that some of you seem to listen or seem to refuse to listen to anyone other than the people pulling your strings. I have some other ideas on who you might consider listening to. How about listening to yourselves? You said respecting someone's character, conduct, and longevity is not the same thing as believing that person is the leader we need. What kind of nonsense is that? That's exactly what we need in a leader. Someone with character. Someone who conducts themselves professionally. Someone who has proven that they will stick with us when things are hard and make the hard decisions. And y'all said we don't need that. If you really listen to yourself, you'd know that this is by far the most lame thing that you have all come up with in quite some time. And that's really saying something considering this week. Maybe you will listen to the first candidate who snapped up another job in favor of working with this board. Perhaps you will listen to Mr. James, who opted to keep his current job over dealing with the hostile environment created here. Maybe you will listen to Ms. Zayas. She said, what should matter most is creating a district culture that drives life-changing, equitable outcomes for the city's children. Tragically, this is not the current focus, and she could have continued by saying, not the current focus of this board, but she has a little class. She went on to say that she prays that the board can act responsibly, ethically, equitably, and center the interest of the children and families. Well, me too, Ms. Zayas, me too. This community wants Mr. Smith, not because he makes us feel comfortable, but because he's the right man to lead and unite this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Katrina Robertson. She said that she does not wish to speak. She says that it's time out on making decisions based on politics. Our schools are failing, and we desperately need change. EBR is in shambles. We need change, not problems. Next, we have Mr. Washington.
Good afternoon, Madam President and board members. I almost want to say, the young lady who just spoke was so clear and precise. I was sitting there like she took everything I wanted to say. But at the last time I was at this meeting, some things were said about what you guys are not going to do. If you're not going to listen to the public about who we want for superintendent, then don't waste my time having a meeting in the public to get my opinion. Because that doesn't make sense. If your minds are already made up that you don't want to give this community who is best for them, then why put on the show? Why? And then I don't know who in the hell your constituents are anyway, because most of the people that I saw spoke at this board were white. For those of you white guys who have a problem, because most of the employees I here last week were white speaking for Mr. Smith. And one of you said the most asinine thing I've ever said in my life. As a history teacher, this plantation mentality some of you have, the master-slave mentality some of you have. One of you said last week, and you said you don't call board member names, so I won't. But one of you said, the only reason why all of you all are here, speaking for Mr. Smith, is because he's gonna be nice to you all. Because you know him. But I'm gonna tell you, you need to read some research about employee and supervisor relationship. All research says that if I respect you, I bust my butt for you. I'm gonna work hard for you. I run through that wall for you. But when I don't respect you and you treat me like dirt, you're gonna have a high turnover rate. I'm not gonna do my job. The best principals I ever had were those men and ladies who respected me and treated me like I was an adult. Because this time is out. This is 2023. You're right, baby, thank you. Because see, my daughters, my generation of kids, if you all talk to them the way you talk to us, they gone. My daughters don't stay nowhere where their supervisor don't respect them. And they got, thank God they got medical, they in the medical field, they can go wherever they want. You guys need to change your attitude. You talking about your turnover rate? The ASCO you're having here, all these people leaving, and don't you know also, ain't nobody gonna break no contract and come wait for you after school start. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Ms. Matthews.
y'all have 3 jobs. This board is charged with the fiduciary responsibility. I know one board member who said on record that the fiduciary I'm looking this way, but I'm not talking to y'all. It's kind of on a different side. Said on record that the fiduciary responsibility was not this board's job, but it is actually, in fact, this board's job. So, actually, knowingly doing something to get sued is not a good look. So I appreciate your motion and trying to get that going, Board Member Lannis. Also, to the board members who said that this has completely divided everybody, I just want to say, you know, organizing work is a hard work, okay? This has united individual activists. This has gotten LAE, Federation, NAACP, every step up. We are all on board together working. We are completely united in this work together. So we have come together 100% as a community, working, moving the goal forward. So my people are together today. Also, you know, another board member said that the way that the candidates were treated by the community, which really confuses me, because I had one candidate flat out tell me this board should hire Mr. Smith. That was before they dropped out. I personally had great conversations with Ms. Zayas. I still have text conversations with Ms. Zayas. She's a great person. And I know that other advocates have had great combos with several of the other candidates. So I'm not sure who is treating the candidates poorly other than the miscommunication coming from this board, because maybe applications and things like that weren't really looked at the other candidates other than what was really being done. But let's look at the situation in front of us now. Okay, we've got until Wednesday to put somebody in place, unless y'all are just counting on Kate Brumley appointing somebody, and you don't have any intention of doing anything at all, and that's why you're sitting here, because where you're standing right now, somebody does still have a candidate. My candidate is still standing, whether you like it or not. We're in a checkmate position. I'm sorry that all of y'all's bowed out. Mine is still standing. He's still back there standing. I'm sorry you lost, but you did, and mine's still
Thank you,
here,
Ms.
and the people
Matthews.
want them.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. You released Dr. Narcisse. That was wise. You appointed Mr. Smith as interim. That was also wise. He, as far as I can tell, did everything that this board, through a collective vote, asked him to do. It doesn't matter what any of you might have wanted him to do or asked him to do behind closed doors. I can't think of any board action that he didn't abide by. You set up a process that resulted in 17 applicants, all presumably qualified, and 13 of those are presumably still in the running. I'm still interested. I would imagine the others are. However, you need to settle this, because it's a horrible example to tell 40,000 students that because we're powerful, it's okay if we break the law. We're going to make somebody sue us just to see if there are any actual consequences for breaking the law. So what you need to do is settle this tonight, not Monday, not Tuesday, not Wednesday. Ms. Soule could have changed her plans. She chose not to. That's her privilege. There are 8 of you here. There are several people in the audience that are expecting you to do your job tonight. So what you should do is abandon these substitute motions. You should ask if anybody wants to nominate any of the remaining 13 folks. I suspect at least one of you will nominate Mr. Smith. If nobody else gets nominations, then you should all appoint Mr. Smith by acclamation. You had your shot to install somebody that the Baton Rouge Alliance for Students told you to install. You had your opportunity to find somebody with a charter background that would break up the public school system, which may actually be the intention for a couple of you. But school starts in a few weeks. You have a duty to put somebody in place, not as a lame duck. How would you feel it if you took your kid to their first day of kindergarten and the kindergarten teacher said, "Hi, I'm happy to meet you. I got fired today. I'll be here until they can find somebody better." Appoint Mr. Smith tonight, give him a reasonable length, and by Monday have objective criteria by which you will actually evaluate him. Part of the problem that Dr. Narcisse had is you never set objective performance criteria, and he did whatever he wanted to. That's on you. Did you make any demands by board action of Mr. Smith that he didn't do? No. That's on you. Do your job. Do it tonight. Appoint Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Ms. Harmon.
Madam President, could I ask that maybe you read 2 or 3 names out so people can be on?
Sure. Yes, sir. So before you begin, Ms. Harmon, then Pastor Dale Flowers, and then Ms. Nyman.
Hello. Again, my name is Maria Harmon, a resident in District 6. I'm speaking on behalf of Step Up Louisiana and also the NAACP. I serve as the education chair. On behalf of Step Up, because we did take a position, we do support the appointment of Adam Smith. Quite frankly, it's just disappointing to watch the discourse of how this board has operated since November of 2023, to be honest. Letting the process get to this point is grossly egregious. To even think that we should wait till the 23rd or 24th just because we have like a couple of days out of being in compliance, honestly, that's quintessential to the mindset of white privilege, because you're not used to being held accountable by the law like that, just being honest. And that's the disconnect that I'm speaking to. And I just hope that there's some unity that can be reached across this board, because at the end of the day, the children are relying on your leadership to move this district the way it needs to go. On behalf of the NAACP, it's just grossly egregious to witness the actions of some of these board members in regards to the alignment with right-wing extremist organizations that is anti-Black, and to have the nerve to sit on a board that serves a population of over 30,000 students that go to school here in this school district is grossly egregious. It's a big reason why the NAACP wants Mr. Rust off of the Brett Commission. It needs to happen. We need a better suited board member to represent the school district or on behalf of the board on that commission, to be honest. But back to the point of the superintendent, this all just speaks to the leadership that the board members have espoused. And it's just, again, grossly egregious to witness. We can't afford to have gaps in leadership and instability because people are upset that their candidates didn't make it through. It's not because of the actions of the community, it's the dysfunction of this board. The candidates clearly seen who their choice was, and they had to be honest about it. One of them even took the notion to even sit down with Mr. Smith. Ms. Zayas did that because that was out of respect, and she seen what was going on. Again, which is why I like Ms. Zayas to the extent of her understanding how community works. And her taking that initiative said a lot. I'm going to sit down with Mr. Smith and talk with him. That is one thing that always sat with me. But on behalf of Step Up, we strongly support Adam Smith. We do not believe that 90 days is sufficient to make a decision. Again, we have to think about the welfare of our children. August 8th is coming, whether we like it or not. July 23rd is coming, whether we
Thank
like
you,
it
Ms.
or not.
Harmon.
Please establish a contract that has some longevity. Look at a 2-year contract where you can actually organize yourselves and actually make a decision that's more adequate with enough time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yes. Thank you, Pastor Flowers.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, board members, nice shirt, Coach Lewis. And I want to say, nice hoodie, Mr. Landis. Appreciate you both. When you guys were seated, I said to you then that you can either continue to destroy this school system, or you can turn it around and do that which is best for all of our students. I'm watching you continue down the same road that other boards were walking on before you guys were seated. To those 4 board members who wrote the letter, I would say not only would you read that letter public, but also read the article that was posted in yesterday's Advocate where our president spoke truth. Read them both. 4 Republicans wrote a letter that disregards what the public wants. Yet Republican school boards all over this nation are listening to parents and teachers and the community who is saying to them, we don't want true history taught in our schools. We want to continue with this mythological history that is taught to our students. You listen, or they listen when they're asking that books be banned. They're listening when they're against the HB, the LBG, y'all get me with the acronyms. But they listen. But now that the community is saying, we want an individual to run our school system, these Republicans are saying, we don't want to give you that power. We don't think you deserve that power. We don't think you know what's right. We know what's best. All I'm saying to you is listen to the community. I think Mr. Luda alluded to this group of poets, Mr. Gaudet. I'm sure you've heard of them, Temptations. They had a statement, and it was simply, Mr. Martin, give the people what they want. Got to give the people what they want. And they go on to say the people want better education. People want equality. The people want their voices heard. The people want Adam Smith. Just give the people what they want. Y'all be blessed.
Thank you, Pastor. Ms. Nyman, then Mr. Robinson, then Ms. Porter.
Good evening, Tanya Nyman, District 7. I've been an advocate for 12 years here in East Baton Rouge Parish. And I was one of many people in the community who signed a letter in support of Adam Smith years ago. I supported him this time. I was thankful when he was willing to step up to serve as interim yet again. I was thankful that he was willing to put his name as an applicant. And I would be very grateful if he would be still willing to serve at this point. I could understand why he might say you could would reject even the offer of a year's appointment, all things considered. But here's the thing that really concerns me so much is that so many people have been deriding the process here as if it's an example of how democracy isn't working. And I think what's important to remember is that democracy doesn't just happen when you show up in a voting booth to vote on the candidates whose names are already on the ballot, that it's actually got a lot of little incremental things that go into it, namely a map, right? a fair map. And I've raised the issue before, and I'm going to raise it again. But when the business community, the openly pro-charter Baton Rouge Area Chamber began pushing for downsizing the map that governed this board, that pushed us first from 12 to 11 and then 11 to 9 under the pretense of making a board that would be able to work better together. In fact, what they were doing was systematically depriving this community of their integrity of their elections. And it allowed money to have a disproportionate influence on our elections. It also allowed for the districts to be cracked and packed, which is why we have more majority white districts than we have African American districts on this board. And so I understand that there's 6 of you who are new and who are completely unfamiliar with that process, and it may also give you an understanding of why, in fact, when you say you're representing your constituents, you have to understand that until we have a fair map, actually, no. And it's really until we get rid of Citizens United, actually, no. The people are showing up to ask for Adam Smith. It's not just because he has the greatest familiarity with the laws in this state. He has the trust of the community. And I want to echo some of the praise that has been issued for Ms. Zayas. I have to say, I wholeheartedly believe that she is determined. She said at one point in her interview that charter schools need to be forced to fulfill the promises they've made. And I think she genuinely wants to set out to do that. But I also recognize that she needs the experience and knowledge that Mr. Smith has and the trust of the community that Mr. Smith has if she would ever be able to achieve that. I mean, if anything, if she could be hired to mentor with Mr. Smith for the next 3 to 4 years, that would be ideal. But in the interim, Mr. Smith for 3 to 4 years, ideally 1 year at the minimum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nyman. Mr. Robinson, Ms. Porter, and then Mr. Dorsey.
Good evening. I find myself at this podium with a heavy heart yet again. I heard some board members say that they were against this motion because they didn't want to start the phase over. I don't want to start the phase over either because we have an obvious choice. We have a pristine candidate in Mr. Adam Smith. Then I heard Mr. Martin's comments earlier about, I just got all these facts today and maybe we should do this next week. You knew that at 5 o'clock, man. We've been sitting out there all night. If you were going to do this, because if all of y'all are going to come, if 4 of you guys have already said that you're not going to support the motion, us getting up here with all these comments right now, it's a waste of our time. If you knew you were going to do it, why not do it earlier? Because all the facts that you have at your disposal right now, that's what you had at 5 o'clock. The second thing I want to say, because it makes no sense for me to beg you to appoint Adam Smith tonight, because that's obviously not going to happen. I am sick and tired of these white men on this board disrespecting black women. I'm so sick of it, I don't know what to do. I think it is everybody's it's every black man's responsibility to protect black women at all costs. And the foul language you guys use at them, the tone in which you speak to them, the way that you belittle them disgusts me. Some people would like to say that it's because of your mindsets, but I would just like to say this because you're weak men, weak individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Ms. Porter, Mr. Dorsey, Mr. Rodney. And Ms. Porter, before you begin, I just wanted to share, I don't know if it's point of information, Mr. Lannis, you'd have to tell me, but there are many who have mentioned, why did we save this item until the end? There were some members of the public who asked if we would consider this. And so, of course, I asked if there was any opposition. The board did not have any opposition for us moving E1 to the end of the agenda. So I just want to make sure that we have clarity there, that the question came, and this is the reason why we held this until the end.
I could go now.
I'm standing here, first of all, I want to thank God, because I've been to the school board's office more the last 3 weeks than I've been all the time that my children in school, 30 years. And it's sad to say, how did we get back here, you all? From what we read, all of y'all said that we have D and F children. We don't have D and F schools. We have children. The school don't make the children make the school. In our school, how did we get here? All of you said that Mr. Smith did not show up with a vision. In 6 months, how can that be possible? How can that be possible? Y'all wrote it, I read it, that he didn't have a vision to move EBR forward. But y'all done had meetings over how many? Over the last how many years? I said the last 3 superintendents y'all had. How did our schools, our children get to D's and F, you all? All of the superintendents y'all have had, they didn't meet the mark. And I could just go to crying right now. We have given y'all the chance. We've given y'all the chance to do what y'all need to do. Adam Smith has been with us 28 years. And somebody gonna ask, why he's not saying that? Why he not saying that? What he got to say? If 28 years had said enough to you all, what else he have to say? And I'm not understanding. But I tell y'all what, y'all done taught Mother Pearl something. I guarantee you this door will not open again unless I'm in here. We don't know what's going on. Parents, if y'all are listening, y'all better get down here and check on y'all children. I had to check on mine, and mine, no, I was at the school. Everybody, Miss Perry, you a teacher? No, I was a parent volunteer. Did you? No, I didn't get paid. But I was there every day. Every day, for my children. I had 5, I have a deceased daughter. And I thank God from the day, saints. I got 28 more minutes. We have 2,651 signatures on our petition as of now. You all, I'm begging y'all. Do I need to get out on my knees? I start to bring my old slave hat. I get on my knees. Please, let's go ahead on and put Mr. Smith as our superintendent so we can get on with our children. All right, I'll go. Please, 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 and I beg y'all. And I'm begging God tonight, because I won't go to sleep. I'll be on my knees to God tonight. Bless y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Next, Mr. Dorsey, Mr. Rodney, and then Mr. Pugh, Coach Pugh.
The level of arrogance displayed by the vice president, by my board member, is so disrespectful. You sit up here, you would rather break the law than follow the law. You tell us you care about our kids. How many kids did you have go through EBR? You might have them go, but they are protected in certain schools, so we're not gonna do that, because these kids are suffering, and you do not care about our kids' future, because if you did, you would make the right decision. You won't even give a man 90 days, but you'll go and break the law, and you're a lawyer. Disgusting. But guess what? You have your day too, sir. Your decision is everything is gonna backfire on you all. You're trying to dismantle our education system. It's horrible. Political prostitute, political prostitute. That's what you are. You're taken to the highest bidder. You're no better than the tricks walking the streets of Plank Road. Let's be real. Because see, I grew up over there. I don't live over there no more. But guess what? You're no better than them. Disgusting. I called you trash last time. I got so many more words for you all. But guess what? I'm not going to disrespect you like that, because this city is not divided. You all are divided. No matter who is in that seat, it's the board that caused the problem. Guess what? Teachers could have had a raise, but the board don't approve the raise because you don't want them to get a raise because you want them to leave. So stop saying like it's a superintendent problem. It's the board's problem. You all are the problem, not the superintendents. Whether it's Narcisse, Some of y'all might hate me for saying this. I liked him. But guess what? He was not the problem. You all was. I didn't agree with everything he did. I'm not going to agree with everything Mr. Smith does. But I'm going to respect him and follow his leadership. But you all can't make a decision because for whatever reason, I don't want to hire this man. I can't even give him 90 days till we find somebody else or look deeper into it. You'd rather break the law. You all are the problem. Yeah, so when you see my face, I'll never turn my head. I'm gonna look you dead in your eyes, look you dead in your eyes. I will never turn my face, and I will always remind you of the decisions you made every time I get a chance. So thank you for your time. Y'all are garbage, and you're some political prostitute, and you all know who you are. I don't even have to call you names. You're being pimped. You're just no better than no horse.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. We have Mr. Rodney, Coach Pugh, and then Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, general public. Good evening. 3 quick points here. While I was sitting in the overflow room earlier, I took a look at legis.la.gov. And if I'm erroneous in my statements, forgive me in advance. But I heard Board Member Martin, I believe it was, say that you hadn't fully had a chance to digest the law. If I misquoting your words, I'm very sorry. But I'm here to tell you that I took a look at LRS 17, Section 54. It's quite digestible. A layman, anybody, can read that twice and digest it in about 20 or 30 minutes. It's very clear. It is quite vague, but it is very clear. I'm actually going to propose a solution, one that I think is viable. 1-year contract for interim Superintendent Smith. It'll allow you to remain compliant in the law, and at your pleasure, you can launch a proper and fitting search for a superintendent with due and proper consideration to Mr. Smith. Another thing I have here is a perceived willingness of some of these board members to exit compliance with the law. That's deplorable. There are 40,000 plus students out there watching, all of us. And the mere fact that we are willing to wait until the 11th hour on the 23rd, because at midnight, plus 60 seconds going into the 24th, if I'm correct, you're no longer in compliance with the law. That opens you up to anything. According to that law, it's very vague. It could be a lawsuit. It could be Governor Landry coming in to step in to appoint somebody. It could be Superintendent Brumley coming in to step in and appoint somebody. I don't think any of us want that. Then again, maybe some of us do. So with that being said, I'm going to ask you all to do one thing, 2 things actually. Your job, and serve the will of the people that elected you. We hired you. We will fire you. I'm done.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Coach Pugh, Mr. Caleb Holmes, and then Miss Angela Reams-Brown. Ms. Reams, since you're already inside, feel free to come to the mic. Thank you.
Madam President, members of the board, I'm Angela Reams-Brown, President of the East Baton Rouge Federation of Teachers and Support Workers. I want to start my comments off with, I'm in agreement with the last speaker. I think a motion should be made to make Superintendent Adam Smith the permanent superintendent for no less than the next school year while you do your research or you open up your new search. I want to step outside of talking about racism and talking about the board who's not doing their jobs, and I want to talk to the employees of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. because you guys are not doing your jobs. You're at home, you're watching TV or not, and your livelihood is at stake. Already, they're talking about combining schools in North Baton Rouge because of low turnout in terms of students. When that begins to happen, we're opening the doors for more charters to come in. Well, people say, well, that's not a big deal if the charters come in. Yes, it is, because charters don't follow the same rules as the public school system. They don't necessarily pay into TRSL. They don't offer benefits. You don't have a contract, and they don't have to pay you the salary that you think you're worthy of based on your year's experience and your talent. And so now we have a group of individuals who were accustomed to these things, and they're at the willingness of a charter system. Well, how does that affect us? Well, those of us that are already retired, those of us that are looking forward to retirement, less money is going into TRSL. They can't continue to pay our retirement benefits if they don't have money coming in to make sure that it's there for those of us that have 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and 20 years. And so it's a big picture that we have to look at. This is a plan. It just didn't happen overnight. We have people on this board that are a part of the demise of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. And until we open our eyes, wake up and pay attention, stand up not only for ourselves but our students, we run the risk of losing this whole school district. So tonight again, I want to say to those of you that are here, I recommend that a motion be made that Adam Smith be made a permanent superintendent for no less than a year. Why would he want to come for 30, 60, or 90 days, and then the one day after he signed that contract, it's null and void? Who in their right mind would agree to something like that? Please, give him the benefit that he deserves and give him that one-year contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Coach Pugh, Mr. Holmes, Ms. Jackson. Mr. Holmes, you can come forward.
Can a fish climb a tree? No. Can a snake paint a canvas? No. They don't have arms. But somebody on this board is slithering. These are impossible tasks, and we all recognize that. So if I may speak on behalf of the community tonight, and certainly on behalf of the Louisiana Association of Educators, we ask a very important question. For the majority, maybe it's a minority, but, you know, for people who decide to write letters instead of talk to the community. Why do you change the rules at the last minute? Why do you move the goalposts? Why must you keep people here until, thank you, 11:20 at night? Some of us have to go to work tomorrow. Why are you trying to change? Actually, there are no criteria. You just made them up to make Adam Smith look bad. That and many other reasons are why this community feels blindsided, dismissed, unheard, disrespected, in the background, in the public, in the streets, in the classrooms, in the lunchrooms and the auditoriums, yes, even at the ballot box. This community, this union, these teachers, these bus drivers, these food workers, these parents, these students will always stand strong in support of our public education system. Unfortunately, there are members on this board that have deadlocked this process, wasted time, money, and most importantly, goodwill. Those same board members can make a choice tonight. They can do the right thing. Those same board members have caused a clown show. They also have the power to turn this into a spectacular Broadway production. The community has spoken. The workers have spoken clearly, consistently, and confidently. The finalists have even cleared a path after viewing the chaos caused by those board members that are not focused on the well-being of our school system and our children. There is only one viable, stability-focused candidate, community-supported candidate. That candidate is Adam Smith. That candidate, Adam Smith, has come to us in our deepest, darkest moments of financial insecurity, board deadlock, and board dysfunction. I implore the board, cut the lights, draw down the curtain, and end this disastrous drama and appoint Adam Smith for no less than 2 years, or give the man a full term. Welcome to the bargaining table. Make a negotiation in good faith for once, and appoint Adam Smith as superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you. Coach Pugh, Ms. Jackson, Ms. McMillan. Okay, Coach Pugh is gone. Ms. Jackson, Ms. McMillan. Okay, Ms. Jackson waives her opportunity to speak. Okay. All right, so Ms. McMillan, Dr. Leach, Mr. Stewart.
Okay. Tanya McMillan, parent of a child in East Baton Rouge Parish School System, a tired mama. But what I did want to speak to just the hypocrisy, y'all. Like, we just spent all this time talking about school handbooks and discipline and rules for our kids. And then, like, we willingly are like, let's just break the rules and deal with the consequences. But the problem is that the choices that you guys make don't just come with consequences for you. They come with consequences for our kids, most importantly. So that's just real hypocritical, But that's not the only hypocritical thing going on, It's a lot of people, we want to make. Everybody wants what they want. Everybody wants what they want. Everybody came into it knowing who they were going to pick. Nobody gave it a real chance. None of y'all, So it's not fair either to sit here and bash the other board members for having their agenda, because y'all had y'all's agenda too. Just like people that get up here and speak in favor of Adam Smith, they're not looking at the other 16 applicants either. But they mad at the other ones for not looking at the other 16 applicants. Like, nobody really came into it objectively. Everybody wants what they want. And meanwhile, kids like mine are collateral damage. So I'm just disappointed in everybody. We didn't show any of those candidates any Southern charm, any Southern hospitality. That's the God knows truth. As a board, as a community, we did not. We want to call them consolation prizes and encourage them to drop out, and, that's not fair. Like, we all have to do better. Nobody went into this objectively looking for the best person for our kids, because we already thought we knew what was best. And that's not fair. It's not fair to mamas like me who stayed up looking. I'm in here now till midnight. Like, stop playing with me. I just want y'all to do the right thing. in all situations. I wish you would try to discipline my child when y'all up here like knowingly breaking the law. I'm gonna have a real problem with that, you know? And it comes from the top down. So we can't, you know, like we gotta do right. Can't be daddy sometimes and then wanna break the law. You can't do that, you know? We gotta do right.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan. Dr. Leach, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Bilbrew.
Good night. I promised so many people I wasn't going to get up here and talk. Y'all want me to go silent again? Look, there are so many lessons from the proceedings that we have been going through since last November, January, for children, for social studies classes, for everybody. There are so many misperceptions, misconceptions. There are untruths. There are misguided information. There are accusations. There are frustrations. But there are a couple of things I want to say. One, I don't think that, well, I can't say what I really want to say because I do want to work until December. So if I said what I really wanted to say, I would probably not be here past July 23rd. I don't think the letter from the board members that appeared today was disrespectful. I thought it was honest. I never heard anyone say, let's ask Adam Smith if he'd like to stay on another 90 days while we figure this out. I think we should ask. I think he should be given the opportunity to say yes or no to that. I don't think extending a permanent contract to him or any candidate for 12 months or 24 months is fair. I don't think it will get us anything. I think we have to be careful for what we ask. I think giving the people what they want may not be what we really want. I think there are so many lessons to be learned. I wonder, do we actually have to post the position again for another 30 days? We met that requirement in May, so does it have to be done again? Will Mr. Smith be willing to step in one more time for another 90 days while you, we, us, everybody sort this out and try to figure out what is the best thing for children? Because it's not going to happen. It didn't happen in 6 months. It's not going to happen in the next 6 months. It hasn't happened since Brown versus the Board of Education. So let's be honest about that. Let's figure out what's really important. And it really, really is the children. And the children, the input, the throughput, the output. We want our kids to be able to take care of us. Y'all just don't rush it.
Thank you, Dr. Leach. Mr. Stewart, Mr. Bilbrew, and I believe this is Ms. Candida.
Again. I guess good evening. Let me apologize to particularly some members of my immediate family who begged me to stop doing this. But I do it on behalf of all of the young brothers and sisters that I had the pleasure of teaching over the years that this system was basically throwing away and throwing them to, they would be a part of that prison system that probably some of you would enjoy. Louisiana has one of the largest school-to-prison pipelines. I've got to get this out of my system. Bubba, this is Skater. I did everything you told me to do. I gave a slick speech. We even wrote a slick letter. It's supposed to be calming these niggers down, but they just They don't want to cooperate. We need to, I think we might need to get Cletus on the phone with them, and maybe we need to have a good Klan rally outside or something there to get them to understand that we know what's best for them, and they ain't figured it out yet that us good folk, we're large and in charge, and that we ain't gonna let them have what they want, even if it's best for the community, it's best for whatever, because that's just the way we are. From the letter of the four people who signed that letter, that was so vague. We want to raise the system up 10 to 20 points. Didn't state how you going to do it. All of the candidates were extraordinarily vague as well. Now, some of them gave a, they were slick talking, but nobody spoke with any specificity whatsoever as to how they were going to improve this system. If I would have interviewed, I would have spoken to, I would have done diligent research and say, this is exactly what I'm going to do, and what I'm going to restructure this, I'm going to eliminate this. It's not going to be this foolishness about, I'm going to put this group together and that group together. That's all they did was talk about, researching stuff. So we're going to pay somebody $1,000 a day to come in and research and play. This is just so, y'all ought to be tired. Y'all ain't tired of this? Mr. Rush, you ain't tired of this? Mr. Coach, Ms. Stewart, Mr. Goday, if I were an elected official, I would say I'm elected to represent the people. The people are speaking. I understand you commented on my comment, Mr. Martin, when I left to go put eye drops in one of my eyes. I was talking about, I didn't say the students could not reach 20 points. We want to know, how are we going to get them to do that? And Madam President, I'm going to stop after this.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Let's appoint one of the 4 or 5 know-it-alls who have, quote, the plan, MAZA. Let's put one of them up to be the superintendent and see if they can turn the system around and increase by 10 or 20 points, since y'all got it going on like that, huh?
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Mr. Bilbrew, Miss, I believe this is Candida Bologna Sims, and Miss Valencia Johnson.
Good evening again. I'm here to speak in support of you all appointing Adam Smith as a permanent superintendent. And the reason why is I know that we have some board members that are adamant about him not having a position. But you have to take into consideration that from my personal experience, I've been a substitute teacher, I've been a long-term substitute teacher, and I've been a classroom teacher of record. There's a difference. You can't judge my performance as an educator on all 3 of those. Those are apples, oranges, and pineapples, okay? You can't judge them the same. Some of you all have said, I read the letters, I listened to the comments, I've been coming to the board meetings, and you say, well, he just hasn't performed like we want him to. We just haven't performed. First of all, with the position as a permanent superintendent, he has certain powers and he has certain rights and responsibilities that he don't have as an interim superintendent. And then I just think that it is just disrespectful for you all to even consider asking this man, after you done played in his face 3 times when the EBR was hemorrhaging, and he fixed it, and he performed the surgery, and he got us to the foundation that we are at this point, and not having those problems, and say, well, we're going to look for somebody to take the place in a position that you've applied for, that you've helped us out several times, but you're not good enough for, but we want you to come back and just hold it. And like it was stated before, even if you did give him a 90-day or a 6-month contract, what person that has good moral character will walk away from a job in the middle of a year or leave a contract? And if it is somebody that is willing to do that, do you want them? And then after the mockery and the debacle that we had, when we had some phenomenal candidates that thought a lot of us to come here to apply, and then they all dropped out. Except for Adam Smith, he didn't. And he's still here with his head held high, and rightfully so. Just like the gospel song says, let the work you do speak for you. That's why he doesn't have to open his mouth, because his work is done. And it's not about us liking him. It's not about him making me feel comfortable, because honestly, I don't know anything about him other than the work that he's done in the system, and that's what I care about. We don't have to go to lunch or have tea or play golf. I just want him to run the school district and take our kids to the next level. And for those of y'all that say you want somebody that's innovative and somebody that's different, we tried that with the last superintendent. We've tried it before with other people. Different doesn't mean better. Just like movement doesn't mean that you're actually going somewhere. You can run on a treadmill for 10 hours. You still be in the same room. Now, every time you try to give Adam Smith a test, you move the finish line. But he continues to run. You move the starting line. He continues to run. And he's proven himself. Now, I know my time is up. I just need 10 seconds. Mr. Godet, I respect you. You listen. I've been watching you for the few years that I've been coming to the board meeting. And Mr. Baloop, and I'm speaking to you all because I've been knowing, the way you think. Just think about it. With one more vote, we can name Superintendent Adam Smith. And I know you're adamant, and I respect your position about it. But if the people say they want him, the children say that we want him, all the employees, the community, everybody, if that's what they want, and you give them, you after a year or 2 years, you can have everything that you need to say, this is what we were looking for, and this is what he gave us. And if it's not what the children need, then that's all we would need to remove him. But you haven't given him a chance. If you move somebody else in here now, just like Mr. George said, he would take 90 to 100 days just to listen and get to know the constituents. It's only 180 days in a school year. Our kids are behind. And then last thing, I promise, I'm sorry, but if we are living in volatile times, if we had another flood, if we had a COVID outbreak, or if we had something like that, and you got a new person in, they cannot keep moving us forward the way Adam Smith could with the foundation that he could. I just pray that God touch your heart, and for once, this board will do what's in the best interest of the children. And please, before we leave tonight, name Adam Smith as a permanent superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Bilbrough. Ms. Sims, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Rams. Okay.
Hello, Candida Bologna Sims, teacher in East Baton Rouge Parish School System, Vice President of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators. Again, just saying the same sentiments that everyone has been saying. The 3 candidates that some members of the school board put through as superintendent, all of the finalists, they bowed out. The community knows best. The community has spoken. Please appoint Adam Smith as the new superintendent of East Baton Rouge Parish Schools tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Rams, and Ms. Berry.
I just wanted to set the mood or finish the mood because this has been a circus. The finalists that were selected all bowed out of the race. Why? Maybe it's because they weren't dedicated in the beginning. Maybe it was about a paycheck. Maybe they said, I don't want to deal with this board for the next 3 to 4 years. Maybe they actually listened to the community and was like, well, they definitely don't want me. They're not going to work with me. There's nothing I can get done in this district if I don't have the buy-in. Mr. Smith has the buy-in. He has the buy-ins from the employees, which happy employees put out good products. Ask Google. They have happy employees and lots of benefits that teachers don't. I think it would be best if we're actually really, really, really concerned about the well-being of students and their growth and moving them forward. Whether change is bold or not is relative. I heard earlier they talking about the rigor and we need rigor. Well, if our children are not reading, basic is rigorous. But I'm gonna just throw that out, let that marinate around in your mind. Adam Smith has showed you time and time again that he can do the job. And the letter that was put out about those statistics, about the D and F schools, they were D and F schools before he was appointed as the interim. He didn't make any bold changes because he wasn't able to as an interim. And he didn't make those decisions that got us to the DNFs either. So you can't hold him accountable for that. If you give him the job, then we can hold him accountable for that. We can give him those 2 to 3 years to make sure that, oh, wait, the community was wrong. Oh, wait, the community was right.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you.
Mr. David Rams, then Ms. Joyce Berry, then Ms. Patty Merrick, then Ms. Robin Clark.
Good evening. I'm David Ramsey. I'm the recall chairman for District 1.
My apologies. I mispronounced your last name.
You're good. Everybody does it. But I'm here tonight because this board is just not listening to the people. And we've asked for something, and it's just like the door is being slammed in our face. And when I read the letter that was on the news and in the newspaper, it was just a slap in the face, not only to school employees, but also to Mr. Smith, because how in the world can you give someone 6 months to bring schools that are D and Fs up when you had a superintendent that came in here, they were D and Fs, and they were still D and Fs when he left 3 years later. Then on top of that, you're saying they can increase by 10 to 20 points. Under the last administration, we were told that we can increase the schools 3 points, and then they'll keep going up and up and up. But you want him to increase the schools 10 to 20 points? It's insane. It's asinine. That's what it is. And I just don't understand why you just don't listen to your voters who put you there. And that's the main reason that we're having these recalls, because if we're not going to be listened to in here, we'll be listened to at the polls, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Ms. Berry, Ms. Merrick, then Ms. Clark.
Good afternoon. I am Ms. Berry, employee of EBR. It behooves me to sit here and listen to your disrespect. Ms. Colin Power, your constituents that's up here, not even the lawyer y'all even respecting. It's sad. And I'm here to say this. You all want the children to listen and come together. You all as adults can come together. Make it make sense. And another thing it reminds me of, in the courthouse, a long time ago, I don't know if it's still there, they had a shoe shine stand. And if it's still there, you know we had African Americans shining the shoes. And once you finish shining the shoes, you get up and you say, thank you. Thank you, boy, for a job well done. And it's like a slap in the face for Mr. Smith. He has made you all shine, but you all trying to discredit him. It's sad. So can we make him shine tonight? Let us be the shoe shine person to make Mr. Smith shine, as we have done in the past. We don't need to wear a straw hat anymore. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Merrick. Then Ms. Clark.
I'm gonna pick this ink pen up before I start because somebody's gonna trip and fall tonight with this pen. This here. I just want to say, tonight reminds me of being a child, growing up as a military child. I wanted an easy bake oven. My mother said, "You're not gonna get one." And if you're a military kid, you know, they just call everybody up and they just give you this gift. And I saw this big gift and I was just waiting. And before they could say nickels, I saw this big box. I said, "I got my oven." My mother said, "Oh, no, ain't no oven coming to our house." But I did. I got that oven. And I was the happiest kid, but my brother, everybody ate an easy bake cake. If you know what an easy bake oven was, if you of that age, you know what that is. But you know, all of us, regardless of what you want to say, wanted something. I really wish it was a magic wand that we could just put up over everyone. But you know, the sad thing about all of this, you can come back next week. You could come back next month. We're going to be in the same position that we're in tonight. That's the sad thing about it, and we must face that reality. Because whatever has gone on with you is more to what's going on among you all than what you've brought forward to us. It's more than that. Because it's not about the candidates, it's something internal that is going on among you. And it's not going to stop regardless of what we said. We've already said what we said. You've worked with who you wanted to work with. You've worked with different superintendents. And it's not gelling. And you don't want it to gel. Regardless, you all have professional jobs someplace. It's not coming together. So you're not blaming us because before we came to this meeting, we were called and we were told different people were going to be nominated tonight. Now, all of us in this room know it's the truth, that what the agenda was going to be tonight. And you didn't follow that agenda. You changed the agenda on us again tonight. It's going to be changed next week. And you're going to keep changing it. You're going to be fined. You don't care. And you say, teach every kid from bell to bell. That's a lie. You're not doing that. They've already told you that if we don't get what we want and what can happen, that school's not going to start. You don't care. So somebody's going to have to show you. Somebody's not going to get that easy bake oven. Somebody's not going to eat any cake. So you know what? Until somebody who is interested in knowing that it's not going to happen, you're going to be sure that it's not going to happen. Thank you.
Ms. Clark.
Good evening, everyone. It's almost morning. I could almost say good morning. I'll say good morning anyway. Thank you for your time this evening. Thank you for extending the meeting to this point. I have a few points. I normally just talk from my heart, and I will do that tonight as well. But I did take a couple of notes of things I wanted to say. My concern is about the selection process, and that we have come to this point that we don't have a finalist appointed or selected. So what in the process that we need to fix? Because there should have been a contingency clause, so if A, B, and C, doesn't work, then D will then go into place. It should have been some kind of residual that we could go backwards and we wouldn't have to start the process over. So we could look back at the semifinalists and then select from that, and that be the next top selection. And maybe somebody could make a motion to that end. The other thing I wanted to talk about is I hear often a lot of bashing, different kinds, bashing individuals, bashing people because of their opinion. We all have our opinions, I get that. We all have our communities that we live in. We all live in different realities as well. And we all have roles to play as employees or participants in this process. But one of the things I want to make sure that you may or may not be aware of is that if you fail to act tonight and you call a meeting on the 24th, My fear, wonderment, and I don't have any legal background, is that you may literally lose your authority to even select anyone, because it may legally, counsel, you can probably chime in on that, you may legally have dropped the ball and not be able to do whatever you want. So then at that point, it could be that Kay Bromley will then appoint someone, whoever, for whatever reason. And then you get them for however long, you get them for 4 years or however long that appointment is. Or do you have to go back into that process? So that's a concern that I have, that, oh my, we got to do this all over again. Who wants to start a school year? Most schools start around September, after Labor Day. That's traditional nationwide. But here in the South, or at least in our parish, in our school system, we're starting near the beginning of August. And so the people who are ideally wanting a position want to get that position secured before that September deadline comes up, because if they don't get a job here, they need to be in position to get a job wherever there is. And so that's my concern, is that I want you to make a decision tonight. Pick somebody tonight. Don't meet next week. Don't do that at all. Pick somebody, keep voting until you get somebody. Now, I want Adam Smith, so that's my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. We do have online public comments. Mr. Martin.
Yes, ma'am. We have a number of online comments on this item. We begin with Lana Williams. I am a teacher here in EBR. I have worked as a teacher in EBR since 2012 and seen the good things Mr. Adam Smith has done in that time. This man has come in multiple times and fixed things that poor leadership has messed up. He has done this without complaint and has done a good job of it because he has a heart for it. He loves our community, our students, and our schools. There is no one better for the job. His love and desire to see the success of our students are enough, but his ability to see what works and what does not work in the classroom is just as important. He is not only skilled as a leader, but he has served his time on the front lines in the classroom. He knows and understands what is needed to make our schools successful. Please reconsider his application with an open mind. Amy Castile says, in light of the withdrawal of Andre Zayas and the fact that no further finalists remain, I recommend you as a board listen to the community, your constituents, and offer Adam Smith a 1-year contract or a full contract. During the year's time, you could continue your search. We as a district need some stability. It is time to end this mess and ensure that our district can provide our students with a stable environment in the upcoming school year. Robert Prejean says, yesterday's statement on Mr. Adam Smith was crude and late. Sure, some hope Mr. Smith would have laid off half of the corrupt central office during the last budget, but if the board had never set an explicit goal, then not his problem. He, too, needs time to assess who is working for student outcomes and who is working for EBR expense-paid trips and more power. Systems are systems, and he is no God. As a district with a dated overemphasis on school choice, we have been refusing to acknowledge that many families chose traditional public schools over and over again. Instead of equitably resourcing the traditional schools so they can thrive, the board pushes more choices and charters like it's 1999. No superintendent can thrive with a board that is 30 years behind and refuse to acknowledge that Howe, as whole, have failed kids by too many charters and magnets which are not well integrated with poor and disabled kids. Literally pick anybody, but make better policy and goals. Sarah Kirkpatrick writes, stability in the district is needed to start this school year and to provide an opportunity for real, substantial growth in the future. Please appoint Adam Smith to serve as our superintendent for at least a year while the system attempts to heal from the last few years of divisiveness. William Milton writes, as a board, you adopted a select process that yielded 0 candidates for consideration. Blame has been spread around from the process was flawed, that the candidates were ill-qualified, that there was interference from special interest groups, that the board is not listening to stakeholders, and of course race. Collectively, this is simply baloney. Any attempt to further circumvent this process by interjecting a candidate that didn't advance in the process or introducing an alternative candidate that didn't participate in the process is wrong. It is your inherent responsibility to hold an open, non-political search and hire a candidate that represents our entire parish while educating and advancing our precious children. Angelica Chauvin says, this might be hard truth to hear, but simply wanting a new, quote, bold mystery superintendent because people are too lazy to actually look at the long-term causes as why so many schools are struggling now is pathetic. In 2020, the board whisperers cried and begged for a Jesus-like figure to come in to flip tables like Jesus did in the temple. The angry Jesus fantasy is childish. Why not change the culture through real policy instead of 30 years of swapping leaders every 3 years? Suggesting the masses don't understand how corrupt and messy EBR schools is ridiculous. We know, but seems like the school board has no business feeling morally superior. You aren't pushing for unity and healing. We see you loud and clear. Losing 3 highly qualified candidates because of board games should be a big clue that this has nothing to do with Adam Smith nor helping the children of EBR schools. Ernie Ballard writes, it is beyond disappointing that we have gotten to this point and the board is to blame for their lack of willingness to work together, figure out compromise, and listen to their constituents, who elected them, by the way. For board members to acknowledge that they vote the way they want by themselves and don't take their constituent views into account is a disgrace. I fear that the board will now stall even more and will put this decision ultimately in the governor's hands. While this process was political from the start, state politics shouldn't meddle in running our local school district. Do the right thing and give Adam Smith a permanent contract for at least this school year and let him have the authority and autonomy to accomplish the things you highlighted in your letter that no reasonable person would expect to have been seen accomplished as a short-term interim. Give him a chance to prove you wrong and give this school year some stability. Jeremy Muhammad says, when will the board be on the same page concerning the well-being of the school district? Isha Smith says, please appoint Adam Smith. It was mentioned that during his, quote, audition, he did not make big moves. I disagree. Mr. Smith did what a true educator would do, and he planned because he knew a failure to plan is a plan to fail. Most of his audition was in the middle of a school year. Students crave stability. Making any abrupt changes would have been detrimental to their academic success. He used his time to make adjustments at the district leadership level, aligning executive directors with their areas of expertise rather than being stretched thin supporting all of the aspects of K-12. Under his tenure was the first time that I've seen any safety walkthroughs on my campus, and he made the most significant change of nearly fixing our financial issues. He has also stacked the district's D and F schools with dedicated teams to support at both the school and district level. He's placed qualified personnel in positions once occupied by placeholders. Because of these changes, he deserves the job. Juan Hernandez says, with Andrea Zaya stepping down, I'm becoming increasingly concerned that this flawed process might be intentional, possibly to allow the predominantly 5 members to have Jeff Landry appoint the superintendent. EBR is a district with a significant minority population, and having Governor Jeff Landry appoint a superintendent may not be in the best interest of our students. I urge Darius Lannis, Carla Powell, Shoshone Stewart, and Cliff Lewis to prevent this from happening. Fairly Cook Jackson says, because this has been a choose-your-own-adventure novel, but no one gets to choose or know the next page will be on, what backdoor deals are being made amongst all of you, when the actual vote will happen, what the motion will be, how many substitute motions there will be, what the substitute motions will be, who exactly the new add-on is officially, if there's more than one surprise add-on, it seems like a pointless exercise to even submit a public comment. But this is par for the course for the absolute debacle this has been, even when you had a clear process adopted by the board. So while I'm very grateful we are finally having our public comments read, what's the point when it's so dysfunctional and such an embarrassment that we can't even know what we're commenting on? Good luck in whatever is happening when this is read. I hope it helps our kids, whatever you're doing. Ann Nolan says, I appreciate Ms. Zayas' bold and candid letter today. The dysfunction of this board has cost us many great candidates. In a statement released by Patrick Martin, Mark Ballou, Nathan Rust, and Emily Sule, they stated that Mr. Adam was overlooked because, quote, he did not show a comprehensive vision for the future that could rapidly bring 10 and 20 points of improvement to our traditional neighborhood schools. While that is certainly debatable about Mr. Smith, those board members fail to see the irony that they are, in fact, the reason we cannot attract and hire candidates to, quote, make strong, bold decisions. The top 3 candidates had the wisdom to steer clear from working with a corrupt and self-serving school board. The sole responsibility for the failure of the superintendent search lies with this board, a board more concerned with cronyism and personal interest than common sense and duty. This board has failed the community it purports to serve. Anastasia Wilson writes, as an educator in EBR schools and parent of 2 EBR students, I see the need for unity in our district. One of the biggest things that we know as educators and as parents is that it is necessary for there to be buy-in when looking for success in implementation. That is something that has been lacking in our community. While radical change may be desired from the board members who do not support Adam Smith, it is a short-sighted desire. Radical change is not possible when there is a lack of trust in regards to the person, people trying to bring forth that change. The thing that sets Adam Smith apart from all of the other candidates is that he comes with the buy-in and support from those who will fall under his leadership. That is a hill and a battle that cannot be summed up in any resume. That is a value that is rarely afforded to someone in such a position. Mr. Smith has not had an opportunity to lead as superintendent. He has only been given the opportunity to clean up previous messes. Teresa Augustine writes, can we just give Mr. Smith a 1-year contract? According to Member Lannis, you only gave him 2 tasks to complete, therefore the comments made by others were flawed and inaccurate. Colleen Kissel writes, on the delay until the 24th. Hello, this is the knitting parent from last meeting. When I commented last week that we should wait for the deadline to pick a superintendent, I was joking in all caps. We need someone tonight. If you need to stay there all night and vote multiple times, then do it. Yes to any length of permanent contract with Adam Smith, but preferably a full term. Jasmine writes, I recommend there be a motion for Adam Smith to be superintendent with a 1-year contract. This is a feasible decision considering the dysfunction of the board. This will also allow us to have a stable school year under the changes Mr. Smith will have already begun to implement, without worrying about a change of superintendent in the middle of the school year. He has been your rescue man. Please let him save you tonight. 1 school year is the least you can do. All we need is for one of you to have a change of heart with a deep-seated desire to act in the best interests of children. Jeremy Mohammed says, since the board can't be on the same page with the date or how long the contract should be, can you get the board on the same page and do it tonight? Jamie Turner says, this was a waste of everyone's time. No one is perfect or will always agree with everything. Your point seemed to not be valid at this point. You had a selection of candidates that you guys have pushed out by your antics. How can you serve on the board with foolish antics and have the nerve to uphold students' actions when you're doing the same thing? And if I were Adam Smith, I would tell you to put the offer where the sun doesn't shine. Crystal Ellis writes, waiting until 9:50 p.m. to motion for a special meeting after you've had community members in the room since 4 p.m. awaiting a disposition is disrespectful. Entertaining the idea of giving a man a 90-day contract to save you from consequences is disrespectful. Insinuating that the behavior of the community is anything other than a trauma response is disrespectful. You were tasked with a duty that all 9 of you have failed at. I encourage Mr. Smith to bid you farewell permanently. I encourage any remaining or future applicants to reevaluate their interest. I strongly encourage voters to take note of this incompetence and remedy it next election cycle. It doesn't matter who was whose candidate, you all failed to get the job done. She goes on to write in a subsequent comment, I'm not finished. Do not censor me, Patrick. Mr. Godet, stop playing tough guy. Nobody believes you. When you speak to your colleagues, when you speak to and about Mr. Smith, I challenge you to picture that big guy you had the police move last week standing in front of you. We, the community, are tired of your disrespect. Madeline Sasek writes, you are here for represent the community. Listen to us and hire Mr. Smith. Stephanie B. Dugas writes, as an elected official, your job is to listen to your constituents. Your constituents have been sending you a clear message for years. Elect Adam Smith for superintendent. Your job is not to tell the people what you think is best. Your job is to listen to the parents, students, and teachers in this district. Do your job. Benjamin Delacroix writes, Benjamin Franklin said, if you would persuade, appeal to interest and not to reason. One thing that's clear is that on Thursday nights on South Foster, reason is absent from the building. I am utterly embarrassed by our lack of care and respect for our fellow human beings. People speak of praying and yet talk to one another in ungodly ways. Why are we fanning the flames of divisiveness instead of looking towards our fellow brother and sister with respect and love? Do we lack the self-awareness to ask ourselves, am I here to do right or to be right? Or are you here solely for self-interest and to get Facebook likes? My biggest concern is that the loudest voices only represent a small percentage of our community. To everyone that claims that they, quote, know best and, quote, are speaking for the people, are you willing to come back and admit you were wrong if this fails? Let me refresh to see if any last ones came in. Yes, three more. Christina Desendorf, LMSW, goes by Cricket apparently, says, first, I got to address the motions that have been made to temporarily extend Adam Smith's contract. There's no way that any person would feel comfortable accepting a job and getting fired from it in the same day. Those motions are disrespectful. In a community where trust is scarce, choose the candidate that has already built trust in this community. The trust is evident in the amount of people who have engaged and spoken up in this meeting. We can't create meaningful change without trust. It's the only choice at this point. Bold change means nothing without a strong foundation of trust. Teachers, parents, and students deserve it. When teachers feel supported and can trust leadership, they can show up for their kids better. Shannon Williams writes, the 4 board members are very disrespectful. You had no right to tarnish Mr. Smith in that article. How can you sleep at night? If you know anything about growth, it takes at least 3 years. You deserve the disrespect you are receiving tonight due to yours. Morgan Kelly writes, it is completely unfair and ludicrous to judge a candidate by the decisions made in an interim temporary role by this standard. Several members of this board are business people sophisticated enough to acknowledge this very simple premise, and it is disingenuous for them to release a statement saying otherwise. The entire point of an interim is to hold down the fort and maintain the status quo while permanent leadership decisions are being made, not to make big disruptive changes that might yet again change direction when a permanent installment is made. This letter is a bunch of foolishness. Whatever your opinion about the superintendent question, it made me so mad to hear this comment. Well, he's already gotten his interview. We've seen him in the last 6 months. Unfair, disingenuous hogwash. This convinces me more than ever that this refusal to appoint Adam Smith is purely political. That is all.
Thank you. We've had 2 more in-person public comments. Oh. All right, so 4. So first we'll hear from Ms. Cherie Smith, then Ms. Bianca Frank, then Mr. Bryant, and then Ms. Bryant.
I just wanted to get up at now 12:07 and say good day to you all, as we've wasted hours. I'm tired, I'm exhausted, as everyone else is. I just want to say 2 things. One, I hope that parents that are at home watching online, if you don't see the sinister plan that is at work here to keep your children uneducated, to dismantle a system, a public school system, to educate your children, and that doesn't galvanize you and encourage you to come out and get involved and see what's going on with your children, there's something very, very wrong. The second thing, Ms. Powell has stated at the this meeting and tonight about the under the table dealings, about the communications. We talked for about an hour and a half about cell phones in schools, and we have board members who are sitting here taking, that are being coached on how to participate in a meeting, and Mr. Shamlin as the counsel. I don't understand how the code of ethics or, and we talked about the Attorney General coming in and Mr. Martin, why hasn't an investigation been launched into the bad dealings and the illegal activity that's happened on this board? I want to know why an investigation hasn't been opened as well, or one won't be open when we hear board members willfully disobeying knowing that they're going to break the law in order to advance a political agenda. I'm going to take my time with this last minute, as you all have wasted hours of the people in this community. People have gone home, people have children, people have, as you stated, other things to do besides this business. You all have wasted our time. You're wasting the time of our children, the resources. But you want to hurry along what you want to hurry along. I don't think that it matters how shameful you come up here and talk about prayer and all that. We need to get to the business. And if people are breaking the law on this board, they're breaking codes of ethics on this board, that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. Ms. Bianca Frank. says that she opposes the recommendation. She does not choose to speak. She says, I am a teacher and parent. Though I do not know Adam, the public has spoken. No need to extend time any further. The next we have Mr. Colton Bryant and then Miss Brittany Bryant, both wishing to speak.
Actually, when it comes to my mom, she doesn't wish to speak. She wishes to give me her 3 minutes. It says on the card.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, board members of EBR. My name is Colton Bryant. I'm a Woodlawn alumni and a new LSU student, just finished my freshman year, as well as an older sibling to EBR students and a child of an EBR teacher. I just wanted to start off by saying y'all as a whole has let down this community. My siblings as well as my mother. Y'all let me down, but I'm more worried about the children who are still susceptible to y'all's choices. It is laughable how ridiculous this entire superintendent situation has been. So I'm here representing my age group because I haven't seen anybody else. I'm 19 years old, and even I know that if an entire community is begging for a man named Adam Smith to be superintendent, y'all should let them have that choice. Because they know what they want and what they need, because they will be the ones that are ultimately impacted in this situation. Now on to another speech that's more well written because I wrote mine in 10 minutes. Speaking for my mother, who has been here for 4 years. Since 4. Okay. Oh, been here since 4, because 4 o'clock, okay. And also 4 years as a teacher. And has a praxis test in the morning. She thanks y'all for stalling her. I stand here before you with a heavy heart and a clear conscience, compelled to address the dire state of affairs within our school district. For far too long, the leadership entrusted with shaping the future of our children has faltered, leaving behind a trail of mismanagement, fear, and disillusionment. She has witnessed firsthand the decay within our educational system inside and out. Having lived and worked there, she has seen dedicated teachers driven to the brink, and I as well, not by the challenges or the dedication of their work, but by the culture and inconsistency and instability. Our district, once a beacon of hope, is now in sheer chaos. The school board's decisions that should have safeguarded our children's future have led us down a path of uncertainty and despair. Teachers, and so have the previous potential candidates, are leaving because they can no longer tolerate a system rife with corruption and mismanagement. Honestly, she has one foot already out the door. The very essence of education, your oath to nature and empower our students, has been compromised. How can we expect our children to thrive when their learning environments are marred by instability and neglect? It is unacceptable that our district leadership has failed to uphold the basic principles of accountability and transparency. To her colleagues who continue to preserve despite the challenges, I commend your unwavering dedication. You are unsung heroes who have chosen to put the needs of our students above all else, even in the face of adversity. Your commitment to education deserves the utmost respect and support. To the parents and stakeholders, I urge you to stand with us educators in demanding better. Our children deserve a school system that prioritizes their well-being and academic success, not one plagued by dysfunction and turmoil. And to the school district board, the time for change is long overdue. It is imperative that you prioritize the interests of our students above politics, personal agendas, and financial gain. Restore integrity back into our educational institutions. Listen to the voices of those on the front lines, the employees, the parents, and the students who have been let down by your leadership. Shame on you for remotely uttering the name CETO as an option for resolution. You heard your constituencies and your employees. Appoint Adam Smith. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bryant. You're going to need to get you some water. Okay, so I believe that's the end of the public comment. We will now return to board comment. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, everyone. First thing I'm going to do is I want to apologize to Interim Superintendent Adam Smith because Ms. Reams Brown said something very, very truthful. And that was, what kind of deal is it to give someone a 90-day contract and on the day that she signed it, you essentially say that I'm no longer your superintendent? The reason why we got that, Ms. Brown, Reams Brown, is because if we thought that we can give him a year, we would have did it. If we thought we could have gave him 2 years, we would have did it. And yeah, we can do it, but there has to be a willingness to compromise. What I can walk away saying is every board member, or some of us, are willing to compromise. Even if it was 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, we're willing to do it. But are others willing to follow in the same step? Again, we got in this place because the process is what it is now. And it's unfortunate because everybody inside of this community right now at 12:17 is watching this mess we call a board meeting. Everybody's watching. A wise man once said, chickens always come home to roost. I want y'all to remember this moment. I'm not promoting it, but I want you to remember this moment. Because last year we asked our community to go out and support tax plan that benefits our school system. We asked them to listen to us, and they did it. It's gonna come a time where we have a tax plan to build more schools, and we're gonna come to y'all and tell you to listen to us and go do it. But if you say no and you don't do it, we can't blame you. We would rather break the law than enter into a 90-day contract, which by all intents and purposes, doesn't make any sense. But you can't say we didn't offer something up. Some say it's a concocted idea. Well, I ask those same people, what ideas are you putting on the table? When every other candidate has pulled out of the process, what ideas are you putting on the table? Because if you're telling me that 3 days, because that's Friday tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, is enough time to get out of the problem we're in, I got some oceanfront property in Idaho I want to sell you, because it's just not true. And you all know we're not going to resolve this problem in 3 days. We're going to be back in the same place again, doing the same conversation, and I ask the same question. What compromise are you all putting up to build confidence across our community that we're trying to put our best foot forward? You say you want to end division, end it tonight. You say you want to instill confidence in them? Well, let's do it. We got school in 3 weeks. Yet we continue to go along the same old show. And the question on the table tonight is, when is it going to end? Everybody wants to know. I know I'm tired. And the sad part is, the saddest part, if you can recall, in January, when we had this discussion, I said, you better protect Mr. Smith at all costs, because we knew it was going to happen. And yet here we are in the 25th hour, and we still don't have a superintendent, and we refuse to name one. Sworn duties, all that good stuff. I end with the same quote that I just made. Chickens always come home to roost. Thank you.
Thank you. I have entered into the queue. The question is the goal to dismantle the school system? Is that really the goal? If it is, let's not hide. Let's say that that's what we want to do. On May 2nd, I was presented with some names, some pictures, and some abbreviated resumes. And I questioned, where did this come from? I heard Dr. Maria Karstefan, I don't even know how to pronounce her name, Natalie Garden, David Harding, Tori Hill, Jason Camrus, Nakia Towns, Marshall Tuck, Jamal Wright, Lamont Cole, Kevin George, James Gray, Patrick Jenkins, Adam Smith, Lucas, and I don't even know how to pronounce his last name, but that's my buddy with Brick, and Quintina Timmel. You know, as I think about this, I wonder, what is the pep talk tonight? What is the pep talk that we're getting that says, stand your ground? Don't just go ahead and be that fifth vote. Stand your ground. What is the change that we're looking for? Is it choosing somebody who is not from here? Because that's what we've been doing. So the change would be to choose somebody who is from Baton Rouge. How many times will all these same people have to come to the mic and say the same thing over and over and over again? I had somebody to post or to share that they didn't like the fact that, you know, Carla Powell is a good person, but they didn't like the fact that she comes out on Mad Day, that there's a such thing as grandstanding. No, there's a such thing as stating realities. I don't need to grandstand. There doesn't have to be Mad Day. I'm a teacher every day. And I was elected by a group of people to serve every day and to be their voice. I'm curious to know who really wrote the bogus letter. Was it ChatGPT or the Alliance? I'm curious to know. You know, at the beginning of the year in January, I heard that I should go talk to Dr. Charmaine Rutledge. She's one of my personal friends, about whether or not she wanted to be the superintendent. Once she realized what we dealt with, she said no. I was then presented with Dr. Quintina Timmel before I saw this list. I went to dinner with her. She said no. I met with Kevin George. He said he was interested. He also knew that there was a possibility that he could make more money on his current job. I was presented with Lamont Cole. He said maybe. But he said, I sure hope that y'all would select my buddy Adam Smith. But if not, maybe. Then I was presented with Angela Lee Domain. She said she was interested, but I was told that she didn't have the right qualifications, and she served all over this country, and she's from here. And then there's Dr. Narcisse, who we worked to get him out of the seat. And one of our board members still wants him to return. And I don't blame him, because we all have our own preferences. And then there's Ms. Andrea Zayas. She worked hard to get in the application pool. She met with us individually. She complied with everything. And when I sat down with her in Gonzales, because I told her, I said, let's meet halfway. She lives in New Orleans. She said, okay. We sat down, and she said, your community wants Adam Smith. He should be your first choice. That's what she stated. I also noticed that Milton Baptiste, Dr. Cleo Perry, Ben Nikase, and many others served in leadership roles along with Mr. Smith, and they all found a different job as a superintendent. We did not work to try to keep them. That's interesting to me. And then on top of that, I like what Ms. Tanya McMillan shared. She said that we did not take time and really review the candidates. One of the ones I did review was Mr. Adrian Hammett, who had lots of data supporting his choices. He didn't even make it to the semifinalist round. Bias breeds influence. And that's what we've been showing on this board. Mr. Smith, on the night that he did not make it to the finalist round, do you know what this man did? He called to check on all of us who were pushing hard for him to make sure that we were okay. Humility. That speaks a lot. We just went into an executive session with this man. And when we went into executive session, talking about some of the issues and the data, and even some of the things in the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook that we did not discuss earlier, he was able to quote. He was able to share. But he's not good enough to be the superintendent. I've had some of my board members to tell me that we have more than one facet to our community. I completely agree. But they said that they couldn't invite their business friends and colleagues to come out because of the mob. Things that we should be thinking about. Who really created this quote-unquote shit show? Was it somebody on the board? Or was it somebody who was not on the board? When do we choose to stand up for something? You know, up until the middle of the spring, I will say that me and Mr. Martin were on the same page, even when nobody else was. We were working with Mr. Smith, and we said that we were going to get him in because we really wanted him. Then we decided to go to dinner one day. We were invited by Ms. Duggan to go to dinner at Jubin's. We had Dr. Cade Brumley there with us. And then Mr. Nathan Russ was going to join us. Mr. Cliff Lewis was supposed to join us, but he couldn't make it. Ms. Emily Sule joined us as well. As we went into that conversation, we were talking about how the budget was balanced. And Mr. Rush shared, he thought that Mr. Smith only did that to try to get the permanent job. Now, Mr. Martin and I, we agreed that Mr. Smith would be the right choice. But as we left out of that place, my friend, my vice president, follows me to my car and says, I'm no longer in agreement with Mr. Smith. I want Nakia Towns. And I'm trying to figure out, I didn't even know she was going to apply. So I'm saying all of this to say, when do we really take things as a reality? Would we want any of these things to happen to us as we mistreat other people? As we use other people as pawns? We got to decide to do the right thing. I'm going to be honest. I had somebody to approach me, more than one person, to tell me that I needed to unseat Mr. Russ on the Breck Commission. And I said, okay, maybe that is a possibility considering what we've dealt with Moms for Liberty and how that was an inappropriate placement on a panel. But what I quickly learned from Mr. Shamlin, who is determined to be honest by any cost, at any time, he said, Ms. Powell-Lewis, you really cannot even appoint or remove anybody. Why you can't? Because that's not in policy. It's just been practice for the president to make appointments. I thought about maybe I should have had Mr. Martin removed from the foundation board and put Cliff Lewis there. But I can't do that because that's not in policy. We can't get to policy because we're fighting over foolishness. We have a gentleman who has been here. We tried to make him a finalist when the other finalists dropped out. And I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with just simply letting the man become a finalist and let's place the vote. But instead, we can't even do that because we don't know what we want. We don't have any other finalists. The semifinalists probably going to get another job too. We have seen over 20 people who may have been interested in this job who have decided, I quit. And we still have Mr. Smith willing to stay. It's a lot to think about and a lot to process. And to whomever has a question about me praying, that's the only thing that carries me, y'all. That's the only thing that carries me. So I pray that God blesses y'all in whatever decision that's made, because it's obvious that the voice that I have for my North Baton Rouge community don't matter. Thank you so much. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I've got a couple things that I really enjoy doing. Golfing, playing with my dog, just kind of simple stuff. Two of my favorite things, I enjoy the study of history across the board. 70 years, 2 months, and at the start of this meeting 1 day, but now 2 days. Brown v. Brown. Yeah, Brown versus the Board of Education, but when it's written up, it's Brown v. Brown. But it's Brown versus the Board of Education was a landmark decision that was, in theory, would change the trajectory of this country when it came to people and children receiving fair and equitable educations. 70 years later, still trying to get there. I had a conversation with my wife this morning, and I cannot remember the name of the town, but there was a town, I believe, in West Virginia that didn't have school for 2 or 3 years in defiance of Brown v. Brown. This is America, y'all. Nothing that we're in history is secular. Mr. Lannis, you can call it chicken coming home to roost or doing the same thing and over again. But if you don't change it, you keep saying good morning, it's going to come around again. I talked to a really good friend of mine yesterday, and I mentioned to him why his father gave him the name that he gave him. He didn't give you his name. He gave you someone else's name because of the turbulent times that man and your father spent together in 1968, which was part of the American Revolution. We were going through a revolution in this country in the 60s, in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s, and they all took on a different look. Women's rights, civil rights, LBTG rights. I mean, you name it. But that's what makes this country great. That's what makes this country great, because we have the potential to be what we've never been. We have the potential to be what we've never been. And whether you believe it or not, what we're talking about tonight is nothing new. It's going on all over the country. But because we live in a democratic society, we can make a change. That's the great thing about living in this country. We can make a change. One of the other things that I really enjoy doing, I love to read the book of Proverbs. I read it when I'm troubled. I read it when I'm happy. I read it when I'm sad. I read it when I'm trying to make decisions about my life. I love the book of Proverbs because it's history. It was written by one of the wisest men ever walked the face of the earth. My favorite chapter is 4. In my favorite verse, he talks about, I want to say it's 25. The writer talks about, and I wanted to write it down because I did not want to leave this out. He talks about walking the path of integrity in your life. Whatever your walk may be, he talks about integrity. Couple verses later, he talks about moral courage. Martin Luther King, in one of his great speeches, talked about the arc of moral courage. We all have to do things we don't want to do. The one thing about that speech when Dr. King was talking that I don't like about it is in America, we've sanitized that man down to one phrase, I have a dream. If he was here today, it would be, I have a nightmare. Because out of all this time, what has really changed in America? We're fighting, we're struggling, we're trying. That's why we're a great place to live. But what has really, really changed? I don't know. But I do know all we can do is get up every day and keep trying. We can seek the path of integrity and we can look for the moral courage. A friend of mine told me yesterday, he said, you've been relatively quiet this spring. I said, well, I joined this school board to do things to impact children's lives. Some of the same reasons and y'all have heard me say this before, some of the same reasons I joined this board, because I wanted to make changes in kids' lives that impacted me as a young student. But once I got on here, I realized that, man, when are we going to get to doing that? When are we going to get down to it? Part of me being quiet was the fact that the second semester of school, we were addressing the transportation issue, the budget issue. We had a template for addressing underperforming schools. We had finally a plan, a template for a permanent, sustainable pay raises for teachers. And the morale of the district was on the way up. So there was really nothing left for me to talk about. Because the things that I joined the school board for, I felt like were being addressed. I was so embarrassed at one point during this school year. Actually, it was the Tuesday after Labor Day, that I was going to my bus stops in my district. And guys, I represent the most diverse district in this whole operation. My wife at the time was running for clerk of courts. I stopped about 2 blocks from the bus stop, snatched her placard off the side of my car because I did not want one parent in my district, black, white, Hispanic, Latino, rich, poor, I did not want any of them whatsoever to associate my wife with me because of what was going on. But here we are, and I'm back in my holding pattern. Baton Rouge is in my opinion, is a great place to live. I enjoy it here. I didn't move here to stay here, but like most people who move here, I can't leave. But I'm close enough to Fort Walton Beach to get home. Let's do the right thing. Moral courage, integrity. And also, be careful. The same author talks about be careful. He says, guard your heart with all diligence, because from out of your heart springs the issues of life. So the things that we're talking about are the issues of life, whether it's 2024, 1954, or 1865. The heart's the same. The issues of life are the same. Mrs. Adam Smith, I've known him for 17 years now. I admire him, I respect him. I don't know if I would have the courage to do some of the things that he's done. I appreciate the people who, I mean, I used to really like going places and nobody knew who I was. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the anonymity of just being Old Cliff. Could walk in the room and everybody know who I was. But I take pride in representing, and I've got the numbers in my phone, I can't look them up, roughly 5,800 people, I think, voted for me, somewhere in that number. And then about 54, maybe, 53 did not. I serve all of them. The ones that are in favor of Mr. Smith, the ones that are not. That's the path that I'm walking, to try to address them the best way I can. And I've been attacked, but when you get run over by Walter Payton, somebody coming to that mic attacking you that ain't real painful, you know. So all I'm saying is that we are here ultimately to serve the people of this community. Just like our form of government exists to serve the people of this country. I'm here to serve the people of this community for as long as I'm able to do that. And when I'm not able to do that anymore, I will gladly step aside and let whoever up next be up next. Thank you, and again, good morning. I meant to say good morning when I started. Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Lewis. I'm also here to serve the community. I'm also here to fight for the best interests of the children of Baton Rouge. I've been doing that in the year and a half I've been on the board, and I will continue to do that as long as I'm on the board. Excuse me. Can you ask them not to interrupt, please?
Yes, please remain in the proper decorum. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
On the one hand, I want to respond to any number of untruths and slanders that have been leveled against me tonight. On the other hand, I think it's more important to notice something I commented on last week, that in the year and a half that I've been on this board, I have not seen this board have a serious dispute over any item of policy. I can't remember a single policy where we were just dug in and angry, mad at each other, unable to talk or come to compromise of some sort. We've been remarkably in agreement about the children we're here to serve, the need to treat our teachers better, the need to work for the betterment of all the kids. The two times that I've seen us divided in a serious way have been about people, individual human adults. Dr. Cito Narcisse and now Adam Smith. And what I see generally is not passionate discussion about the merits of this candidate or that candidate. There's some of that, but the predominant course of the discourse, both when we were talking about Dr. Narcisse and when we've been talking for the past 2 months, month and a half about Adam Smith, have been attacks on motives, questioning motives, accusing those who don't agree with us of having improper motives, of being racist, of being whatever. And I reject that. Adam Smith is not the only human adult in the world who could possibly do a good job as superintendent of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Cedar Narcisse was not the only human adult that could possibly serve as East Baton Rouge School System Superintendent. Being for or against either one of them does not mean that one is against the children of this parish or the teachers of this parish. Does not mean that one does not care about and has not considered the views of constituents that feel many different ways. It's a reflection that we have a difference of opinion about how best to serve the children of this district. And when I say the children of the district, I primarily mean the children who are enrolled in the public schools in this district. That's who we're here to serve, and that's motivated every vote that I've taken since I joined this board, and it will continue to be the sole motivation for every vote that I take on this board, no matter how many people want to try to lie about what my motivation is. As to doing what the people want, what the community want, I have had plenty of calls, both for and emails, both for Mr. Smith, and plenty of calls and emails against Mr. Smith, saying, please stand firm. We know what's right. This is what we want for the community, and it's not Adam Smith. So I would urge the board and my colleagues to come together. We will continue to work. We do need to comply with law to the fullest extent that we can, which, by the way, is why 4 of us actually voted for a candidate that was selected as a finalist in a process that was unanimously approved by this board. It was a fair process. It was a thorough process. It achieved a result that some people do not like. But it's a process that everybody voted on. Everybody said ahead of time, this is the process that we should follow. And when the time came to vote under that process, 4 of us voted for a candidate that had been selected in compliance with that process, and 5 abstained and refused to take a position at that point. So I think that it's very important to keep all that in mind. I wish that everybody would stop questioning each other's motives and accept that there are differences of opinion, very legitimate differences of opinion that one can have without having an ill motivation or being controlled as a puppet. And I would also encourage my colleagues to stop with personal attacks, to stop impugning each other's motives. As I've said many times before, I have not impugned the motive of any person on this board to the best of my knowledge, certainly not from up here on the podium. I don't think that's appropriate, and I don't think that's helpful to all of us coming together to work together for the good of the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you, President Powell-Lewis. I think, as usual, Mr. Martin said it pretty well. I think there's a lot that I could say to speak to the truth of a lot of things that have been said tonight. But, I don't think anybody really has ears left to hear those kind of things in this space. And so all I can offer is, here's the other cheek. You can have that one too.
Thank you. Seeing no further board comment, Mr. Shamlin, if you will restate the motion that is on the floor.
There's a friendly amendment to the substitute motion to appoint interim superintendent Adam Smith on a 90-day contract with cancellation notice on the first day.
Okay. We will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion fails.
Thank you. As we continue, we know that we do have, we have one other item, which is a presentation.
No, ma'am, we have a motion on the.
Okay, so we got to go back to the original. Thank you. Because look, I'm trying to go ahead and move ahead. I do apologize, Miss our brain representatives. Okay. Okay, so, Mr. Shamlin, if you could give us some direction. I'm hearing, number one, that our extension was only to hear this item. Also, I'm hearing that is the next motion that's on the floor, is it in regards to assigning the special meeting?
Yes, so the substitute motion failed. The main motion is to defer the discussion, consideration of the appointment of the superintendent of schools and related matters to a special meeting on Wednesday, July 24th.
Okay, all right. So, at this point, comments from the board. Thank you so much, Mr. Shamlin. Mr. Ballou.
Just a suggestion, since we're not sure the availability of everybody, I would suggest that we withdraw that motion and just adjourn the meeting, allowing board leadership to meet with council and with board secretary and find out when is the best time for the board to meet. It's suggestion only, but that way we'd make sure we had agreement about when we would meet.
Is that a substitute motion, Mr. Ballou?
No, it was a suggestion.
Gotcha. Okay, Mr. Lannis.
Just want to say for the record that I've already stated that I will not be back in time to attend Wednesday's meeting, but that's still a motion on the floor.
May I? I would certainly be open to a friendly amendment to change it to Thursday, because when I specifically asked if everybody was available at the time, I was told yes.
I would suggest that we make it, because I don't know what Ms. Soleil's thing is, I would make it to the pleasure of the board president when everyone can be here next week. Is that not okay?
As long as it provides for the special meeting to occur next week.
Next week,
Yes. I would.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have entered into the queue as well. I don't have a problem with checking and making sure that everybody is available, and then we can consider a time or a date next week. It appears as though Thursday or Friday may be more suitable. Of course, I know that generally our district staff is closed on Friday. Will they be closed this Friday? Friday of next week? Because I know that we'll be close to the beginning of school.
The district is closed on Friday, yes.
Okay. So then, if that's the case, I don't mind working towards Thursday, but confirming with everyone that we are available on Thursday.
If I may, would the friendly amendment be that we authorize that we defer this matter to a special meeting to be called by the president no later than next Friday? Right. I would accept that as a friendly amendment. I forget who seconded my motion. Was it Mr. Rust?
Mr. Rust.
Or was it you? Who's? Okay.
Okay.
All right. So that's okay with you, Mr. Rust? Okay.
Okay.
Do
All right.
you have that, Mr. Shamlin, Ms. Arman?
Okay, thank you. We will continue with comments from the board. Mr. Lewis.
Not to be a killjoy, I've had some, and that was mentioned tonight, that Ms. Sule had these long-range plans way out there, right? I missed the meeting last month. I didn't receive any grace that, oh, we can't change the timeline because old Cliff ain't here. Actually, I had to come back to town, and I didn't even know the timeline had been changed. Nobody thought enough to call old Cliff up and let him know. I found out on the fly. Well, I've had plans that have been on the books for, golly, almost a year. But I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a hard choice whether I go or not go. But if I go, I would expect a little grace too. Just a little. I don't ask for much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. And this is in regards to the special meeting next week. Dr. Fanny.
I can't imagine anything that'll be different next week than the situation is now. So you're just kicking the can farther down the road. It's irresponsible. Have a good night, morning, whatever.
Thank you, Dr. Fanny. Okay. Mr. Robinson, okay. Thank you.
I don't think I've ever came to this podium and said good morning, so good morning, board members. I just want to let y'all know that we will not be moved. Just as many of us are still here, we're going to be here next week, and you better know that you're going to be in for the fight of your lives. You may think that you have all the power because you will be voting, but you better know that there are power in numbers, and we are not weak in numbers. Therefore, our power is pretty strong, and even if you do go against the will of the people, we will continue to fight. We're going to continue to support our teachers, and we're most importantly going to ensure that our children have the opportunity to receive a quality education, and one in which we believe that only Mr. Smith is capable of giving them. Finally, I want you all to know that I've heard, I think each of you quote a scripture, quote a biblical reference. You better know that you reap what you sow. And the public may not be able to do anything to you, but I want you to know God has a way of touching you. I don't care who put you here. I don't care who texting your phone. I don't care who telling you what to do. You're going to have to answer for everything you do.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Ms. Matthews.
I spoke to several of you guys about wanting to make sure that Ms. Sule was present, because regardless if I agree with how you're going to vote, I think all members should be present to be able to vote. However, that was before I found out that Mr. Lannis and Ms. Powell-Lewis weren't going to be present. So she is not more important than Mr. Lannis. Mr. Lannis is not more important than her. So when it comes to a thing of being situated with nobody being present, or I'm sorry. Good morning, you guys. 6 strokes, it doesn't work quite the same at this point. When we're getting into a point of people not being present. Okay, I already said that. I'm tired. Look, we can't get all 9 of you here. Then at this point, we just need to get it done, because she's not more important than him. He's not more important than her. We're all here tonight. Get it done and stop it. And we all remember who I was raised by, right? And I got 2 autistic children at home. I don't get tired.
Mr. Dorsey, and then Mr. Stewart.
Good morning. Since our wonderful board members don't care about breaking the law because you have white privilege, you're not afraid to break the law. Shows your arrogance, show you don't really care about teachers. Guess what? I'm the PTO president of my high school. I'm there every month, and you can ask the teachers. We raising money, we doing things. You're our school board representative, but you didn't come to Woodlawn High until the old VP of our PTO invited you, and we are the biggest school in your district. And you say kiss cheeks unless you're a grandmother or one of my little nieces. I don't kiss cheeks, and if you're talking about the other one, we got a problem. I'll show you how to kiss that. But I'm just telling you, you're despicable. You're gonna break the law. You're not afraid to break the law. Y'all don't care about teachers, and you damn sure don't care about kids, because our job is to appoint a superintendent. And once again, it's not the superintendent. No matter who is sitting in that chair right there, the board is the problem. And you can deny that you're not taking bribes or you're not being treated like this, but we know it's true. And guess what? You can hide behind anything, but God knows all, and he will reveal it. I don't know if you're a faith-believing man, but I have faith. And when the Lord ready to move, he gonna move. Whether you up there or not, he will move you out the way by any means necessary. Keep you home so you won't vote. So y'all just pitiful. And it's not everybody. It don't matter who's here, because some of y'all minds are made up. And Mr. Russ, you are my representative, and I can't wait to work with you at Woodlawn if you decide to come. I can't wait to work with you. Make a decision. Go there. Wake your old butt up.
Okay. So Mr. Dorsey.
My apologies. I can apologize for my wrong, and I'm not ashamed to do it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dorsey.
I can apologize. I'm a man, so it doesn't hurt me to apologize.
I appreciate that.
I mean it, though.
I know you mean it.
And the district working, because I'm working at my school.
I know, sir. Thank you. Mr. Stewart. Same thing, Mr. Stewart. We want to use decorum. We know it's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's been a long time since I stayed up this long.
Good morning. The flagrant breaking the law is beyond mind-blowing. How can some of you who are on this trajectory be as comfortable as you are with this? I've just learned that you're an attorney, Mr. Martin. Can you and will you be willing to share with us why this body is as comfortable with breaking the law as it is? I guess society deems me a black man if I contribute or made decisions in my personal life of this magnitude. I'm very confident that the system would come down on me like a ton of bricks. So please, someone, seriously, I'm extremely serious in what I'm about to ask you. Please share with me, share with us why you're comfortable in just so cavalierly breaking the law. I'm talking about, please share this explanation with us immediately, please. Our tax dollars, we deserve this explanation. And related to why you want whatever candidate you want as superintendent, whomever it may be, will you also share with us with extreme specificity, not all of these generalities, why, what is your plan? Because to say that we want the needle moved by 10 or 20 points or whatever, that's not telling anybody anything. It's just saying that's the outcome. We want to know again, no candidate has spoken with specificity about how they are going to garner the improvement that they profess that they are going to supply. I'm not an idiot. I know a lot of these other people aren't. As a teacher, if you present a case to me, you have got to substantiate with specificity why you want, how you're going to get and reach the results that you are going to get. Nobody, no candidate has expressed with specificity what they're going to do to improve this system. None of you have expressed with specificity what you're looking for in a candidate. You just state, oh, well, you know, Adam's not good enough. Not that I'm pro or for Adam, or so-and-so is so wonderful. This is the person that I want. And it's all so vague. We are not stupid. Some of us are not stupid. I just want you to know that me and a lot of other people are paying extraordinary detail. We want specificity, not these generalities that has been presented to us. So please explain to us how you can be so cavalier in breaking the laws that we finance, and because this is really ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Elfrida Bester.
Good morning. Let me just give a little history. I'm Elfrida Tillman Bester, and in 2013, just after the Shelby County case was decided by the U.S. Supreme Court, I was the attorney who brought the case against the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board to preclude you from downsizing this board from 11 to 9. I knew back then that this board did not have a problem with breaking the law, because they did so when they downsized this board. It is disheartening for me, as the spouse of a 37-year employee of this school board, to sit here and watch the deliberate attempt to destroy this school system. I'm not questioning motives, I'm telling you what I see. How is it possible that all of you could look at the work of an Adam Smith and his fidelity to this community, to this school system, to the parents, to the whole community, and you can't value him enough to say, we're going to give this man 1 year, and if he doesn't do the work that we explicitly tell him that we need him to do, then we won't renew a contract for him. I think that you know that he will do it, because everything that you asked him to do that's on record, he has done. And someone else has already said, keep moving the goalposts. Well, we've seen that in practicing law as African-American attorneys. We see it all the time. So I'm saying to you, you have an opportunity to do what is right for the children of this parish, the children who attend public school in this parish. We're not going to let you destroy the public school system. We will be here every Thursday until. So thank you for this opportunity. I just hate that there's not an opportunity to reach common ground for the good of the children. Just something as simple as saying, let's put somebody in place until we have enough time to select someone.
Thank you, Ms. Bester.
I'm gonna stop. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ms. Angela Reams Brown.
Good morning. Angela Reams Brown, president of the East Baton Rouge Federation of Teachers and Support Workers, with a bad knee and a bad hip from sitting in that hard chair back there. But I wanted to rise one more time to speak because I want to be on record. And I know that we're missing the big picture. You know, I hear people come to the podium and say, we'll be here every Thursday if we have to. The reality is, if we come back next Thursday, it's going to be too late. You got to realize that when the drop-dead deadline comes for them to appoint a superintendent, that's removed from their hands. It goes either to the state superintendent of education or our governor. We all know who our governor is. We all know who the state superintendent is. And we know that they don't have the best interests of public education at heart. They're charter bound. Now, they're voting to say, let's come back after the drop dead deadline day, because then the next notice we're going to receive is saying we don't need to come back because someone has been appointed for us. Let's make that clear.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no reason for us to leave here today, tonight, this morning, without a superintendent. Because if you say we're coming back next Wednesday or next Thursday, what are we coming back for?
Say that.
Why are we coming back?
That's right.
When we have opened the door for someone else to make a decision about this school district that each one of you was elected to do?
That's right.
Why? So let's be clear. This is the plan. This has always been the plan. We're not supposed to have no vision. We're not supposed to think past the front of our noses. This is the plan. It was planned for us not to have the superintendent we want and to allow the governor or the state superintendent to make the decision for us. Let's deal with that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon.
Good morning. Maria Harmon, representative or constituent in District 6. I'm also speaking on behalf of Step Up Louisiana in the Baton Rouge branch in NAACP. To see the political games being played right now, because you're willfully going in a direction that is uncharted territory, which is high risk, which actually puts this school district in danger. You don't know what the governor or the state superintendent is going to do, because what are you going to do if they decide to rain down a state takeover? That's what we're vulnerable to right now. And I seen the state takeover happen down the street about 70 miles from here in New Orleans, the blackest school district in this state, which was ground zero for a charter school takeover. Is that what y'all want out here? Because what you're going to lead down the road of is having more illiterate children, more people that are not employable. You're going to be dealing with traumatized adults coming out of this 5 to 6 years from now. Like, how does it sit on your conscience to really be a conductor to the downgrade and the detriment of the progression of children? For them to not be fully contributing citizens to this society because we're not doing our part as leaders to get the job done. Like, that's seriously what's happening. Like, we're about to willfully not be in compliance of state law because we want to throw a pissy fit because all your people decided to withdraw. That's what you're doing. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't care right now because they want to see more charters and they want to see another school district for St. George.
That's right.
That's really what this is about.
Yes,
segregation and privatization.
Yes,
and we are sick and tired of sitting back and watching the foolishness. Stop playing the political games and actually listen to your constituents and actually get the job done. What would make sense is let's just put a permanent contract in place for our current interim superintendent to serve for the next year or so. Just do it. Nothing is stopping you from doing that, except your own will. You're willfully doing this, willfully making a decision to not be compliant with the law. Oh, let's just go past the deadline and see what happens. That's really what we're doing right now. That is not ethical leadership in place right now. And I'm sick and tired of watching it. We have parents that are utterly frustrated and actually showing signs of anger because it's their children that are going to be impacted by this. They're tired of the insurmountable amount of instabilization, the high turnover. Like, how many times have we had out-of-town superintendents come into the school district? Like, people have admitted through this process that they have not had that many people come from the district to serve. So if you're constantly saying we want to go out and look and add, it's not working. We're going down a path that doesn't work.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Ms. Johnson.
Valencia Johnson, President of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators. There's a coin phrase I like to use when it comes down to this board and the education process in East Baton Rouge Parish. Design failure. You're designing the district to fail. But it's not at the expense of your children. It's not at the expense of your grandchildren. It's at the expense of our children. The public has asked you time and time again to give us stability, consistency, structure. And they asked you to give Mr. Smith a chance. As the last speaker talked about, you keep going out and trying to find bigger and better and bolder. But you have homegrown people right here in the district. Yes, Mr. Smith may not be the only person that's qualified. There are several people in the district who actually hold certification to be a superintendent. But y'all don't want anybody that is going to actually serve a purpose, and actually fix the district, save the district. We are designing it to fail. And if you cared about the children, our children, then you would do what we asked you to do. You know, the people who actually voted you in these seats or didn't vote you in the seat because they knew that you were going to do what you're doing now. Listen to the people. All you have to do is make another motion. Give him the year or 2 years, like has been suggested in the room, and give him a chance. Just like you're going to give anybody else or whoever the governor appoints a chance. Because you're going to have to, because you're going to be dictated to. You have now the option to make your own decision, the right decision, and actually do what's right by the people, your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes.
Good morning. My name is Caleb Holmes. I'm the UNICEF Director for Region 5 for the Louisiana Association of Educators, colloquially known as the Union Rep. My job is to talk. I'm out of words. Not out of feeling. I'm out of words to describe what I'm seeing and what I have been publicly educated all my life. Public education elementary, public education middle, public education high school, public education because I went to the Southern University and A&M College right here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Go Jags, roar. I come from a school system just as black as this one. And I said it back when the redistricting was happening, but board member, what are those 3 letters up there? EBR. Stands for East Baton Rouge Parish. I like to think of them as every black resident. Every black resident. Because some members didn't know how many black people there were in their district. I am personally angry. I am personally disgusted. Parents are disgusted. Black parents are disgusted. Asian parents are disgusted. Hispanic parents are disgusted. White parents are disgusted. The only people who don't seem to be disgusted in this room are those who want this district to fail, those who want this district to be chartered out, those who want this district to be privatized. Some of them are even in the crowd right now. I'm not going to get angry. But I am so disappointed in this board. I am so disappointed and disgusted with members who got together to be messy and throw out a letter thinking that that was cute. It wasn't cute. It wasn't professional. It wasn't right. I'm going to give
Mr. Holmes.
Give me 2 more seconds. Y'all have the opportunity to do the right thing tonight. Nobody's bullying you, Member Martin. People are bullying you, Rust. Get it together. Do the right thing so we can all shut up, go home, get 4 hours of sleep, and return to work on Monday. End this battle, please, or we will end it for y'all.
Returning to work tomorrow on Friday, Mr. Holmes. Thank you. Today, yeah. Okay, Ms. Bryant.
Piggybacking off of what Ms. Harmon said. She said that we're going to see in 6 or more years what happens when all of this is already over with, but it already started 3 or 4 years ago. I may be enrolled in LSU, but I struggle in college now with learning in general because I was under the care of EBR schools. I love the faculty and staff of Woodlawn. They are my home. I even think of some of them as parental advisors to me because they are good people. But I do not blame them for why I struggle now. I blame the people who tell them what to teach. I blame the people who can't keep teachers due to a variety of reasons. And I blame the people who are supposed to help me and my fellow alumni and the people who are still enrolled. I only pray for my 3 little sisters because one has 4 years left and the other have 6. Get y'all stuff together.
Thank you. Ms. Merrick, then Ms. Rivers, then Ms. Smith. My apologies, Dr. Rivers.
You want to? Well, I was going to yield to my neighbor, my former neighbor anyway. But, you know, I have to ask this, and you know, we're going round and round in circles, and Judge Guidry is I'm just going to say one of the smartest judges I know of, and I can truly say this. And he can give you all of the answers, what's going to happen for next week. I promise you, he can. And I know, Mr. Martin, you're a real estate attorney, and you know what'll happen if you don't make a deal, if you don't show up on time, and that deal is going to close at LSU. And if you forfeit it, you know what'll happen and how much you'll be fined. Now, Bromley has never been to a school board meeting. Don't care about EBR. Landry has so many different things going on, he could care less. But he's not one of our favorite people for EBR in our school system. And if we bypass this, and it gets to him, and that's what it's been pushed out to for next week, EBR is not going to be the EBR that we know it to be. And this is by design. This is no accident. You're not trying to hide it. It is no way if you're going to push it past, and he has told you, legal counsel has told you, that July 23rd is the day to end the 6-month interim period. Now, you have to be the dumbest person in the world, and I'm not saying individual, but you've got to be dumb. And it is no way. We have special classes for people that can't learn. And now we have a board that is not learning. You know, Exxon has a statement. They said it's best to remain silent and be thought of as a fool than to speak and remove all doubt and be known as a blank fool. And you see, this is the road that we're going down. Now, it's time to get off the pot. Now, if you need some Charmin, you need to have it in your pocket, because we're going down a serious road, and that's going to affect EBR. Call the judge up here if you don't accept what your counsel has told you, and let him tell you what's going to happen if we miss this deadline. You don't want the state to be able to tell us what they're going to do to us. They're waiting to hit EBR. Everybody is waiting to hit this system, and they will hit it, and they're going to hit it hard. And I guarantee you, it won't be Adam Smith that they put in charge, and it won't be any of them that you think you're going to get here.
Thank you, Ms. Merrick. Dr. Rivers.
Freya Rivers. Let's end this shit show. Mr. Lannis, put forth, or Dr. Lannis, put forth a motion to nominate Adam Smith as superintendent with at least a year's contract, even though it takes 3 to 5 years to see any progress out of anybody who's trying to make a change. Put forth the motion. Mr. Lewis seconded. What is going to change between tonight and next week? Absolutely nothing. So do it now. End it. Let's get on, plan the next school year, and do the business. You do not want charters, and that's what the governor and the legislature wants for Baton Rouge. Just like they took over New Orleans, their plans are to take over Baton Rouge. I know charters. Michigan, I lived in Michigan when it was the first state in the union to develop charters, and I had one of the first. It's gone, and I told the representatives from Louisiana who came up to Michigan to talk to me about it, I told them then that you do not want charters because they are for the rich who are trying not to pay tuition to private schools. That's right. And that's who it benefits. They do not benefit our children. Yes, they are serving our children, but they're there for profit. That's right. And you cannot run a school for profit. Yes, ma'am. I don't care how many millions or billions you give me, it will never be enough as far as I'm concerned when I'm taking care of children. I took children on field trips to Egypt, to San Francisco, all across the country, out of this country, to give them experience. And that's what we need. Caring about children. Put this to an end. Dr. Lannis, call a motion right now. Mr. Lewis, second it, and let's get it on. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
I agree with what the doctor just said. Anything short of that is going to be an illusion, is what we've seen, an illusion of democracy. I think that's what's playing out. We have everybody asking, how can you do this? It's unconscionable. Oh, it's very conscionable. We have board members telling people to kiss their cheeks. And then you ask a parent who's upset about that to apologize. I've yet to hear Mr. Russ apologize for telling this public, for telling the students and anyone else who heard under the sound of his voice to kiss his cheek. And I'm offended. I do believe that Project 2025 is alive and well here, and now I'm talking to the parents, I'm talking to the community, I'm talking to community activists. This is alive and well and in play right now in 2024 before our eyes, and I hope that you all decided who you want to play your roles, because this is historic. It's gonna be there are gonna be case studies about this foolishness, about the debacle, about this illusion that you all have carried out for months and weeks, playing with our children's education and our children's lives. And it makes me very emotional because I still have 3 children that are matriculating through the public education system. Parents, if you're not aware of what Project 2025 is, I invite you to please familiarize yourself with it. If you care about your children, Title I funds that are going to schools that are low income, being able to have free breakfast and free lunch. And when we talk about privatizing and chartering out school districts, and Ms. Reams talked about the difference in it being public and charter, you can't follow the money. That money is gonna be funneled in, and ain't no board coming back and looking, and we reconciling. They're gonna do what they wanna do with our kids. So it's time to fight now, board. We don't have until next week, because the plan is to allow time for somebody else to come in and make a decision for our children. Please do as the doctor just asked. Put forth the motion to make him permanent for a period of time, until such as you all can make your decision about who you want to be the next leader for the next couple of years.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will now turn back to comments from the board. Okay, there is an additional public comment. Okay. Okay, so here is an online comment that we have here, and it did not, for whatever reason, register in the online system. So here's the comment. It says, the board has shown repeatedly.
Is it from, excuse me?
Who is this? Okay, this is from Mr. Gary Chambers. This board has shown repeatedly that it lacks leadership. 2 black board members thought they could get Adam the job and got played by the white majority of the board. Now they want to stand in solidarity with the people when Powell Lewis and Lewis put us here. The more we talk about race, the more they play in our faces. It's clear race doesn't matter to them. Children are not the concern. As a parent of a child who starts high school this year, you failed us all. You've also put up another black man and diminished their reputation in the public. Negative news stories blame these black men for the failures of the board and prevents other opportunities. The majority of male students in the district are black males. And like every system in this city, it continues to fail to value black men. No matter how well they do at the job, how educated. We've seen Smith, Narcisse, and George all put out and cast as incapable of doing the job by the white majority. The board is the problem. I've said this for years. Now at 1 in the morning, the city can see clearly no matter what school leader is there, the board will fail the people of this parish. The nation will soon be talking about our failures. But what's new? Conservative leadership strikes again with the help of black board members who want to pretend to be righteous after being played. Just admit you got played, and now we, the citizens of this parish, are paying the cost of your lack of strategy. Every voter watching should remember the board is the problem. And that's from Mr. Gary Chambers. Okay, seeing no other public comment, we now turn back to comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
I do not want to make this district all charter. I do not want to privatize this district. I do not want the governor or the state superintendent of education to appoint our next superintendent, which is why I, with 3 of my colleagues, voted in accordance with the unanimously approved board process for Kevin George last week, while 5 board members abstained and refused to participate in that process at that point. Mr. Shamlin, it has been stated by several members of the public that if we fail to appoint a superintendent by next Tuesday, that the governor or Superintendent Brumley could appoint our next superintendent. Is that true?
It's the opinion of council, not just my opinion, but the people I confer with, that there's no mechanism in state law that would allow any public official to appoint a superintendent on behalf of a school board. We could find no authority that would allow that to happen.
Thank you. And if we do not take action next week, who will continue to function as interim superintendent until we do take action?
Mr. Smith would continue in the interim status.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. I've entered into the queue. I have one question, Mr. Shamlin. So I know that that Dr. Rivers suggested that we go ahead and put forth a motion to nominate Mr. Smith to be our permanent superintendent. What happens if that motion fails?
We have a policy on the books that requires us to if an item is considered, regardless of the vote by the board, there's a 60-day prohibition on that item coming back for consideration. So you have to keep in mind that any item considered by the board, there's a prohibition of 60 days before it can return.
So that means...
Point of order.
Yes.
Go ahead.
As I recall, there was a motion last week by Mr. Lannis to nominate Mr. Smith to be the permanent superintendent.
Point of information, I asked that he be added as a finalist,
Correct.
not that he be called permanent superintendent.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarification. That's why I was asking the question.
Okay. So, Mr. Shamlin, I just want to make sure that we understand this correctly. So in the case that we were to entertain that possibility and that motion fails, then that means that Mr. Smith would not be able to be a nomination for another 60 days, correct?
That is correct under board policy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to be clear about something. So it's okay to be out of compliance with the law and allow Mr. Smith to still be the interim, but we can't vote on him just even, like I said earlier, for a 90-day. Like, to me, that just typically, practically, from a practical sense, makes absolutely no sense. And with that being said, I have to abstain from voting on this item because there's no way in the world that I can see myself being outside of compliance with state law. I'm not going to do that.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further board comment, we will now entertain a vote. And Mr. Shamlin or Ms. Arman, if you'll read to us what the motion is once again.
It's a friendly amendment to the motion to defer the discussion, consideration of the appointment of the superintendent of schools and related matters to a special meeting set by the board president to occur no later than Friday, July 26th.
Okay, thank you. We will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion fails.
Thank you. Okay, so, Mr. Shamlin, okay, at this point, what do you suggest should be our next steps?
In order to plan, I mean, as board president of the policy, you do have the authority to still set a special meeting at some point to accomplish a purpose, but I would confer with board members to determine whether there's a consensus on the next steps, and then set a special meeting to take action.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Landis.
For purposes of this important decision, if I have to miss a trip in order to be here, I'm dedicated to doing that.
Absolutely. Completely understand. Thank you. So considering what I will do, and Mr. Shamlin just confirmed that I have the right to do this, that I will make sure that I reach out to my board members within the next 24 hours and determine who and how many of us are available and what is the preferred date. And am I at liberty to say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So what we have done as far as thank you guys for those of you who have spent the night with us. We've had a wonderful fireside chat. And of course, it is 1:43. We are actually pulling the item for G1, our brain presentation. Those ladies, of course, I believe have probably made it to their bed by now. And so we're to H1, organizational items, announcements of meetings. The first thing I want to do is apologize to those who had submitted online comments in regards to the job description item. We do apologize for missing the opportunity to read your comments. Also, the Committee of the Whole will be held on August 1st, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. The regular meeting will be held on August 15th, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Again, I will be making sure that I reach out to my colleagues to be able to schedule the necessary special meeting. Also, this officially starts our book study, so I know no one wants to talk about a book tonight, but Mr. Landis, if you will hold the book up for us, because I see yours is there. We will begin in that book study, so if the spirit moves you, feel free to begin reading. Also, don't forget that this is still our dress down summer. I see that some of our board members came with their special clothes on today. The rest of you, let's make sure that we continue to show school pride for those schools that are within our districts. I hope that you guys have a good night. Mr. Gode. Okay, have a great night or morning.